The first thing I noticed was that the air didn't hurt. That sounds like nothing, it isn't. For a month, my lungs had been doing a job they were never built for, which was breathing something closer to soup than atmosphere. And now I was standing in knee-high grass with wind coming off a mountain and it went all the way down clean. No burning, no taste of the inside of an oven. I stood there like an idiot and took about 6 breaths in a row just to make sure it wasn't a trick. Then a message opened across my vision and ruined it. Welcome to Ruin's world. 6 lines of white text, very calm, very polite, the exact tone of a dentist's office. Congratulations on your survival. Here is your shelter core. Here is your beginner pack. The test begins in 3 days. 3 days? They slid that in at the end like a delivery fee. There was something in my right hand that hadn't been there a second ago. A crystal about the size of a plum, warm, humming faintly. And when I looked at it, the system helpfully told me it was a shelter core. Rank 0, perfect quality, coverage 100 square meters. 100 square meters and 3 days. That was the whole starting kit for the species. Look, I'm not going to pretend I was heartbroken about leaving. A month earlier, the Blue Star Federation had gone on every screen at once to explain, in the gentlest possible language, that the sun was about to have what they called a helium event. After that, the language stopped being gentle. Cities emptied. People walked the roads with their mouths open and their eyes gone. And calling them looters would have been generous, because looters at least want something. The Federation's leadership loaded onto a ship called Universe and left, which I thought was a very confident name for a lifeboat. I met the fire alone in a 1-bedroom apartment with the curtains shut. So yes, even the worst transmigration in the world beats that oven. I'd like that noted. I climbed the nearest rise to see what I'd been handed. North, brush, then hills, then real mountains with snow on the shoulders. South, forest, an actual green ocean of it, going until the light stopped. East, a river, silver, and moving. West, wasteland, flat, honest, empty. It was gorgeous. It was also a real estate decision, and I had about 10 minutes to make it. Forest meant lumber, meant food, meant the whole crafting tree unlocked in an afternoon. Forest also meant that every single direction was a direction something could come from, and in 3 days, something was going to. Mountains meant a wall at my back and water an easy walk east, and no idea whatsoever what I'd eat. I thought about it for the length of 1 breath. Only the ones who survive get to worry about being strong later. This isn't a game. Nobody here has a save file. I went for the rock. Then I tried to run there and discovered something horrible about myself, which is that running is not a thing human beings do. 60 seconds in, my lungs filed a complaint. 90 seconds in, they filed a lawsuit. I arrived at that rock face walking with dignity, like a man who had always intended to walk. I did find 2 wooden chests on the way, half sunk in the grass. They would not open. They just sat there, being smug. I planted the core 50 meters out from the stone wall, and the light came up out of the ground and built me a house. I want to describe this house accurately. The walls had gaps in them you could put a finger through. The roof had holes. The windows had frames and an inspiring absence of glass. Standing inside it, I could feel a draft from all 4 directions simultaneously, which I hadn't known was physically possible in a building. My tent had more holes than my life plan, and this was an upgrade. But the panel unlocked, and so did the beginner pack. The panel had 5 tabs. Attributes, chat, crafting, trading, items. I opened chat first because I am a human being and I had not heard another human voice in 31 days. The world channel let you speak once per day. 1 message, 5 billion people, 1 message each, and it was exactly as dignified as you'd imagine. Then there was the regional channel, region 1992620. 997 people out of 1,000 slots. Man number 1 had already introduced himself. Lee Jun, ID1, first message in the region, and it was, "I'm the protagonist." Then he attached a photo of a fireball sitting in his palm. Player 2, ID Zhou Xuan, replied with a single character that in Chinese does a lot of heavy lifting and translates roughly as, well. Then a man called Wu Lei, AD8, said something actually useful, which was, "Check your beginner pack, there's an awakening stone in there." There was. 7 ration bars, 7 bottles of water, a flint, and 1 awakening stone. 50% chance of granting a talent, 50% chance of nothing. The description ended with the line, "May Mother Earth bless you," which is a lovely sentiment and also exactly what you write when the number is 50%. I used it. White light came out of the stone. Then gold light came out of my chest. And that part was not in the manual. It was my father's pendant. Jade, a little 3-legged cauldron, no bigger than a peanut. The 2 lights met in the air in front of me, folded into each other, and went out. Talent obtained, synthesis, rank 1, unique, cannot be copied. A furnace opened somewhere behind my eyes. 1 main material, up to 9 supporting materials, and it would give me back something new. There was a success rate. There was also, and this matters later, a mutation rate. My parents dug that pendant out of the ground on a site somewhere, and my dad put it round my neck and said it was mine now, and it was the last present I ever got from him, because 11 days later, their plane came down. I was 13. After that, it was an orphanage called Tomato, which is a lovely name for a children's home, and a rough one to say out loud at school. After that, it was a room with the curtains shut and a very good internet connection. I stopped going out. I got extremely good at not being in the way. So, the last thing either of them ever gave me went into that stone. And what came out was the only unique talent on the planet, and I did not put those two facts next to each other for another 3 weeks. Then it showed me my stats, and my good mood took a small vacation. Physique 4, spirit 6, perception 5, energy 0. The average adult is a 5 across the board. 4. I was below the human average in the ability to be a body. In my defense, I had spent the last several years mastering an entirely different discipline. Staying up all night is also a form of cultivation. Nobody has ever proved otherwise. Day 1. And I had a house with weather inside it, a talent I didn't understand, and a countdown. The upgrade to shelter rank 1 wanted 100 wood, 10 stone, 1 iron. The crafting panel offered me a stone knife, a stone axe, a stone pickaxe, and a workbench. I made the axe first. Congratulations, I told myself. You'll be the coolest kid in primitive society. Then I found out what a tree is. A tree is 10 minutes of your entire body, and the tree gives you 3 units of wood and a strong opinion about your grip. I did that for half a day and came home with 24 wooden hands that looked like someone else's. But those 2 smug wooden chests opened because it turned out the condition was having an actual shelter. 10 bread, 10 water, 20 wood, 20 stone, and a blueprint for a fence. 1 wood per meter of fence, per meter. I did the math on 100 meters of fence, laughed once, and put the blueprint away for a richer man. The workbench went up that evening, and the workbench changed my life, because a workbench is a furniture factory. First thing I made was a bed. I can live without a sleeping partner. I cannot live without a bed. Up in the World Channel, a guru had appeared. Everyone calls the first guy who posts a guide a guru. His handle was Minghao721, and his guide was good. 3 days of protection, then mutants. No survivors within 2 kilometers of you. Don't bother looking. Resources are in the chests. Go find chests. Underneath it, an anonymous account dropped 1 line that was worth more than the entire guide. Put branches and leaves in your inventory. The system stacks them into wood for you. I read that twice. Then I went to sleep in a house with holes in the roof and dreamed my parents were alive, which was rude to my brain, and woke up before dawn and went out into the grass to pick up sticks like a man possessed. By noon of day 2, I had 115 wood, 30 wild fruit, and 20 plant fiber, and I hadn't swung the axe once. What I did not have was iron. So I made a stone knife and walked west along the mountains, kicking through scree, hoovering up 14 stone as I went, and in a little grove of bamboo, I saw a flash of bronze in the leaf litter. I reached for it. Something came out of the grass beside my hand so fast it was already past me. A wedge of green head, a body like a whip, and the scales actually brushed my wrist on the way through. Bamboo viper, 50 centimeters, extremely venomous. And I say that with the authority of a man who had, 1 second earlier, been about to pick up a shiny thing in a snake's living room. I got the knife into it. The knife did almost nothing. A stone knife against snakeskin is a silver-plated spearhead, all show and no penetration. So I dropped it, took the axe in both hands, and settled the argument with the blunt honesty of the Bronze Age. Then I stood over it for a second, breathing hard. Still want to bite me? No? Great talk. I collected the body. And from that day forward, every single time I walked into tall grass, I beat it with a stick first. There is an old expression about beating the grass to scare out the snake, and I want to say publicly that whoever coined it was not being poetic. The bronze chest gave me 3 orbs of light. The first one unfolded into a sword, a Tang Dao, straight-backed, single edge, refined iron, rank 0, average quality. Is this the divine artifact from the beginner village? Because I'll take it. From now on, this is my main weapon, I said out loud, to nobody in a bamboo grove holding a sword. Second orb, a torch blueprint. 1 wood plus 1 fiber or cloth, burns for 2 hours. Third orb, an arrow tower blueprint. 100 wood, 100 stone, 1 iron. I looked at that, and I looked at my 24 hard-earned wood, and I filed it under aspirational. And then, walking home with a sword on my shoulder, I had the thought that made me actual money. Nobody has light. 5 billion people just got dropped into a world with no power grid, and night is coming for all of them, and I am holding the blueprint for fire on a stick. Capitalists really do have it easier than workers. I didn't invent that. I just finally understood it. I spent the rest of the afternoon looking for another chest and found nothing, and I'll admit how badly that went for me, psychologically. There's a specific flavor of misery that only shows up when a progress bar sticks at 99.99%. I had that. I had it for 2 hours. So I grabbed a bucket and went to the river to wash the day off. I got in, I threw my clothes into the shallows, and while I was standing there in cold water feeling sorry for myself, I looked down and saw a corner of wood under the gravel. 20 wood, 20 stone, 5 iron. I ran home. I ran the entire way home, and I wanted on the record that I ran it in half the time I'd walked it, so apparently the human body is fine. It just needs motivation. Shelter, rank 1. The gaps sealed themselves. Glass appeared in the windows. The dirt turned to stone floor, and the single room split into 3. Storage, workshop, bedroom, and 3 new functions came online at once. Trading, collection, detection. Next upgrade, 200 wood, 200 stone, 10 iron, 2 glass. I broke down the snake before bed, out of curiosity more than anything. Snake meat, snake skin, snake venom. I looked at that third one for a while, and put it somewhere safe, and did not yet know what I was going to do with it. The next morning I opened the trading channel, and did what I actually know how to do. Water was going for 3 wood a liter, cheap. Everybody had a river. Food was 8 to 10 resources a unit, which was rough. Medicine and bedding were in the hundreds, which told you everything about how the first 2 days had gone for people. I put 10 wild fruit up at 5 fiber or cotton each, and waited. A reply came in about a minute. Kaehua ID11, avatar of a girl with a short crop, and a face like it had been cut rather than grown. 45 cotton for the 10 fruit. She'd landed next to a field of wild cotton, and she was drowning in it, and she needed fruit for a tea blueprint. I had fruit, she had cotton, torches take cotton. We closed it in 4 messages and set up a standing order, and that was the beginning of the only supply chain in the region that ran on politeness. I found out later how she'd grown up. Parents who treated her as an expense and gave the whole warmth budget to her younger brother. University where the only attention she got was the kind you have to shove off you. No real friends because she'd learned early that people wanting something from you looks a lot like people liking you, none of which she told me. I'm telling you. Then I put the torch blueprint into the workbench and started printing money. 49 torches, 5 wood each. They were gone so fast, I thought the panel had glitched. 245 wood. I made 165 more out of cotton, sold 50 of those for stone, and cleared 250. Somebody opened their one daily world channel message just to say, somebody is selling torches on the trading channel. Business really does pay better than employment. Day 3. Last day of protection. The system mentioned, pleasantly, that more chests had spawned, which is the kind of thing you say to a rat before the maze gets worse. I was standing in my workshop about to throw out my beat-up stone knife and my chipped stone axe, and I stopped because I had a talent I still hadn't used once. Main material, the axe. Supporting materials, the knife and 5 stones. Success 100%. Mutation 1%. The furnace closed, the furnace opened. Stone axe, fine quality, blue. 30%, sharper. And my spirit went from 6 to 5. That was the price tag, and it took me a second to read it properly. 1 synthesis, 1 point of mental energy, which meant 6 a day, which meant my miracle came in a very small bottle. But I took that axe into the trees and cut through them in half the time, and stood there in the wood chips grinning like a lunatic, because I'd just turned garbage into a better tool with my mind. Then I went south, looking for more. I found an apple tree, a red Fuji, standing by itself in the scrub, 31 apples on it, and when I put my hand on the trunk and thought, collect, the system took the entire tree and handed me a seed. 200 meters further on, I smelled something that did not belong in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and it took me an embarrassingly long time to identify it, because the answer was roast duck. There was an orb of light sitting in the middle of the empty ground, and inside it was a whole quanjued roast duck, lacquered, crisp, warm. My newly rebuilt worldview shattered a second time in 3 days. What the hell is this world? I ate a piece standing up in a wasteland, and it was the best thing that had happened to me since the sun tried to kill everyone. The rest went in the inventory because I am a professional. Then I found 3 trees standing close together, and between them, a bronze chest. And also, hanging directly above the bronze chest, a wasp's nest the size of a human head. Yellow-legged wasps. And I'd read enough survivor chatter by then to have learned the rule the hard way. Secondhand, bronze chests are guarded, always. The chest isn't a reward, it's bait with a lease. I sat down at a safe distance and thought about the orphanage. The woman who ran Tomato used to burn mugwort to clear the insects out in summer. The whole building would smell like a temple for 2 days, and every bug in it would leave. So I went and picked mugwort. I checked the wind, put the pile upwind, northwest, and lit it off a stick. The smoke went up into the nest and stayed there. Most people who die in fires don't die of fire. They die of smoke. Wasps, as it turns out, are not the exception to this. When the buzzing went from furious to confused to nothing, I knocked the nest down into the coals with a long branch. and a chest I hadn't earned yet appeared next to the one I had. A battle chest. The system explained it dryly, awarded for defeating the strongest or the most. I had killed several thousand insects with an herb and a breeze, and the universe had decided that counted. From the hive itself, 200 grams of honey and the corpse of an elite queen wasp, blue quality. Out of curiosity, I asked the system what a territory war was, since I'd seen the phrase go past in chat. Insufficient permissions, it said. Wonderful, extremely helpful. Thank you. The bronze chest paid better than the wasps did. A wind chaser bow, blue quality, 30% faster arrows, 300-meter range, 1 healing potion, and a blueprint for a small round shield. Then I opened the battle chest, and the battle chest was where the universe stopped pretending to be fair. 2 items. The first was a fungus the color of dried blood, sitting on a bed of light, and the description said, Blood Lingji, blue, permanently increases physique by 2. The second was a book, Mystic Void Blade Art, blue, 30% attack speed. A Wudong style, which the system mentioned the way a wine list mentions a vineyard. 3 more wooden chests turned up in the same stretch of scrub before dark. 150 wood, 100 stone, 15 iron. I got home, barred the door, and ate the entire mushroom. For the record, the instructions did not say to eat the entire mushroom. The instructions said nothing at all, which I chose to interpret generously. About 40 seconds later, my blood decided it was lava. My skin went scarlet. Heat came up out of my bones and pushed outward and kept pushing. And I stood in the middle of my own workshop, making a noise I have never made before or since. Oh no. I ate too much. And then, because panic is a form of clarity, I grabbed the skill book off the table and cracked it open. I don't remember reading it. What I remember is my body standing up on its own, taking the Tang Dao and cutting, over and over. Draw, turn, cut, recover, and again, for I don't know how long, in a stone room, alone, while something in me burned off its excess through the edge of a sword. When I came back to myself, the floor was soaked and my arms wouldn't close. Physique 6 from 4, Mystic Void Blade. Art at 76%, which the panel graded as proficient. I looked down and my stomach was gone. Not gone, reorganized. There was the faint suggestion of an abdominal muscle where for 6 years there had been a strongly worded suggestion of noodles. 24 years on Earth, and it took the end of the world to get me to the gym. While I was busy becoming a person, the region was busy becoming a country. Alliances were sprouting in world chat like mold. Xiameng Alliance, Eagle Alliance, Freedom Society, Skull Society. Everybody wanted to be a founding member of something, because it turns out that when civilization collapses, the first thing people rebuild is not agriculture, it's org charts. And in Region 1, 99262, oh, there was the Blood Fiend Alliance. Their leader posted under ID 4, Gan Hao, scar running from the corner of his mouth to his ear, shoulders like furniture, and a habit of lying on his bed, rolling a pebble across his knuckles while other people typed for him. Li Jun, our resident protagonist, called him out in public, named him. Said the Blood Fiend Alliance was collecting people the way a net collects fish. And the channel turned on Li Jun, not on Gan Hao, on Li Jun. He's got superpowers and he doesn't help anyone. He throws fireballs and hordes. Selfish. Typical. 600 people, and the thing that offended them was that the guy with the fire wasn't sharing it. I read that whole exchange twice and learned more about my new neighbors than any guide could have taught me. Here's what nobody in the channel could see. In Gan Hao's room, under the bed, there was a thin man kneeling, glasses with one lens cracked through. He'd missed his quota. Public opinion can be packaged and manipulated, Gan Hao said, to the room, to nobody, rolling his pebble. Don't you think? The thin man said yes. Gan Hao explained patiently that the Blood Fiend Alliance was a poor shelter, and a poor shelter cannot afford to feed people who don't produce. And the thin man's hands shook, and he promised he'd make it up tomorrow. Outside the window, past the fence, there were people sitting around a fire. More than one shelter's worth of people, sitting around a fire that wasn't theirs. Li Jun put a fireball through Gan Hao's window that night. Missed, obviously, then typed, Gan Hao, don't let me see you again. I thought that was extremely brave and extremely stupid, in the order that usually gets people killed. 2 days later, Gan Hao came for me, and he did it with words, which I honestly respect more. He tagged me in the regional channel, 50 torches, free. We're all from the same region, brother. We should take care of each other. And the channel picked it up on cue, because of course it did. It's not like it's hard, you just put it in a workbench. He's got a blueprint, that's basically free money. Don't be like that, man. Then, when I still hadn't answered, came the sweetener. A position, deputy head of the Blood Fiend Alliance, 500 members and growing. I sat there in my stone house, reading a public campaign to guilt a stranger out of his inventory, and I actually laughed. Is this a kidnapping performed by a committee? I typed back exactly one message. If you want torches, buy them on the trading channel like everyone else. I don't have the time or the interest to play house with you. Blood Fiend Alliance? What third-rate outfit is this, and why does it think it's recruiting me? Then I closed the regional channel and did not open it again for a week. 11 seconds later, my private messages lit up. Song Yi ID 38. Eagle Eye ability, meaning he can see a bird blink at 400 meters. Lee Jun's high school classmate, and about as similar to Lee Jun as a tuning fork is to a car alarm. He had an item called a small chat group, 10 seats. Lee Jun, who could throw fire and had already killed something with teeth. Zhou Xuan, ID 2. An idiot of the highest order who had, through no skill whatsoever, landed on an open iron seam. Wu Lei, ID 8. Retired military, built like a door, sitting on coal and stone. Mei Jue, ID 5. A doctor, ability called Heart of Nature, and a rattan armor blueprint. And me. Do you have any special abilities? Song Yi asked. No, I said, nothing special, which is the single most useful sentence I have ever typed. I told them about my water, and about 2 blueprints and nothing else. And then I sold them shields at 4 iron instead of 5, and called it a gift for joining, and everybody was delighted, and nobody asked again. Never show the hand. Show the products of the hand. Speaking of which, I bought 5 snakeskins off the channel that night and went back to my furnace. Main material, small round shield. Supporting, 5 snakeskins. Success 81%. Mutation 77%, 77. I stared at that number because up until then, mutation had been a rounding error, and now it was a coin flip with extra steps. Different materials, high mutation. That was the rule I'd been missing. I ran it. Serpent skin shield, rank 1, rare, orange. 60% better parry, and plus 1 physique just for holding it. I had made a rare grade item out of garbage and lizard, so obviously I immediately did something reckless. Main material. The wasp's nest. White quality. Supporting. The elite queen's corpse, 6 ants I found under a rock, a banyan seed, and a dead butterfly. The furnace took 2 mental energy in 1 gulp, which left me with 1, and produced a lacquered box that hummed. Goo King Bee Box, Tier 2. Rare. It attracts bees. It raises a queen's rank by 1. And it has a function the system called the Bee Swarm Arena, which is 1,000 bees in a box, no food, and the last one standing becomes the queen. I had accidentally built a strategic weapon out of a dead butterfly. I also, in the same session, put a child's toy tea set into the furnace out of sheer curiosity, and got back a full wedding bedding set, blue quality, 30% better sleep. To this day, I don't know what happened there. I stopped asking. Then, I fell asleep standing up in my own workshop, because 1 mental energy is not a number a person should be walking around on. We are never doing 3 syntheses in 1 night again, I told myself. I lied, obviously, but I meant it at the time. Something knocked on my door before dawn. Not scratched, knocked. 2 heavy contacts against the wood, spaced like a person. I was at the window with the sword in my hand before I was properly awake, and the system was already writing on the air in front of me. The Hungry Leopard, rank 0, elite, skill, beast roar. It has been sealed by a mysterious power for 3 days, and it has not eaten. It found you, and it made its choice. Have you made yours? I hate that the system does this. I hate that it writes like a trailer. Then it roared, and my body stopped being mine. That's what beast roar is, not sound. A hand that reaches into your spine and holds it. I could see the animal come off the ground, I could see it coming through the window frame, and I could not move a single part of myself to do anything about it. What saved me was that I bit my tongue, not on purpose, pure animal panic. And the pain went through the paralysis like a nail through paper, and I threw myself backward off the sill about a quarter second before 400 pounds of starving cat came through where my neck had been. Otherwise, I'd have finished my career as a headless horseman. And then the leopard did something that scared me far worse than the jump. It backed out. It got its shoulders through my window, saw a room with corners in it, and it withdrew and stood out in the yard and waited. That animal was not going to fight me indoors. It had thought about the geometry. Great. Wonderful. My first real fight, and the animal is smarter than the last 3 men I'd talked to. Fine. I took the little bottle of snake venom off the shelf, and I painted my blade with it, edge to spine, slowly, while it watched me through the window. Then I opened my own front door and stepped back into the middle of the room and let it in. It came. Of course it came. It hadn't eaten in 3 days. The shield took the first strike and the shield held, because 60% parry is not a number. It's a promise. Mystic Void Blade. Art at 76% is fast, and I got 7 cuts into it in the time it took to cross the floor twice, and none of them were killing cuts, because I wasn't trying for one. It got 2 through my rattan armor, deep ones along the ribs. I felt those for a week. I wasn't fighting to win, I was fighting to wait, and about 90 seconds in, the leopard's back legs stopped agreeing with its front legs. It turned, and the turn arrived late. It went for my throat and hit the door frame. Venom is patient in a way I am not. I put it down properly, and then I sat on my own floor next to it, shaking for a while. A silver treasure chest formed in the air. First test cleared, said the system. Rating? Perfect. I'd like to see the rating for the guy who didn't bite his tongue. At sunrise, the system stopped being polite and started being administrative. Newcomer protection has ended. Seals have been lifted from animals, plants, and mutants. A fixed test will occur at the end of every month in the form of a beast siege. 27 days remain. Random trials may occur at any time. And then, at the bottom, in exactly the same font, the way you'd list a parking restriction, acid rain in 7 days. I read that line about 4 times looking for the part where it explained itself. There was no such part. The group channel filled up with everyone's first night, and it was a genuinely strange thing to read, because it read like a hunting board. Li Jun had killed a tiger. He typed it in all caps. In ancient times, there was Zhao Yun, who beat a tiger to death with his fists, he wrote. Now there is Li Jun. Zhou Xuan killed a German shepherd, which he tried to describe as a wolf for 9 messages, before Song Yi asked him if it had a collar. Song Yi killed a hyena cleanly from a distance, and mentioned it the way you'd mention the weather. Wu Lei killed a python and said only that it had been long. Mei Jue had a wolf, a young one, sick, and she said sorry about it, which tells you most of what you need to know about her. I said leopard, elite grade. Nobody typed for a bit. Out in the World Channel, it was much worse and much funnier, because the World Channel is where people go to scream in public. One message got quoted everywhere for 2 days. My arm's gone? So what? Am I supposed to cry about it? See you in 18 years. The price of medicine went through the roof and kept climbing, which is when I sold my healing potion, and I want to defend that decision because it sounds insane. I traded it for a blueprint, a backpack, 1 hide plus 2 ropes. Everyone else was buying medicine to survive the week. I bought the ability to carry things forever. And then I sold 47 shields into a market where every single person had just met an animal. 240 iron, 7 glass, the rank 2 upgrade materials in 1 afternoon, off the back of other people's worst night. The regional counter had said 997 when I arrived. That morning it said something in the low 700s. A quarter of my neighbors in 1 night, and I hadn't heard a thing. The mountains ate the sound, and the regional channel, when I finally opened it again, wasn't a channel anymore. It was a lobby with a bouncer. Every thread had a Blood Fiend Alliance member in it within a minute. Every question got answered by them first. They hadn't taken the region by force. They'd taken it by being the loudest reply. The silver chest was still sitting in my storage room, unopened, because I'd been busy having a body. I opened it, and the first thing out was 200 kilograms of flour. I sat down on the floor. Look, I'm from the north. You give a northern man 200 kilos of flour after a month of ration bars, and something happens behind his eyes. Noodles, hand-pulled noodles, steamed buns, big flat pancakes with scallion in them. I got emotional over a sack of powder, and I'm not sorry. Second item, a cultivation manual, diamond breathing method, tier 1, perfect quality. Permanently raises physique, grants immunity to charm and control effects, and an active defense called Vajra Body, which is exactly what it sounds like. Then the requirement line, minimum physique 8. I had 6. I closed the book and put it on the shelf where I could see it from the bed, which is either motivation or self-harm, depending on your school of thought. Third item, a charcoal blueprint, divine artifact, barbecue. Everybody loves barbecue. Everybody. The guru went up on the world trumpet the next day, which is a thing you can buy that pins your message at the top of the world channel for 24 hours. And Ming Hao, 721, apparently had money. The seals are off the beasts, he wrote. Lions, tigers, black bears, and also rabbits and goats. So, keep your bow. The climate is off the leash too. It's autumn where most of you are. Winter is going to be a problem. Acid rain in 7 days. Plan for famine. Nobody argued with him, which was new. I upgraded 200 wood, 200 stone, 10 iron, 2 glass, and the shell of the house went from a Leaky rank 1 to a rank 2. And then the system offered me interior finishes. Separately. Priced separately. Bedroom, living room with fireplace, kitchen, workshop, storage, bathroom, each one its own little bill. So, a standard upgrade gets you a bare concrete apartment, and if you want to actually live in it, you pay the developer. I got dropped into a survival apocalypse and found the property market waiting for me. I paid for all of it because I am weak. 200 square meters of blue-gray stone, a water tank on the roof, iron bars in the windows, a fireplace with flues running inside the walls so the whole house warms, which mattered more than I understood at the time, a kitchen with a real stove, a storage room with 2 shelves that count what you put on them. I stood in the middle of it that evening, with a fire going, and thought, this is the nicest place I've ever lived, and then I thought about why, and I went and cut more wood. Because I'd already read the requirements for rank 3. 500 wood, 500 stone, 50 iron, 20 glass, 1 defensive structure, 1 resource structure, and 1 altar. That's it. Just the word. Altar. No blueprint, no material list, no explanation. I searched the trading channel for it. I searched the World Channel archive for it. 5 billion people, and not one of them had seen an altar. That word sat in my head like a splinter for the rest of the month. Kai Hua made it through her first night. Barely, and by luck. Something old and sick came at her, and she got away. And now she couldn't go out into her own cotton field, because the field was full of things with opinions. I can't harvest, she typed. I'm sorry. I can't fill the order. Don't be sorry, I said. Do what you can do. Then I made her 5 iron javelins, because her whole build was ranged and she had been throwing rocks. She didn't answer for 4 minutes. Then she said, nobody's ever done that. I said it was a business decision, which was a lie, and she knew it was a lie, and neither of us said anything else about it. The next few days I spent turning myself into a man who could hunt, Mystic Void Blade. Art up to 88%. And then into the hills for meat, where I found a nest of oxhorn bees, which are the ones with 3 stingers, which is 2 more than a bee needs. I did not use smoke this time. I had a better idea, and by better I mean more expensive. 200 grams of honey went into the Goo King bee box as bait. Then I soaked a wad of cotton in mint oil, tied it to an arrow, and shot it into the hollow of their tree to make the nest unlivable. The first arrow missed the tree entirely. Luckily nobody saw it. The second one went in, and the swarm came boiling out into a world that smelled of mint everywhere, except one small lacquered box that smelled like heaven, and the box inhaled them. That is the only word for it. It vacuumed 8,000 wasps out of the air like a shop vac taking up sawdust. I felled the tree at my leisure and took 500 grams of honey out of it, and the chest underneath gave me 10 rations, a pair of boots, and a beekeeping manual. Not a skill book. A beekeeping manual. Paperback. There was a price sticker on the back for 9.9 yuan. I kept it. Obviously, I kept it. If the apocalypse is going to hand me a bargain bin paperback, I am going to shelve it with pride. Back at the house, I closed the box and started the arena. 8,000 of them in there, and in 24 hours, there would be 1 queen, and she'd come out a rank higher than she went in. The best thing I stole that month, I stole from 3 animals at once. I was out picking mushrooms. Red umbrella mushrooms, which look exactly as poisonous as their name, and are in fact delicious. Which is the most Ruins World thing I can tell you. I had 56 of them. Then something hit a tree about 500 meters off, and it hit it hard enough that I felt it through my boots. I went and looked, and what I found was a standoff. There was a half-rotten elm leaning over a gully, and hanging off it, high up, was a cluster of orange-red berries. Around that elm there were 3 parties, and none of them were talking. A mountain boar, 3 meters at the shoulder, and I use the word tank because there is no other word. He was ramming the crack in the trunk, methodically, once every few seconds, trying to bring the whole tree down. A lynx, up on a branch of the next tree over, waiting. And a brown eagle, riding a thermal, high, patient, not going anywhere. All 3 of them were waiting for the same thing, which was for those berries to finish ripening. Now, I had a choice here, and the choice was, leave, or be the 4th animal. I looked at the lean of that elm, I looked at where the boar was hitting it, and I worked out with what I'd like to call physics, and what was really just an unhealthy amount of time spent watching demolition videos on the internet, roughly where the crown was going to land. Then I walked 50 meters around, and I lay down in the brush at that exact spot, and I waited with 3 predators. The smell changed first. That's how they knew. The berries went ripe, and the whole gully filled with a sweetness like crushed peaches, and everything happened at once. The eagle folded and came down on the lynx and opened its back to the bone. The lynx screamed and the boar hit the trunk, and this time the trunk went. And the elm came over exactly where I'd guessed, and the crown came down across the brush 8 meters from my face. I put 2 arrows into the eagle, not to kill it, to spoil its line. Then I was up and moving, and I got my hands on the branch and broke it with everything 7 points of physique had to give, and thought, collect. 16 fruit. Orange-red mistletoe, rare grade, permanent physique, permanent mental potential, 10 per rank, maximum. Behind me, 300 kilos of very upset pig arrived. I got the shield up and over, caught him across the snout, and the impact went down my arm and into my ribs and told me things about my skeleton I had not asked to know. Then I ran, zigzagging into the thickest brush I could find because a boar is a truck and trucks hate corners. I lost the boar. I did not lose the lynx. It came out of the undergrowth on my left with its whole back laid open by the eagle, and it was faster hurt than I was healthy. So I stopped running, and I did the only thing I could think of. I took one of the fruit out and held it up where it could see. It stopped. I waved it. Slowly, then I put it back in my pocket. Its eyes went red. Every animal in that gully had been waiting a week for that smell, and I had just done the single rudest thing possible to something that hadn't eaten and was already bleeding, and it came at me on a straight line with no plan at all. Mystic Void blade art goes into a wound that's already open, like it belongs there. I finished it, and then I sat down hard, because at some point in the last 90 seconds, my forearm had cracked, and my brain had chosen not to mention it until the fighting stopped. A cracked forearm is not a wound. In Ruin's world, a cracked forearm is a retirement notice. I took a photo of it and sent it to the group doctor with the message, swollen, red, can't grip. Meiju answered in 90 seconds. Ponytail, white coat with something spilled down the front of it, the kind of face that makes strangers on trains tell her their problems. Hairline fracture, she said. Don't lift anything. Don't fight. Which for a survivor is the same sentence as don't eat. Here's what I didn't know at the time. She had exactly one bottle of water of life. Rare grade. Heals light wounds instantly, 60% on serious ones. And the only way to get another is to wait for a flower of life to bloom again, and she had no idea when that would be, or if. She sat and looked at that bottle for a while. Then she typed, I'm sending you something. I know him, she told herself. Not well. Barely at all. But I can't just sit here and watch him get eliminated. She'd been on Earth when the sky went white, and she'd been in a hospital with patients who couldn't be moved, and she'd stayed. That's the whole story. She stayed. I didn't take it for free. I sent her 6 of my 16 mistletoe fruit before she could argue. She accepted them without looking, the way you accept a coat from someone who insists. And then 20 minutes later, she looked them up and sent me a single message consisting entirely of punctuation. The water of life went in warm. Itch first, then heat that went all the way into the bone, and then I closed my fist and nothing hurt. Since my parents died, nobody had ever helped me without wanting something back. I met 2 people who did it in the same week. Then I went and spent everything I had on a wall. 1,200 wood, 2 meters high, 20 centimeters thick, all the way around, with deliberate gaps between the boards so I could see out. It ate every stick I owned and every stick I could buy, and I do not regret one splinter of it. There was one design flaw, which is that the gate only opens by lifting a beam that weighs about as much as I do, from the outside, which is impossible. So from that day on, I climbed over my own wall to get into my own house, every single day, like a burglar with a mortgage. Then the arrow tower went up. 100 wood, 100 stone, 1 iron. 1 unit of wood becomes 1 arrow, and it fires once every 30 seconds at anything hostile inside 200 meters. The trading channel's name for arrow towers is Money-Devouring Beast, and having built one, I'd like to say that's generous. And then I bought salt. 4 iron for 1 small bottle of salt. We had reached the point in the collapse of civilization where salt was a luxury good, and I paid it without blinking, along with 2 iron for a grill. And that night, I cooked leopard over charcoal in my own yard behind my own wall. First hot meal I'd cooked with my own hands since the world ended. I ate it sitting on the ground with my back against the wall. I'd like to tell you it was the best food of my life. Honestly, it was a little tough. Kaihua killed a jackal with one of my javelins. She told me about it the way you tell someone you got a promotion, and I sent her a portion of the barbecue for free, and she immediately tried to pay for it. Don't be a gullible customer, I said. We're partners. She went quiet for a bit after that. Then she sent me a Juge repeating crossbow, blue grade, 15-bolt magazine, and priced it at 1 wood. 1. She wrote, You're next to the forest. It's more dangerous over there. And I sat and looked at that for a long moment, and then I refused it and rewrote the deal. I sent her my Windchaser bow, Tier 1, 30% arrow speed, 300 meters, plus 20 arrows. For her rank 0 crossbow. I don't know how to use a bow, I told her, which was true. You have ranged abilities. It's wasted on me, which was also true and also not why I did it. 24 years on Earth, and I could count the people who'd cared what happened to me on 1 finger. And it was my mother, and she'd been dead for 11 years. I met 2 of them in the same week. I want you to hold on to that, because the next person who was nice to me was doing a job. Chung Bo, ID 96. Gold-rimmed glasses, talked like a man who'd sold something before, and his story was good. He'd joined the Blood Fiend Alliance. They took everything he had, gave him a daily quota, and now handed him rations like a foreman. He'd found a blueprint in a chest and wanted out, and nobody in the region would trade with him because everybody was afraid of Gan Hao. But you're not afraid of them, he wrote. Everyone saw what you said. The blueprint was for a deck chair, a lounger, in the apocalypse. I gave him 5 rations, a shield, and a spear for it, because 5 rations is a cheap price for a friend inside a hostile organization. And I told myself I was being clever. From that day, he reported to me every morning. Boss this, boss that. Boss, they moved 40 people last night. I mostly waved him off. I had a wall to build. Song Yi, who was the only person in that group with a functioning brain besides me, explained how the alliance actually worked, and it was elegant in the way a trap is elegant. You join, you hand over everything. They give you back one self-defense item, which they can take away for missing quota. Every member signs a contract with Ruins World itself, and the contract forbids disclosure, which is why nobody who left ever said anything useful. And you can't leave, because leaving means walking out with nothing into a world with lions in it. Cool, very cool. Meanwhile, in my workshop I was doing science. I bought garbage, deliberately. An electric toothbrush, of all things, from someone who'd found one and was baffled by it. A warm stone. Black iron wood, which is a timber with the hardness of cast iron, an ice crystal. Then I started running experiments, and here is what I learned, and it took me 3 days and one small explosion. Bolt plus 3 fangs gives you a fang armor piercing arrow, blue, fine, boring, useful. Electric toothbrush plus 5 iron gives you a bang, a room full of black smoke, and a failure notice. But the furnace ate the wreckage, and then the panel told me my talent upgrade progress had gone from 0 to 0.1%. I sat in the smoke and started laughing, because that meant the furnace was fused to me, that it grew, and that it grew off failures too. Every stupid thing I would ever do in that room was going to be worth something, and then I found the actual rule, the one everything else hangs off. No mutation means the main material gets stronger. Mutation means you get a different thing entirely. That's it. That's the whole golden finger in one line. And once I had it, I stopped gambling and started ordering. Main material, Kaihua's crossbow. Supporting, 4 ice crystals and 5 black iron wood. 85% success, 20% mutation. Ice pattern, repeating crossbow, orange, rare. 15-bolt magazine, and a skill called Frost Arrow that slows whatever it hits by half. 5 charges. That crossbow stayed in my hands for the rest of the month. The cost, though, 1 mental energy for common and fine, 2 for rare. I had 6 total. So, the rule I made and mostly kept was, never spend below 2. Because at 1, you go stupid, and at 0, you fall asleep standing up in a room full of things that want to eat you. The next day I got humbled, and it was good for me. I went out to hunt with my beautiful new rare-grade crossbow, and I came home with nothing. Nothing at all. The animals could smell me. They could smell the oil on the crossbow. I'd walk a ridgeline and see grass move 100 meters out, and by the time I got there, the grass was empty. No chests, no berries, 10 hours, 0 return. I had badly underestimated how cunning wild animals are. This is not a game where you move the mouse a few times, and the deer stands still. I got home in the dark, took a piece of charcoal, and wrote 3 things on my living room wall. 1, food, 2, clothing. Because I'd gone to price a winter coat on the trading channel out of curiosity, and found one listed at 9,999 wood, which is not a price, that's a man saying no. 3, water. Because in 4 days, it was going to rain acid on the river I drink from. Sai Hua found a coat blueprint that week. Premium padded cotton, the real thing, the kind that makes you look like a duvet with legs. She sent me 2 complete sets. 2. Then, since we were both suddenly in the outerwear business, we sat down and worked out how to make money in a famine. Sell very little, sell it high, and spend every unit we earn buying raw cotton before anyone else works out. That winter is a product. I've had worse business partners in the old world, and they had MBAs. She joined the group that week, so the roster became 6. Song Yi was making water filters. Wu Lei was making leg traps at 2 iron apiece, and I bought 5, because a trap works while you sleep and I do not. And I ate a premium-grade steak that night off the boar and felt something change in my chest and looked at my panel and understood the actual design of this world. Good meat raises physique. Ruins World wants us to fight. Scavenging keeps you alive. Only killing makes you stronger. That's the whole economy, and everybody complaining in world chat about unfair drops had missed it. The bee arena finished the same night. Out of 8,000 there was one, and she was not a wasp anymore. Horned Bee Queen. Tier 1, leader grade, paralytic venom, and 60% better swarm control. The system laid out the grading for me while I stared at her. Common, elite, boss, hero, and above that, lord. And then it offered me 3 evolution paths for the swarm: combat, logistics, reconnaissance. Everyone would have taken combat. 1,000 elite wasps with paralytic venom is an army. I took reconnaissance. Because I just spent an entire day walking in circles being outsmarted by deer, and what I needed was not 1,000 tiny soldiers. What I needed was eyes. That decision won me the month. I want that on the record before it pays off, so, I meant it. The rest of that evening was the furnace, and the furnace was on a run. I made the backpack first. Hide plus 2 ropes, 2 cubic meters inside, and everything you put in it compresses. I put a whole boar in a bag. Then, bolt, wood, warm stone, charcoal. Out came an explosive stone. Blast radius 1.5 meters. A grenade, in other words, made of firewood and a rock. I ran the exact same recipe again and got an exploding flash stone, which is a stun grenade, and which the description said also grants +1 to exorcising evil spirits. Are there ghosts in Ruins World? Hello? Anyone? Nobody answered, which I chose to find comforting. Then, rattan armor, black iron wood, iron, warm stone. And what came out was not armor at all. It was a seed, fire poison thorn vine, tier 1, premium, requires a blood bond, and last, a raincoat, the lynx hide, black iron wood, ice crystal, and I got a cat print combat suit, water repellent, which I put on and immediately regretted, because I looked like a man cosplaying as a lynx at a convention nobody had organized. I wore it anyway. In 4 days it was going to rain acid, and vanity is a peacetime hobby. Then I bought a wooden tub for 5 wood, and had the first hot bath of my life in this world. Soap, incidentally, was going for 300 iron. 300. I did not buy soap. I sat in hot water in a stone house with a fire in the wall and thought, with real satisfaction, that not half the survivors alive could do this tonight. Day 6. The system added a weather panel, which was thoughtful of it, and which counted down to the acid rain in a font I came to hate. I planted the vine seed by the gate and cut my hand for it, and the second the blood went in, the seed spoke, not in words, in wanting. It wanted soil, it wanted water, it wanted down, and I could feel all 3 of those things like they were my own hunger. I put it in the ground, and it gripped. That afternoon, the swarm found something in the grass and showed it to me, and what it showed me was a white mouse the size of my fist, lying on its back with its legs in the air, doing the world's worst impression of a corpse. I picked it up. It kept holding the pose. Then it started shaking. Mutant mouse. Rank 0. Elite. Attribute. Good luck. Good luck. Just that. A rodent with a stat line that says the universe likes it. You're with me now, I told it. Let's call you Little Frosty. That mouse would go on to be the single most arrogant creature in my entire territory. And I say that having later met a dragon-blooded warlord. The zebras were the first time I fought like an army instead of a man. 3 of them at the riverbank, 200 meters out, in open grass with no approach whatsoever. On foot, I'd have gotten within 80 meters and watched 3 tails leave, so I sent the swarm around behind them and gave one order: drive. 1,000 wasps came out of the grass on their far side and went for the noses, and 3 zebras did exactly what any animal does when its face is on fire, which is run in a straight line away from the pain. Straight into me. Frost Arrow took the legs out from under the first 2. Bolts into the heads finished it. The third one got 20 meters past me before the paralytic caught up with her. 24 blue-grade steaks, 3 hides, 3 bones, and the chest gave me pajamas, a jar of vitamins, and a saddle with reins. A saddle with reins. I don't have a horse. Nobody in this world has a horse. I put the saddle on my storage shelf and looked at it every day for a week like it had insulted my family. The second swarm was a heist. I found a hive in the deep woods with a radius of half a meter, and it was Chinese honeybees, tens of thousands of them, and their stings couldn't get through my ridiculous cat suit. So I set the box down with 500 grams of honey in it and let the wasps screen me, and I hoovered up everything on the outside of the hive. And then, because I had become a worse person, I sent the swarm inside to kill the queen. 100,000 bees came out of that tree with nowhere to be, and the box took all of them. 12 caddies of honey, premium grade, and premium honey permanently raises spirit and perception, which meant I had just found a way to buy more syntheses per day with sugar. 1 caddy of royal jelly, which has a 30% chance of permanently upgrading the quality of an entire swarm, and 300 eggs. I walked home through the fog with 100,000 stolen bees in a lacquered box and a mouse in my coat pocket, feeling like the richest man in the province. And about 400 meters from my own gate, I found the furrow, 80 centimeters wide, pressed flat, going across the trail and off into the trees. I know what makes a furrow like that. Everybody knows what makes a furrow like that. I did the detection anyway because I am an idiot. Mutant python, rank 0, Lord grade, plus 50% lethality on constriction. Skill, serpentine charge. 1 step below tier 1, 10 meters of it at least. Scales the size of my palm. We can't beat that, I told the mouse in my pocket out loud, very calmly. We absolutely cannot beat that. I backed up. I did not turn around. I backed up all the way into the tree line with sweat going down my spine in a cold line, and I got clear. And when I was almost out of sight, the python's head came up out of the grass, and it looked, with perfect precision, at the exact patch of brush I had been hiding in, not where I was, where I had been. I thought about that for weeks. Remember it. Because that snake is going to come back, and when it does, it is going to come back for me personally. The rest of that evening was small, and it changed everything. A bird's nest in a tree gave me 3 eggs and a chest, and the chest gave me 2 things. An underwater breathing item, which I filed under interesting, and a bottle of plant growth solution. Cuts the growth time of anything below tier 1 in half. I poured the entire bottle on the vine. The whole bottle, all at once, no measuring, because I have never in my life read a dosage instruction, and I was not about to start during an apocalypse. By morning, it had eaten half my fence. And the last thing in the chest was a blueprint, and the blueprint said, can be used to make toilet paper, and then, in case there was any ambiguity, and can only be used to make toilet paper. My reaction, and I am not proud of it, was disappointment. I showed it to the group as a joke. Zhou Xuan was crushed. That's not an equipment blueprint, he wrote, with the specific outrage of a man who has been let down by loot. Song Yi, who grew up rich and had spent 1 week not being rich, typed, there is a huge market for this. And then, after a pause, I have really had enough these past few days. Li Jun said, and I'm quoting, my butt is about to burst. And then the private messages started, because both women in that group were far too dignified to say it in the main channel, and both of them said it within 4 minutes of each other. I sold 10 sheets each at cost. Just cost. I want to be remembered as a man of the people. 6 weeks later, that blueprint was making me more money per day than every weapon I ever built. Sometimes the divine artifact is a paper towel. Mei Jue showed off that night too. She'd pulled a nursery out of a chest, a resource structure, an actual named buildable resource structure, one of the 3 things standing between me and Shelter Rank 3. I said congratulations. I meant it. I was also, and I'd like to be honest here, eaten alive with envy for about 6 hours. She sells antidotes at 150 stone now, by the way, and she is not sorry. And then Wu Lei dropped a line in the group that ended the evening. The wolf pack near him had a leader. 2 days ago, that leader was a common grade animal. He'd checked it again today. It was elite now. The beasts were leveling up too. Nobody had told us that. Nobody was going to. I spent the next morning proving a boring rule, and boring rules are how you get rich. Same materials, same recipe, run twice. Sometimes you get the identical item, sometimes you get a reinforced main material, never nothing, never a surprise from a different family, which meant explosive stones could go on a production line. I made a lot of explosive stones. That fact will become relevant. Day 7, I took my revenge on the pig. By then the vine had covered half my house front, and it had a nameplate of its own. Fire Poison Thorn Vine, rank 0, Lord Grade, fire and poison plus 50%. And a skill listed as mutation and evolution, which is a genuinely unnerving thing to read on your own garden wall. The thorns pointed outward. It grabbed things. Then it injected them with burning venom. Whoever runs into this hedge dies. That's not a boast. That's a spec sheet. The market picked that week to collapse under me, incidentally. Every alliance in the world dumped shields at once, and the price fell off a cliff. I dropped mine from 20 wood to 12, sold the stock, and got out of shields entirely. Then I went pig hunting. The swarm found his den first. A cave, 3 meters by 4, and I could hear him snoring from outside. Here's the plan I ran, and I'm still a little proud of it. The queen went in alone. She flew into a cave containing 300 kilos of sleeping mountain boar, and she put a paralytic sting into the side of his neck, which cost her one of her 3 stingers, and which she did without hesitating, because I asked her to. Then 2 explosive stones into his face while he was still deciding whether to be awake. Then a magazine of bolts into the ruin of his head. Then, when he still would not stop moving, I put the Tangdao point first into his skull and hammered it home with the flat of my shield like a man driving a fence post. Silver battle chest, 25 blue stakes, 5 orange grade hides, 10 bones, 2 tusks. And the tip of my Tangdao snapped clean off, which felt like a fair trade for the skull of a tank. One of Wu Lei's leg traps had caught a pheasant while I was out, so I came home and started a chicken coop against the vine, which is the single most domestic sentence in this entire story. The silver chest, when I finally opened it, was the one that changed my map. A premium medical kit first. Then, geothermal hot spring, tier 1, rare. 50% faster recovery, and once a week it produces a single drop of something called spirit spring milk, which the description described in the tone people use for miracles. A resource structure, in my hands. And then, training ground. Tier 1, rare. 50% better concentration, 50% less damage taken while training. 1,000 stone, 1,000 wood, 200 iron. Defensive structure, check. Resource structure, check. Still no altar. I want to tell you why the shield market crashed, because I learned it the expensive way, and it's the most useful thing anyone taught me that month. The big alliances, the real ones, Hua Alliance and Mei Alliance and the others, have analysts. Actual people whose actual job is to sit and read the trading channel around the clock. They saw shields moving. They found the people holding shield blueprints. They bought them out or paid them off, and they flooded the market inside 48 hours. I wasn't beaten by a better product. I was beaten by an org chart. That same research, though, told me something the analysts hadn't thought to hide. There are scrolls. Shelter building expansion. Scroll which adds up to 3 extra properties to a structure. Put one on a workshop, and your production speed changes shape. Building upgrade scrolls, building quality scrolls, and a taming scroll. I bought the taming scroll for 390 wood, which hurt, and I did not use it on anything dangerous. I used it on the mouse, not by force. I am not going to wrestle a rodent, I have my dignity. I put a saucer of honey water down on the floor, and I sat back, and I waited until little Frosty had committed his entire face to it, and then I quietly triggered the scroll. Congratulations on successfully taming the white mouse. From that moment I could feel what he felt, which at that specific instant was betrayal followed immediately by more honey. And his intelligence would keep growing from there, which is a sentence I would come to regret. Meanwhile, Chungbo was closing. Boss, he wrote, they're going to make an example of me. They're going to do it publicly. Then he sent me a description of an item he had apparently found, a teleportation portal, single use. Marks a point, then takes you back to it. I told him to set traps. I offered him a crossbow. Come here, he wrote. Come to me. 2 on 2, we can take them. And I want you to see what I could not see, which was the room he was typing that from. Chungbo turned around in his chair with a smile already on his face and said, Boss. Liu Fan nearly bit. 2 more rounds of begging, and I'll sell him a hearthstone. Tell him I paid 3 times market for it, and bring him right in. There was a man in the good chair, black uniform with the seams under stress. 2 girls sitting at his feet, not talking. 4 Eyes, the man said. This Liu Fan has a lot of supplies. You promised me you'd bring him. He rolled a pebble across his knuckles. If you fail, I won't punish you, but the people outside will have nothing to eat. I don't know whether they'll blame you or not. Chungbo said he understood. Back at my house, blissfully unaware, I was doing something ridiculous with a saddle. Main material, the useless saddle from the zebra chest. Supporting, 8 bones. Bone reins, premium. Summons a skeletal horse, 2 hours, once per day. Skill, charge, plus 100% movement speed with a chance to stun. I rode it around my own yard for 40 minutes at 2 in the morning, a man riding a skeleton horse in the dark behind a wall of poisonous fire vines. If anyone had been watching, they'd have had to seriously consider whether I was still a person. Day 8. The fog came in and never really left. Thicker every morning, and the animals inside it were meaner and dropped better, which told me the fog wasn't weather. The fog was a difficulty setting. I built the training ground behind the house, plum blossom posts, a wooden dummy, a weapon rack. I tested the rack immediately by trying to walk a spear off it, and the spear turned to sand in my hand about a meter past the boundary line. No loopholes. Fine. Worth trying. Then I built the hot spring, and I collected the first drop of spirit spring milk before the steam had even settled, like a man catching rain in a cup during a drought. And I took the Chinese bee queen up to tier 1, rare, and sent that whole hive down the logistics path. Honey, wax, eggs, and 100,000 workers that never fight and never stop. The Goo King bee box, incidentally, only fully activates on 3 swarms. I had 2. The next morning, I stepped onto the training ground and lost an hour. That's what 50% concentration does. I went in to work on the sword, and came out of it with the light different, and my shirt wringing wet and no memory of the middle part at all. The old books call it the state of no self. I called it the best thing I'd ever bought. Physique 7. Mystic Void Blade. Art up to 27%. Mastery, which is a different scale than proficient and much harder to move. I caught my reflection in the water tank afterwards and did not immediately recognize the man in it. Shoulders, a neck. He stood differently. 6 months earlier, that man could not carry 2 bags of groceries up 4 flights of stairs without stopping on the landing to have a philosophical moment. Mastery at major achievement gives +2, physique. 7 + 2 is 9. The diamond breathing method needs 8. I could see the whole staircase from where I was standing, and it made me hungry in a way food doesn't fix. Then, I went south for 3 hours, further than I'd ever gone, into the far forest. I found hemlock there, fine grade, which is bow timber, and I marked the spot on my map like a man laying claim to an oil field. And then I sat down in a tree to watch a murder, a wolf, alone, running from 2 hyenas. It had already lost. It was just doing the part where you keep moving anyway. A one-sided fight isn't very interesting, I said to nobody, in a tree. And I put a frost arrow into the leading hyena, halved its speed. Nothing more. Just enough that the wolf, which was running out of ideas, suddenly discovered that the thing chasing it was slower than it was. The wolf turned around and did what wolves do to something that can't get away. And then, I shot the winner out of the tree, while it was still catching its breath. 5 wolf meat, 6 hyena meat, fangs, hides, and 3 chests, for the price of 1 arrow and a small amount of my own character. On the way back, I found 58 mutant agrimony, premium grade, growing wild in a ditch, plus 5 seeds. Is this what it feels like to bend down and pick up money? Because I'd like to do it again. I rode home on a skeleton horse through the fog with my coat full of medicinal herbs, and I have never in my life felt more like a man getting away with something. The chest that night had a down quilt, thermal underwear, a hat, plastic glass, canned food, and winter wheat seeds. Premium grade, prolific. I held those in my hand for a long time. With these, if I don't do anything stupid, I never have to worry about food again. Not this winter, not next year, never. I sent the agrimony to Mei Shui and asked what it was worth. She came back fast. 58 of these makes 8 bottles of water of life and 6 antidotes. 8, she had been rationing 1. Take 2 bottles, I said. The rest come back to me. And then she went quiet. Then she said, hold on, and I could see her typing and stopping and typing again. What she was doing, I found out later, was frantically pricing a contract scroll on the trading channel so we could sign something official before she touched materials worth that much. No need for a contract, I typed. I trust you. She didn't sleep that night. She brewed the entire batch in one go, standing up, all of it. And by morning, her spirit had climbed to 9, and there were 8 bottles on her table, and she'd taken exactly the 2 I'd told her to. I want to say that was a nice moment and leave it there. But there's a thing I keep turning over. Trust cost me nothing that night, and it bought me a doctor for the rest of my life. Meanwhile, Chung Bo was turning the pressure up daily, and something about it had started to itch. I couldn't name it. Every message was reasonable. Every message was a little more urgent than the last. And there was a shape underneath them that my brain kept almost seeing and losing. I didn't catch it. I want to be honest, I did not catch it. But I did think, one evening, standing at my gate, looking at my beautiful wall and my beautiful arrow tower, none of this stops a teleport. A fence stops a thing that walks. A tower shoots a thing that approaches. Neither of them does anything at all about a man who simply appears in my living room. So I started thinking about interior defense, which is the only reason any of this ended the way it did. That night, in my sleep, I half heard a scream. I want to describe what happened in my yard while I was unconscious, because I only pieced it together much later. 2 vines went out over the wall, slowly, and came back dragging something man-shaped. Several thinner ones went into it like fingers into dough. And then there was a soft sound, the sound of a straw at the bottom of a glass. And then there was nothing at all. I slept through it, and in the morning I made pancakes. Day 9, the fog dropped visibility under 50 meters, and I stayed home and trained to 42% mastery. And then the system made its longest announcement yet, and every line of it mattered. Tomorrow is the last day of preparation. The acid rain will last 3 days. Rewards will be issued based on results, and the highest reward is a golden chest. Assessment is on 4 axes: shelter security, shelter comfort, quantity and variety of items, personal strength. Flora and fauna will evolve and undergo demonization. And the merit shop will open. How to obtain merit, you'll have to work out for yourselves. I read Axis 2 about 9 times. Comfort. They were going to grade 5 billion terrified people on whether their houses were nice. Out in the World Channel, an actual disaster management professional was screaming into the void. And he wasn't screaming about the acid. Flooding, he wrote. 3 days of continuous rainfall on unprepared terrain. Mudslides, landslides, water where you sleep. I went outside and looked up at the mountain I had very cleverly built my house at the foot of. If a slide comes down that, I don't get eaten. I get buried alive with a hot spring. So, while every other person in region 1992620 was reading guides about acid, I did 2 things. The first was dig. The second was shop. Because everybody was going to spend the next 24 hours panic buying acid protection, which meant nobody was watching the furniture. I bought a wardrobe, bedside tables, lamps, a spice set, which I negotiated down from 20 portions of food to 15 and felt magnificent about. Shampoo. Soap, finally, at a price that no longer made me angry. Comfort is an assessment axis. Comfort is a scoring category. And it was still priced like a hobby. 2 hours later, the market caught up, and comfort goods went vertical, and I was already out. And then I noticed the thing running the other way. While every domestic item on the channel was inflating, premium raw materials were getting cheaper, because everybody was liquidating their crafting stock to buy blankets. I bought 510 units of cold iron ore for 14,000 wood. Where did 14,000 wood come from, you ask? Toilet paper. 7,000 rolls at 3 wood each in a single evening, into a market where 5 billion people had just been told they were being scored on comfort and were also, individually, having the worst week of their lives. Is there anything on this earth that improves comfort more efficiently than toilet paper? Say it. Name it. I'll wait. And then I took all that ore and got to work, and this was the best night the furnace ever had. Ironwood armor-piercing arrows, twice over, with knockback. Backpack plus black ironwood plus ice crystal gave me a sky blue food storage box, a 4 cubic meter refrigerator, in a world with no electricity. Tracksuit plus 4 blue hides plus 5 warm stones gave me Starfire leather armor, premium. Skill, physique burst. Plus 5 s physique for 5 minutes. 5 charges, and once they're gone forever. 5 minutes of being a tier 1 creature, 5 times in my life. I did not use one of those lightly, and rattan armor plus vine thorns plus ice plus wood gave me a seed the system labeled Frosty Gourd, properties unknown. Unknown. It just said, unknown. I planted it anyway because that is who I am. Day 10, the fog was so thick I couldn't see my own fence from my own door. Meijue finally told me what her ability actually does, and it's not a healing ability at all. Heart of nature. She can feel what a plant needs. She speeds growth. She raises quality. And she offered me a deal. Give me your seeds, I'll grow them. You take 90% of the first harvest. 90. She opened it 90% in my favor, and I had to talk her up, which is the least efficient negotiation I have ever conducted. I sent her everything. The winter wheat, the agrimony seeds, all of it. She sent the frosty gourd back. That one grows anywhere cold, she said. Keep it. You'll want it. Then I made a shovel. Regular shovel, 5 cold iron, 3 black iron wood. 90% success, 10% mutation. Cold iron shovel, rare grade. 50% less fatigue, and it softens the soil ahead of the blade. Finally, a rare grade item. And it's a shovel, but it also taught me the last rule I needed. Uniform, high-quality supporting materials mean a very high success rate. Junk in, chaos out. Good iron in, good iron out. 4 hours of digging instead of 12. Drainage channels around the whole property. A berm on the mountainside. And 3 layers of wood and plastic sheeting over the chicken coop, because I had exactly 1 pheasant and I was not going to lose him to weather. Then I passed the shovel around the group like a joint. Song Yi, who had never held a shovel, complained for 40 consecutive minutes and produced a trench you could have filmed a documentary in. Zhou Xuan came back from his ditch to announce, with the delight of a man who has discovered a cheat code, that digging had raised his physique. Why would I fight, he wrote, when there is safe growth? I have thought about that sentence many times since. He's not wrong, he's also the reason he's still alive. Kai Hua said she was fine. She was not fine. Her shelter sits in a low spot, which meant 3 times the digging, and she had a fraction of my body and none of my tools. And she said she was fine because that's what she'd been trained to say since she was 6 years old. I didn't argue with her. I just sent her the shovel. Brother Liu, she wrote back, your hands are really black, aren't they? She thought I'd pulled it out of a chest. She sent me a photo of it standing in her ditch, and I have never once corrected her about where that shovel came from. I went out for water that afternoon, with 10 meters of visibility, and the queen riding above the fog where the air was clear. Something started following me about 400 meters from the river. I couldn't hear it. That's the part that gets you. Fog doesn't just take your eyes, it eats sound, and this thing was moving on wet ground in the one direction I wasn't facing. But she could see it, and through her, from 30 meters up, I had a clean overhead view of a gray shape drifting along behind my right shoulder, closing, patient. Waiting for the moment my head turned the wrong way. So, I let my head turn the wrong way. I kept walking badly like a man carrying a heavy bucket and thinking about lunch. I let my guard drop where it could see me drop it. And when it came off the ground, I was already turning into it with the sword out and up. I took its front leg off at the shoulder and opened its face on the follow-through. It didn't scream. It went backward into the fog on 3 legs, and it was gone in under 2 seconds, and I stood there dripping with the bucket still in my left hand. A lone wolf, I said out loud, relieved. I was wrong about that in almost every possible way, but it took another 3 days to find out. That night, I had my first epiphany, and it hurt. I was on the training ground under a lamp, running the 36 forms of the Mystic Void Blade art for the 900th time, and somewhere around Form 19 a thought went through me sideways. The sequence is wrong. Not wrong as in I was doing it badly. Wrong as in the sequence itself, the whole documented set, was a summary of something. And the second I finished that thought, pain went through my skull like a nail. What I was holding was a simplification. 36 forms, tidy, teachable, a beginner's edition. The original was larger and stranger, and it did not go in a straight line, and it went somewhere, and where it went was up. 15% proficiency in a single night, 66%, and a permanent low-grade irritation, because from then on, I knew there was a better version of the thing I was holding, and no way at all to get it. The rain came at 3 in the morning on day 11. Not a storm. A dump, like the sky had been holding it in. Kai Hua sent 41 messages while I slept. I read them in the morning, in order, and watching a person go from cheerful to brisk to short sentences to nothing over the course of 4 hours is not a nice thing to do with breakfast. In the World Channel, some genius went out into it on day 1 and came back to report that his skin had gone a bit red and Ruin's World had clearly exaggerated the whole thing. The guru pinned a warning. Somebody with the handle Hamilton pinned a warning. I want to note, for the historical record, that the last public health messaging of human civilization was co-authored by a man called Ming Hao 721 and a man impersonating a former American president, and that it was correct. By the afternoon, the World Channel had turned into a food blog because that's what people do. Someone posted a crab, someone posted a hot pot, someone posted an entire roast lamb on an actual spit inside a shelter during an acid storm. Somebody replied, "The gap between survivors is wider than the gap between humans and dogs." Then it turned into selfies, and I closed it. I made a flatbread, flour, water, salt, meat inside, cooked on the stove in a stone house with rain hammering the roof. Carbohydrates really can make a person happy. Write that down. On the second day, the rain eased off, and that is when it started. Zhou Xuan looked out of his window in the gray light, and there was a sheep standing in his yard. A sheep. Ordinary. Wool, legs, the whole thing, standing perfectly still about 6 meters from his door, looking directly at his window. Its eyes were red, not glowing, blood red, all the way through, no white left. He went to get his bow, and when he came back, the yard was empty. Then something hit his door. He got a hand on the bar, and the bar was cold, not cool. Cold in the way that stops your fingers working, and while he was standing there with his hand on it, something started talking in his ear. "Don't open it, you'll die. Open it, and you'll die. Don't open it." He didn't. He also didn't stay conscious. He went down in his own hallway and stayed down for most of a day, and when he woke up, there was a message waiting. Congratulations to survivor Zhou Xuan. Innate ability acquired, danger perception. That's how it works, as it turns out. If you never used an awakening stone, the will of Blue Star is still sitting in you, asleep, and it wakes up when conditions demand it. His perception went to 7. The idiot with the iron mind got a 6th sense out of being terrified into unconsciousness. There is no justice in this world, and I have made my peace with it. By evening, the Hua Alliance had a bulletin out, written by their head of external relations, a woman using the handle Nova, and it was the single most valuable document produced by anyone that week. The red eyes are small animals, changed by the rain, and they come out as it slackens. Meeting their eyes induces fear. Not metaphorically, their strength and speed are above baseline for the species. They do not feel pain. They do not stop at any injury. They stop when the head is destroyed, and in bold, at the bottom, "Do not open your door, and you will live." The people dying were the ones who'd built beautiful farms and never cleared the ground around them, the ones who'd gone out to check. "This isn't a test of strength," Nova wrote. "It's a test of nerve, caution, and observation." On day 12, people started posting about their skin. The first one got buried in the scroll, just a line, in among the food photos. "My arms have black lines on them. Has anyone else got this?" Nobody answered him. By evening, there were hundreds of them, and Song Yi had put it together. Anyone caught out in the rain gets a hidden attribute. Demonization value. Above 50%, the system revokes your survivor status. You are no longer a person as far as Ruin's world is concerned. The demonized crave 2 things: more rain and living flesh. And the only thing that slows it down is will. Not medicine, not washing, not luck. Will. I sat with that for a while, and then I did the only thing I could usefully do, which was get stronger. I had 1 mistletoe fruit left. The 10th. I ate it, and 9 fruit worth of stored energy went off at once. I went the color of a boiled crab. My heart tried to leave through my ribs. And then my body walked itself onto the training ground without asking me and started cutting. And this time, I was conscious for it, and I could feel the proficiency moving, 1% at a time, like a hand turning a dial. And at the very end, on a form I'd done 10,000 times, something came off the edge of the blade that wasn't the blade. There's a 5-centimeter groove in the stone of the mountain behind my house. I put it there from 3 meters away. Physique 8, mastery 91%, and the diamond breathing method finally opened. When I read the first page, my consciousness went somewhere else, and I was standing on a training ground in white light in front of an old monk with a white beard, and he said, "Watch my movements. 12 postures. A way of breathing that goes into the bones." And when it was finished, he said one more thing before the light took me back. "Martial arts require nourishment. Train past what your body can feed, and you will hurt yourself." I ignored that advice repeatedly, and it was always the wrong call. Somewhere in that stretch, without any conversation about it, I became the person who tells everyone else what to do. It happened over about 40 minutes. Somebody asked who should sleep when. I said pair up, 2 shelters awake at a time, rotate every 4 hours, post in this channel when you swap. And then everybody did it. There had never been a leader in that group. 6 people, no structure, no vote. And then there was one, and it was me, and nobody mentioned it. So I did what a leader has to do first, which is spend money. I gave every single one of them an explosive stone. Free, no trade, no favor, no ledger. Not because I'm generous, because a group where the strongest member sells to the weakest at market rate isn't a group, it's a shop, and shops don't hold together when something comes through the door. The red eyes reached my fence on the second night. I never saw it. What I saw the next morning was the vine looking pleased with itself, and a small area of disturbed soil at the base of the arrow tower. Because here's what my garden does now. It throws out an arm-thick vine. It takes the thing, it drains it, and then it gathers up the bone fragments, digs a hole near the tower, and buries them. Buries them! I swear to whatever is left of God that this was not the first time my hedge had eaten someone. Its evidence disposal was far too polished. That was a practiced hole. Everybody else had a worse night than me. Song Yi's eyes go black in the middle when Hawkeye is active, and a target at 100 meters becomes a 5-meter target in his head. He put one arrow into one red eye in the dark, through a gap in a shutter, and then went back to bed. Lee Jun used 2 fireballs and then spent an hour vomiting because it turns out that what a demonized goat smells like on fire is not something the human brain is willing to file. Wu Lei, whose ability is raw explosive strength, brought an axe down and split the floorboards and the thing standing on them in the same swing. Kai Hua, whose ability is high-frequency thinking, did not fight at all. She rigged a snare out of cloth and rope in her own workshop doorway, let the thing come in, and killed it while it was tangled. Zhou Xuan threw an explosive stone out through his observation and slit and blew his own front door off its hinges. He was fine. The door was not. He spent the rest of the storm sleeping behind a barricade of furniture and telling everyone it had gone according to plan. The next morning, Wu Lei posted the numbers and the group stopped joking. He gets them early because of his Hua Alliance contacts. Nearly everyone had met a red eye. A great many people had not survived meeting one. And of the demonized, 90% were now gray. Gray is what a name goes when it stops being a person. Then the World Channel updated its counter. 4 billion, 3 days ago. 3,256,821,463. Over 1 billion people in a single day. 70% of them had never even built a shelter. 30% opened a door or went out into the rain to look. I sat with that number for a long time. Anyone who can't beat their own fear gets deleted. Anyone who can't be careful gets deleted. Anyone who lies down and waits for it to be over gets deleted. That's not the system being cruel. That's just what the system is. Little Frosty came and sat on the table while I was staring at nothing. Then he went away and came back rolling a warm stone across the wood with his nose and pushed it against my hand. "Synthesize something," said the mouse, without words. "You always feel better after." He was right. He is often right. It's insufferable. Day 13. The rain stopped and the sky went the color of an old bruise, and every shelter core on the planet lifted out of the ground at once and hung there, glowing. Final trial. Round 1. Defend the core. Mine came up out of my living room floor and floated at chest height, humming, exactly as helpless and precious as an egg. And then the whole world started running. I know what it looked like elsewhere because people were still typing right up until they weren't. Demonized camels coming out of the Gobi in a line. Crocodiles walking out of a lake in Africa in a way crocodiles are not supposed to walk. Pythons out of the wetlands in Guangxi. Everything that had been out in that rain for 3 days was now awake and hungry, and it all knew exactly where the cores were. "May you all return in triumph," said the system. "Thanks. Very supportive." Mine came out of the fog at 11 o'clock in the morning, and there were 13 of them. Wolves, demonized. Black lines under the fur, red through the eyes, moving in a formation that was much too good. And out in front, half a head taller than the rest, was somebody I'd already met. The lone wolf from the fog. Missing a front leg where I'd taken it. Except it wasn't missing anymore. It had grown scales down its shoulders and along its spine. Its tail now ended in a chain of bone with a spike on it, and where the leg used to be, there was a bundle of tentacles working the ground like fingers. Rank 0. Boss grade. "Oh, it's someone I know," I said. "Say hello." Then I got up in the tower and started work. The tower fires once every 30 seconds, and it does not miss. 13 became 12, became 11. And the pack learned in about 9 seconds that spreading out was better, which is faster than most people learn things. Meanwhile, I was in the tower with the ice pattern crossbow doing the one job that mattered, which was not killing wolves. It was steering them, because the vine was already moving. I'd spent an hour that morning talking to it, if you can call it talking, pushing an idea at it until it understood the shape I wanted, and the shape I wanted was a letter. The vine came out along the ground on both sides in 2 long arms, curving, and left one gap. Frost arrows into anything that tried to go around the outside, bolts into anything that tried to hang back, and the pack, being a pack, did the thing packs do, which is funnel toward the opening in the obstacle. 11 demonized wolves went into a horseshoe of poisonous fire vine, and then the vine pulled the horseshoe closed behind them. The main stem drew itself up into a knot around its own root, which is the vine equivalent of a man covering his head. I put an ironwood armor-piercing arrow into the boss's chest, and the knockback threw him 3 meters out of the ring and onto his back. And then I dropped 3 explosive stones into the middle of the circle and jumped off the tower. There is no polite way to describe what 100 square meters of fenced yard looks like after 3 of those go off at once inside a closed ring of wolves. There was no fence anymore on that side. There was a crater. I picked splinters of my own wall out of my forearm for the next 4 days. And through the smoke, walking, came the boss. Half his face was gone. His left eye was a hole. The scales down one side had lifted off like roof tiles. He was still coming. "Sorry," I said. "Looks like I've knocked off another one of your claws." He came at me across a burning yard, and the first exchange nearly ended it. He was faster than the leopard. He was faster than anything I'd fought. The tentacles came off the ground independently of the rest of him, and I lost skin on my hip to something I never actually saw. So I burned a charge. Physique burst. +5. 5 minutes. You want to know what pseudo tier 1 feels like when you've been in 8 for all of one day? It feels like the ground has been screwed down tighter. Everything else in the world slows by about a fifth, and your own arms arrive early. I met his next jump with the shield, and I did not step back, and he went sideways into the ruin of my fence. Then I took the tentacles off. 2 cuts. Then the Tang Dao went in under his jaw and through his neck and about 6 inches into the packed earth and pinned him there. And that's when the tail came around. Bone chain, spiked tip, coming up from below and behind at exactly the height that would have ended my family line permanently. This was going to make me a eunuch. I caught it, bare hand on the shaft just under the spike, and it drove a line of fire up my palm that I can still find the scar of. Then I wound the whole tail around my forearm twice, planted my feet, and threw him. Over my own head, onto his own neck, onto the sword still standing in the ground. It broke the way a green branch breaks. 13 merit points, said the system, in the same tone it uses for everything. The vine ate all 13 wolves before I'd finished sitting down. It did not offer me any. I hadn't even got my breath back before the white light took me. Round 2. Strength decides everything. A hall, 500 meters by 500, white floor, white walls, no doors, and no ceiling I could find. And 3 things standing in the middle of it. Demon corpse, rank 0, elite, plus 50% physique. I looked at their faces, and this is the part I did not enjoy. Black lines, running from the jaw up under the eyes and into the hairline. Exactly the pattern people had been posting about their own arms 2 days before. These had been people, not people-shaped monsters. People, last week, typing in a channel about their skin. I killed them by kiting, which felt appropriately disrespectful. 500 meters is a lot of room, and they had no range to anything, so I walked backwards in a wide arc, putting 3 bolts into each head, and never once let them close. I never thought the kiting technique from games would come in useful in real life. I'd like to thank every hour I ever wasted. And then, standing alone in a white room with 3 bodies on the floor, the system offered me a deal. Advanced trial available, increased risk, increased reward. I want to explain why the offer existed at all, because I only understood it afterwards. The difficulty wasn't random. It was scaled to what I had. And what I had at that point was 6 bottles of water of life, a rare crossbow, premium armor with a burst charge, a bone horse, and a swarm. The system had looked at my inventory and decided I could afford a harder problem. I said yes, obviously. Bloodthirsty demon, rank 0, hero grade, physique doubled, skills, death howl, and something called Crimson Battle of the 8 Desolations. And underneath, in the description, one line that made the whole thing worse. Formerly, a tier 1 warrior, betrayed his faith. This wasn't a mutated animal. This was somebody who had been strong the honest way and then sold it. It was 3 meters tall, and its armor had grown into its skin. I summoned the horse. Ordinary bolts came off that armor like gravel off a car. 2 full magazines, nothing. So I stopped trying to hurt it and started trying to move it. Frost arrow into the leg, half speed, and while it was still resolving that insult, an ironwood armor-piercing arrow up under the chin. That one went in. It went down. And then it opened its mouth and used death howl, and I stopped existing for a second and a half. I found out where I had gone when I hit the floor about 9 meters away with my stomach opened up. Physique burst, second charge, spirit spring milk down the throat, a bottle of water of life over the top of it, which is when I stopped being grateful to Mei Jue and started being something closer to indebted. It came for me while I was still on one knee, and I put up Vajra body. The golden shell held the strike. And then it howled again. And this is the part that saved my life. The diamond breathing method grants immunity to charm and control, and the second death howl went through me and did nothing at all. I watched a 3-meter demon realize that its best move had stopped working. Then the bone horse, which had been circling the room like an idiot the entire fight, came back into range, and I used charge. 200% speed and a chance to stun, and today was a lucky day. It went off its feet. The queen dropped out of the air and put paralytic into the soft place inside its elbow, and I put an ice pattern armor-piercing bolt through its right eye at 4 meters. Then I did it again to be sure, and then a third time, because I am not a brave man, I am a thorough one. 10 merit points. 2 ribs cracked, both forearms full of hairline fractures, and a hole in my stomach that Meijue would later describe, professionally, as extremely unnecessary. The advanced reward was a jade tablet, Crimson Battle of the 8 Desolations. For every enemy killed, a blade of blood is born, up to 8, controlled by mental energy. I could not use one single part of it. It needs runes in the Sea of Consciousness, and it needs energy, and I had a Sea of Consciousness the size of a puddle and 0 energy attribute. So I put the ultimate technique of a fallen Tier 1 warrior on my shelf next to a 9 UN beekeeping manual and went to see what else I'd looted. The demon's armor had grown into its scales and couldn't be removed. What I actually got off the corpse of a hero-grade monster, in terms of items, was 1 perfectly ordinary ring pommel sword, 2 broken ribs, and a plain sword. Cool, very cool. Love that for me. Then the trial paid out, and I discovered that I am a bad person with good habits. First came a restoration aura, full healing, including damage you didn't know you had, old strains, microfractures, the years of sitting badly. Any normal man stands in that light for 10 seconds and walks out grateful. What I did was start running the diamond breathing method inside it. 12 postures that tear you apart from the inside if you hold them past your limit. Performed on repeat inside a field that repairs everything as fast as I could break it. Break, heal, break, heal. I went in able to hold the second posture for 30 seconds. I came out holding it for 4 minutes. The old monk in the white light had specifically told me not to do that, and he was right, and I did it anyway. Second came energy infusion, +3, distributed randomly. All 3 went into perception. 8. Blade proficiency at 97%, boosted by whatever the system counts as growth between life and death. Vajra body permanently immune to death howl, and then the rating. Perfect. 4 categories to choose a reward from: items, buildings, techniques, resources. Everyone with sense takes items. Items are now. Items keep you alive on Tuesday. I took techniques. Keng Hai Yulong visualization. Tier 3, perfect quality. Tier 3. I was a rank 0 survivor with a stone house and a mouse. And the system handed me a Tier 3 perfect grade visualization method. The description said it was the surviving memory of a fallen first dragon god, and that it had 3 stages: serpent, dragon, divine dragon. I read it, and then I found out what happens when you put something that used to be a god inside the head of a nobody. The Sea of Consciousness is supposed to be a quiet place. Mine was a small gray lake, mostly dry, with mist over it. Peaceful, sad, but peaceful. The dragon came into it like a train into a bus shelter. It filled the sky of my own head, and it churned that little lake into a storm, and I understood what it wanted without a single word being said, because contempt does not need language. It wanted a different owner, the pride of a dragon. God does not bend to a rank 0 mortal, and it was going to remodel the property until it got one. I was on my knees on my own floor with a nosebleed I had not noticed starting, and I could not do a single thing about it because you cannot punch something that is inside your own skull, and then the furnace turned up. I want to describe this correctly because it is the funniest thing that has ever happened to me. The synthesis furnace appeared underneath the dragon as a dot, a speck, a grain of rice under a storm front, and I felt, coming off it, the exact emotional register of a landlord. Not anger, not fear, something much worse. The calm irritation of an entity that has decided the tenant is being difficult, and that the tenant is now trying to knock down a load-bearing wall. The dot rotated, the mouth of it opened, and it inhaled the dragon. All of it, head first, in one motion, like a drain taking a bathtub. The storm went with it. The lake went flat. And then there was silence in my own head for the first time in a minute and a half. And I lay on my back on the floor of my own workshop, breathing while my talent quietly digested a god. What I got, once the furnace was finished, was a forcibly integrated visualization diagram. Rank 0. A dragon egg. But why is the integrated visualization diagram an egg? Nobody answered me. Nobody ever answers me. It came with a condition attached, and the condition mattered more than anything else in that chest. When I break through to Tier 1, I have to do it through spirit or perception, not physique. Take the physique route and the egg never opens, and the dragon stops there, and I will have eaten a god for nothing. Spirit 7. I went outside to get air and found out my fence had been promoted. The whole front of the house was black, not burnt, Black the way lacquer is black, with darker patterns moving under the surface where the fire lives. Magic fire thorns, rank 0, hero grade. Magic fire, which does not go out in water, and which uses flesh as fuel, mutation evolution, life drain. 3 days of abyssal energy coming down as rain, plus 12 demonized wolves eaten in a single afternoon. And my garden had grown up. Its intelligence had jumped too. It put a vine tip against my cheek, carefully, the way a cat does when it wants credit. Little vine, I said, I'm beginning to think you're the real head of this household. It did not disagree. The group compared results that night, and the spread told you everything about how the world was going to sort itself out. Golden chest and 3 attributes. Me, Li Jun, Wu Lei. Silver, and 2, Song Yi, Mei Jue, Kai Hua. Bronze and 1, Zhou Xuan in last place. And delighted about it, because last place means alive. Li Jun had taken an advanced trial too. He came out of his with a flame demon bloodline and a new personal problem, which is that he now has a nightmare every single night. He described them in the group with a cheerfulness I found alarming. Last night, I was cutting somebody, he wrote. Night before, somebody else. Everyone changed the subject. And every surviving human being on Earth got a cultivation technique out of their chest, which meant that within 4 hours, the trading channel was drowning in basic blade arts, basic sword arts, iron shirt, bagua palm, 500 variations of the same 8 moves. I gave the group 2 pieces of advice that night, and they are the only 2 pieces of advice I have ever given that were worth money. 1. Energy fruits and buildings raise your proficiency faster than practice does. Buy buildings. 2, and this is the one nobody was talking about. When you break through to Tier 1, your main attribute gets a baptism of spiritual energy. Pick a technique that matches the attribute you're actually going to lead with, or you will do everything right for a month and hit a wall you can't see. They all said thank you. 2 of them actually listened. Then I went shopping and I want to defend my next purchase. I bought a monster illustrated handbook. Drip a monster's blood on it. Get its attributes. It's strictly worse than the detection function I already had, which is why nobody wanted it, which is why I got it at a blind auction for 2 cold and flu tablets. I did not buy it for the function. I bought it because I couldn't tear it. I tried. 8 physique and both hands and it didn't crease. A book that cannot be destroyed is not a book. It's a main material. 2 other purchases, both for later. A basement blueprint, which I won by bidding it up to 2,000 wood before an alliance buyer could get in, and 620 demonized soybeans, tier 1 premium, for 1 caddy of flour. Some farmer had left his crop out during the rain and come back to a field of beans you cannot eat and cannot plant. To him, they were a total loss. To me, they were 620 units of concentrated demonic energy, and I bought the lot and put them in a locked box, specifically away from the mouse. And then I found the law that made everything else possible. 1 main material plus 9 identical supporting materials. 90% success, 9% mutation. 10 ordinary iron blocks in, 1 refined iron out. Premium grade, which means 10 premium in gets you 1 rare. Which means the ladder has no top, it just has a price. I tested it on the beans because of course I did. 1 bean plus 90 beans. Demonized soybean. Rare. Plus 60% demonic energy. Attracts demonic creatures, and feeding 1 to an ordinary creature turns it into a tier 1 demon on the spot. So, the furnace doesn't purify demonization. It concentrates it. I sat looking at that little black bean in my palm for a long time, thinking about the 10 mistletoe fruit I had eaten one at a time, like a man eating grapes when I could have made 1 perfect one. I've made worse mistakes, but that one still visits me. Little Frosty found the beans about an hour later, because of course he did. I came around the corner, and there was a mouse with good luck as a stat attribute, up on his back legs, front paws out, 3 centimeters from a black bean that turns ordinary creatures into tier 1 demons. You see, I have never moved faster. Not against the leopard, not against the wolf boss. I grabbed the mouse in one hand and the bean in the other, and then I sat him on the table and lectured him for a solid 5 minutes. You eat that, I told him, and you lose all your fur. You'll come out covered in lumps. You'll have tentacles. And every other mouse in this province is going to look at you and say, "Look at that. What an ugly white mouse." He listened to all of it with his ears flat. He understood, roughly, about as much as a 2-year-old child, which is exactly enough to understand that he was in trouble, and not enough to understand why. Then I made a whip, same formula as the frost gourd, but with a length of magic fire vine as the main material, and what came out was alive. Demon fire vine, whip, elite grade. Somewhere between plant and animal, parasitizes trees, casts magic fire. I do not know how to use a whip, so I took it outside and gave it to the hedge to look after, and the whip went across the yard toward the vine at speed, and with what I can only describe as enthusiasm. That decision came back to haunt me within the week, and then the trial closed, and the system did its arithmetic in public. Survivors remaining, 2,739,546,282. 10 days. Nearly 40% of 5 billion. And in the same breath, without so much as a paragraph break, winter is approaching. Extreme cold trial, 3 months, day 30, monthly test, monster siege. The merit shop is now open, 3 months of cold, a siege at the end of the month, and a store. That's the whole future, laid out in 3 lines, by something that does not care whether you read it. I finished in the top 10,000 of the global ranking, out of 2.5 billion, 10 merit points, a second golden chest, and something the system clearly considered a prize. A golden name, 7 days, meaning that, for 1 week, in every channel on Earth, my ID renders in gold. I would like to formally register that this is a punishment. How am I supposed to hunt for bargains now? How am I supposed to play the pig to eat the tiger when my name has a spotlight on it in every room I walk into? Within 90 seconds, my private messages had 411 unread. Alliances, recruiters. A man offering to be my sworn brother. 3 separate people offering to sell me maps of my own region. And a photograph from a woman I had never spoken to, in clothing that had clearly been distressed on purpose, with the caption, "I have nothing left but myself." I set every channel to do not disturb except 6 people. That was the day the world learned my name, and I want you to remember that it learned my name before it learned anything true about me, because everything that comes later is downstream of that. 2 golden chests on the floor of my workshop, and a mouse insisting on putting a paw on each one before I open them. Fine, sure, good luck is a stat. Who am I to argue with a stat? The first thing out was a blueprint, and when I read the title, I actually had to sit down on the edge of the workbench. Alter, the word that had been sitting in my head like a splinter for 2 weeks, the requirement nobody in the world could satisfy. The thing 5 billion people had searched for and not found. It was in the chest. It had always been in the chest. You just had to finish in the top 10,000. It came bundled with a skill called Heavenly Eye, which gives you a 500-meter overhead view of your own ground. And I want to point out that a skill like that would have been the highlight of any other week. Second, a suit of armor, standing up with nobody in it. Ghost Armor Guardian, Tier 1, Blood Bond, self-repairing. There was red fire moving behind the eye slit of the helmet, and when I cut my thumb and touched the breastplate, it went down on one knee and said, in a voice like a door in a cellar, "Master, please give the order." I named him Number 0. Not out of poetry, out of realism. Because I had every intention of one day having a number 8. Third, a practice room blueprint. Tier 1, rare. Adjustable gravity up to 10 times, and it collects ambient spiritual energy. Fourth, no kung fu leg technique. Tier 1, rare, plus 60% movement speed. Fifth, a handgun. Tier 1, rare, plus 3 energy, and it scours out your meridians. With a warning attached, can only be eaten at the peak of rank 0 or a tier 1, and if you eat it earlier, your body comes apart. And sixth, a pair of gloves, spider silk gloves. Tier 1, rare. Produces silk with a 10-ton load rating, and the flavor text described the wearer as a city wanderer. You think I don't know who you're cosplaying just because you didn't say it out loud? I put them on immediately. Obviously, I put them on immediately. Day 14, I built the basement, and I put the altar in it, down where nothing can reach it, behind stone, under the house. Because I'd read the fine print by then, as long as the altar stands, the shelter stands. Break the altar, and everything above it is just a pile of nice rocks. Then I upgraded. Shelter rank 3. Stone fortress. 2 floors. 300 square meters per floor. And, for the first time, free planning, which is to say the system handed me a floor plan and a set of walls and told me to lay out my own life. I put a living room at the front and a kitchen behind it and a dining room off the kitchen. I put storage and a workshop on the ground floor where the heavy things go. And then I built a room with no other purpose than the furnace, and I stood in the doorway of it for a while. Upstairs, a study, a training room, and 4 bedrooms with balconies. 4 bedrooms. I want to be honest with you about the moment I laid out 4 bedrooms in a house I lived in alone with a mouse. I didn't think about it at the time. I just built them. The workbench went to rank 3, which means 3 simultaneous jobs and manual quality finishing. And I have never once had the time to do manual quality finishing. Then I read the requirements for rank 4. 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 1,000 iron, 200 glass, 5,000 food, 2 natural resources within 5 kilometers, a personal tier 1, and a Lord token. I looked up Lord token the way I'd looked up altar, nothing. Not a listing, not a rumor, not one line in the archive. Great. Same splinter, new finger. And then, In the middle of all this triumph, I discovered that I had excavated a basement under the entire footprint of the building, which meant there was no ground under the ground floor, which meant that neither toilet in my brand new 300 square meter fortress worked on either floor at all. I stood in a marble bathroom in the finest structure in my region and understood that I needed a septic tank. Going outside to deal with this, in this weather, with the things that are out there now, could actually kill me. That is not a joke. That is a genuine assessment of the risk profile. I went outside the wall the next morning for the first time since the rain, and the world was gone. Every blade of grass, dead. The forest, dead. Gray-black ash to the ankle in every direction, and the wind pushing it into long, slow waves like water. You know who actually got destroyed by the acid rain? Not us. The plants. I stood in it doing arithmetic I did not enjoy. If every plant on Earth ends up like this, the food chain doesn't wobble. It goes. Then I used a demonic creature scanning scroll. 5 merit points, 5-kilometer radius, 12 hours. And a map came up in my head with red dots on it. And the size of the dot is the strength of the thing. The first one was a demonized prairie fox, and I killed it with a lure. Here's the lure. A hollow metal ball made to order by a guy in my region whose talent is shaping metal, with one demonized soybean sealed inside it. Every demonic creature within a kilometer wants that ball more than it wants anything else in the world, including its own survival. You set it down. You go and lie somewhere with a crossbow. You wait about 4 minutes. I want to note one thing I learned off that fox because it mattered later. Demonic creatures drop no meat. Nothing edible at all. You kill them for merit and materials and the privilege of not being eaten. The best hunt of that week was ants. There was a cluster of dots on the map so dense it read as one big dot. And when I got close enough, I found out why. Demonized black ants, the size of my thumb under the ash, in numbers I did not want to estimate. And here's the problem with ants. Killing one ant gets you 0 merit. The system counts the colony, and it only pays when the colony stops existing. And you cannot dig them out, because there is no bottom. So I went fishing. I drove a post into the ground. I laid a flat stone slab down beside it. I heaped the slab with dry branches. Then I climbed the post with a fishing rod, and I hung the metal ball with the bean inside it in the air, 1 meter above the slab. The ash moved. Then the slab went black, and then the black got deeper, layer on layer of them climbing over each other to get up to the smell. I lit it. Then I spent the next 30 minutes doing the actual work, which was fishing, swinging that ball back and forth over the fire, low and slow, so that every ant that broke out of the burning pile turned around and ran back into it. Half an hour of standing on a post over a bonfire full of insects, with the wind changing, and the smell of the whole thing was roasting meat. I am never going to be able to look at a barbecue the same way. I want that on my medical file. 10 merit points and a bronze chest. 2 days later, 2 dots on the map merged, which meant a war, and I went to watch. Demonized wheat bees against demonic locusts. Now, the wheat bees had lost their stingers in the mutation and grown mandibles instead, which is a downgrade for a bee and an upgrade for a soldier. And the second I read that spec, I knew what I wanted. But I did not go in. I'm not going in there to break up a fight. Nobody wins that. The referee is the first thing that gets eaten. Instead, I fed the swarm into the back of the locusts. Small groups, in and out, no engagements. Pinch, withdraw, pinch, withdraw. Never once let them turn and commit. I lost no wasps. The locusts lost their rear rank about 6 times over, and the bees, who did not know they had help, won a battle they were losing. Then I rode past at speed, hanging off the side of the saddle, like a man robbing a stagecoach, and set the box down with a demonized bean inside it. And the entire victorious swarm went into a lacquered box in under 4 seconds. 10 merit, a bronze chest, 500 eggs, and a combat swarm, which I had wanted since the day I chose reconnaissance and did not regret choosing reconnaissance. I got home to find number 0, standing at my front door and a body on the stone step. A chicken. My pheasant had demonized overnight, chewed through the cage, and come out of the coop with red eyes, and a Tier 1 suit of haunted armor had cut it in half. Excellent employees are rewarded, I told him. He said nothing because he never says anything unless it is master. Please give the order. I'll award you the title of outstanding employee, I said, and I'll paint it on your armor another day. I never did paint it on. I think about that sometimes. The turtle took me half a day and I'd do it again. Demonized alligator turtle, rank 0, boss grade, gravity field, 5-meter radius, absurd defense, fast regeneration. I tested the gravity field by sending in the skeleton horse. It got inside 5 meters and its legs folded. Every bone in it started creaking like a ship. I recalled it, and it came out walking wrong. So, cannot approach, cannot outdamage the regeneration, cannot leave it sitting 300 meters from my house. I made explosive stones for 2 hours with a mouse sitting on my shoulder, putting a paw on each one. And then I went and got its attention. Then I walked, just walked, slow, in a wide loop, staying 6 meters out, for 30 solid minutes, while a very heavy animal followed me across ash. Because gravity fields are not free, something has to pay for them. When it started to lag, I sent in 5 squads of 200 wasps each. Every squad carried 1 explosive stone. They went in under the shell, at the 4 leg joints and the tail, into the gaps where the plates meet. And then they stayed there, because I did not have a detonator. Go ahead, I told them. Our family will remember what you did. The shell came out of it completely undamaged, which tells you something about the shell. Red grade, a skill stone, gravity, a demonic egg, and a silver chest. I buried what was left of 5 squads of wasps by the arrow tower, which is where the vine buries things. And I would like to state that I did not enjoy that part. Then I opened 10 chests in a row, and I would like to describe the experience of doing that in a world where you have eaten ration bars for 3 weeks. Noodles, 50 heads of dried cabbage, which is the first vegetable I had seen since the sun died. Potatoes, flour, frozen dumplings, rice, glass, plastic, a down jacket, winter trousers, felt boots, a leather sofa, an actual leather sofa, in a chest, in the apocalypse, a tent, a coffee table, a tea set with tea in it, and a shockproof wristwatch, which meant that for the first time in 22 days, I knew what time it was. It was 5:20 in the morning. I had genuinely lost track. Out of the bronze ones, a bow blueprint, pet food, plus 30% to a pet's growth, which little Frosty stared at with an intensity I found unsettling. A Lingtian, spirit field, tier 1, 9 square meters of soil with its own climate inside it. I have land, I said out loud, standing in my own storeroom, and nothing whatsoever to plant in it. Because I had given every seed I owned to Mei Shue, 200 glass, and 20 space crystals, tier 1, raw spatial energy, which I did not yet know what to do with and immediately locked away, and a ballista blueprint, which requires a crew of several people to operate and which I looked at for a while, thinking about the fact that I lived alone. That evening, I ran the group meeting from inside my own hot spring, and I would like to state that this is the correct way to run a meeting. Zhou had gone out hunting on his own for the first time in his life. 4 demonic creatures, 4 chests. He'd bought a scanning scroll, and the scroll had done for his courage what nothing else had, which is show him where the danger wasn't. Wu Lei had built a beast pen, another resource structure, and was buying up cubs, and Mei Jue unveiled something she had been quietly cooking for 4 days. Awakening agent, restores mental energy, once per day. I want to explain what that meant to a man whose entire power fantasy runs on 6 points of spirit. It meant 12 syntheses a day instead of 6. It doubled my talent. I bought 2 on the spot and did not haggle. I paid her in part with a demon fire vine whip, and in exchange she gave me a septic tank blueprint with a 30% fertilizer production bonus, which is the least glamorous trait of my career and possibly the most important. And I did warn her. It is on the record. I told her the whip has a personality. She said she'd manage. My vine had already complained to me about that whip twice. Not in words, in a sort of aggrieved shudder, followed by the whip being wrapped in restraints and set in a corner of the yard. By the end of the meeting, the whip was already inching toward Mei Jue's supply crate, and she had not noticed. The meeting produced 3 decisions, and all 3 were right. 1. Use the scrolls. Stock up on everything before the first snow. 2. Do not eat the flesh of demonic creatures. Not once. Not to test it. 3, and this is the one that turned out to matter most. Be afraid of invitation scrolls. Because the merit shop was selling them at 5 merit points each, and an invitation scroll means survivors can now meet in person, which sounds beautiful, which is beautiful for about a week. The relationships between survivors are about to get very messed up, I told them, and I did not know at the time how right I was, or how personally. The septic tank turned out to be a little house, which delighted me. Left side, a fertilizer room that fills itself. Right side, a hatch for waste. No workers, no inputs. It simply produces. A factory with no employees. The capitalist's gospel. I made a northeastern stew that night, cabbage and potato and pork, and ate it on a leather sofa in a stone fortress with a fire in the wall while ash blew past the windows. And I was, for about 40 minutes, the happiest man alive. Then Chengbo messaged. The Blood Fiend Alliance had published something they were calling a Jianghu Kill Order. Names on a list. Traitors, deserters, anyone who had left. And he added at the bottom, almost casually, our region has 347 people left. Other regions have 500 to 800. Ours had started at 997, the same as everyone else's. The acid rain took some of that. The red eyes took some of that. The rest of it was one organization deciding that people who cannot produce should not be fed. 2 days, Chengbo wrote the next morning. Gan Hao is giving the listed men 2 days to settle their affairs. Then the executions start. Boss, please. I can't just abandon my shelter and run, that's suicide. Come and help me. I'll think about it, I told him. You're dreaming, I thought. I'm not a saint. I want to be honest about who I was in that moment, because it matters for what comes next. I did not refuse him out of suspicion. I refused him out of arithmetic. That night I hit 100%, 98, 99. And then on a form I'd done 12,000 times, the numbers stopped meaning anything because the 36 forms stopped being 36 forms. They folded together, all of them, into one motion that contains all the others, the way a word contains its letters. Mystic void, blade art, major achievement. And my body rebuilt itself standing up. Muscle laid down like twisted hemp rope. Bone got denser in a way I could feel in my teeth. Physique 10, the ceiling of rank 0, 100 meters in 5 seconds. And when I tested the edge of my own sword on my own forearm, out of a curiosity I do not recommend, it left a white scratch. 2 skills came with it. Saber Chi, which is the thing that put the groove in the mountain, now on purpose. And Illusion and Transformation, which lets the blade be in 2 places for exactly as long as it takes someone to guess wrong. And then the system offered me the breakthrough, Tier 1, via Physique, available now. I said no. Physique 10 and a clean path to Tier 1, sitting right there. And I turned it down, because there was an egg in my head, and the egg needs spirit or perception, and if I took the easy door, the dragon would never hatch. That is the single most expensive decision I made all month, and I have never regretted it for 1 second. Then I opened the leg technique, and the leg technique had a teacher in it. My consciousness came down on a battlefield at sunset. Banners abandoned in the dirt, broken shafts, churned ground, and no bodies, not one. Whatever happened there, nothing was left to bury. There was a man standing in the middle of it in silver armor that had been opened in about 9 places. He didn't introduce himself. He didn't explain the technique. He put me on the ground with one movement of one leg. Full of flaws, he said. Do you have a leg ailment? That was the entire curriculum. He knocked me down. I got up. He knocked me down. 12 hours or 100 years or 4 seconds, I genuinely cannot tell you. I went from falling to the first exchange, to surviving 3, to surviving 20, to standing there at the end, trading 100 with a man who was clearly not trying. And then he stopped and looked at me for the first time and said, "Good." He put a ball of light into my forehead. "Don't fall into depravity," he said. And as the illusion came apart, I caught his name, or a piece of it. The way you catch a word through a wall. Han. Somewhere I could not see and cannot describe, a figure in silver armor was standing with someone else. Just some low-tier legacy of mine that somebody picked up, he said. Is this the seed for the new civilization? The other one asked. How many lords will be born, and how many will survive? And General Han said something I did not understand for a very long time. The corruption has already reached the army. If it keeps going like this, the lord of the new civilization will meet the 2 of us in the secret realm. Then the light took me back, and I was standing in my own training room at 4 in the morning with a nosebleed. The leg technique started at 5% mastery instead of at 0. That's not a bonus. That's what it means to be taught by someone who fought with it. You don't get the moves. You get the moves and the experience of having survived using them. My speed nearly doubled overnight. I went out to the yard to test it and left after images, which is a genuinely stupid thing to be able to do, and I did it for an hour. A silver chest that week gave me 3 things, and one of them changed how I see. A sand table. No rank, no quality grade. Just the words wondrous item and a function. It draws the terrain within 100 meters automatically and keeps it updated. A mini-map. In real life, a resource migration scroll which physically relocates a resource node closer to you, and which I put away for a rainier day. And a spirit spring. Tier 1, rare, fertility and health. You water plants with it. Little Frosty, meanwhile, evolved off a single orange-grade pet food and what the system described, and I am quoting it exactly, as the influence of his master's expectations. Mutant mouse. Leader grade. Good luck, and now also treasure attraction. The mouse got promoted because I believed in him. I do not have a joke for this. I find it genuinely upsetting. I tried to synthesize the Monster Illustrated Handbook that night, and got hit with something like an electric shock straight through the soul. Your talent cannot yet synthesize wondrous items. Yet. It said yet. So, a wondrous item outranks a system building. There's a tier above the things Ruin's World hands out, and I had just been shown the ceiling by being made to walk into it. Then I built the space pocket, and building it taught me the second law of my own talent. Backpack plus space crystals, 50% success. Coin flip, unacceptable. So I added orange-grade hides, not for the space, for the frame, 90%. Because here's the rule, the main material has to be able to survive the energy of the supporting materials. A weak base doesn't fail because your idea is bad. It fails because it can't hold the idea. You reinforce a weak base with high-quality material of the same type, and then it can. Space pocket. Tier 1, rare. 10 cubic meters. 0 weight. Rated to survive a hit from a Tier 1. Opening and closing it cost perception, which is a strange currency to pay for a pocket, and the first thing I did after making it was put 2 shelves inside it, because I did not want to be the man rummaging through a sack for the antidote after I had already been poisoned. And then I did the thing I am proudest of in this entire story. I sat in my synthesis room at 2 in the morning with a spirit field in front of me and had a thought that would not go away. If this furnace can synthesize a system building, then I am not limited to the things Ruins World hands out. I can go off the script. I put the spirit field in as the main material. The furnace did not reject it. Then I built the rest of it out of the 5 elements, because if you are going to attempt to manufacture a world, you may as well be traditional about it. Field is earth. Spirit spring is water. Black iron wood is wood. Cold iron is metal. Warm stone is fire. And in the middle of loading it, I discovered something that made me want to lie down. You can stack up to 10 identical items in a single supporting slot. 10 per slot. 9 slots. I had been feeding this furnace 1 item at a time, like a man posting letters. Was I stupid before? Yes, I was. 95% success. 80% mutation. 4 mental energy in 1 pull, which is most of a day. And the light that came out of the furnace was red. Rank, none. Quality, perfect. Flawed. A demi-plane. A pocket world with its own rules, and soil that the description called fertile in a tone that felt almost affectionate. And then, underneath, the flaw. Without a spiritual being bound to its earth veins, this plane will collapse within 24 hours. 24 hours to find a soul for a world. I went through my options at speed, and they were all bad. The vine could do it, and then my house has no defenses, and my only real weapon is a gardening decision. The swarm is too weak. The turtle egg is demonized, and putting demonic energy into the roots of a new world is the kind of mistake you only get to make once. Which left the frosty gourd seed, which had not sprouted, which might not have a spirit in it at all. I planted it in the demi-plane, and I sat down next to it, and I waited. While I waited, I turned the turtle's skill stone into a rune. Gravity fluctuation. A ring around me where gravity goes up or down by 1 for 3 seconds. 3 seconds does not sound like a weapon. 3 seconds is a weapon. I found that out the same afternoon because something found me first. I'd gone out for meat and got 3 wildebeest, 48 steaks, and I was feeling extremely pleased about my winter chops when the ash about 40 meters to my left stopped moving the way wind moves it. Demonized black tiger, rank 0, boss grade, roar, scales, claws. It had been tracking me under the ash, under it. For how long, I don't know. It came out at a distance where nothing has time to think, and I got the shield up and caught it across the side of the head, and the shield rang and the tiger went sideways. Then it roared, and the roar went through the middle of my next swing and took it apart. That's what fear does to a technique. It doesn't stop you, it just adds a stutter. Vajra body, which does not stutter, and then, while it was in the middle of the second roar, with its head up and its throat open and all its weight on its back legs, I dropped the gravity ring. 1 point. 3 seconds. A boss-grade tiger went straight down into the ash like someone had put a hand on its neck. Saber Chi came off the blade in the shape of a lot more arms than I have and took the head off. And the reward was a bronze chest. A bronze one. For a boss. Getting stronger is an all upside. The returns have very obviously started to drop, which is the system's way of telling you it has noticed you. The gourd sprouted the next morning, not much, a stem, a curl, 2 leaves, and a spirit inside it. I burned the demi-plane's own origin to force it to grow, which is a world spending its future on its own soul. 4 minutes. Shoot to a 5-colored gourd hanging on my basement wall, with clear roots running out through solid stone into the earth veins underneath. Then a doorway of light opened in the wall of my basement, and I walked into it. 1 square kilometer of black soil, not dirt. Soil, the way soil is supposed to be, the kind you can smell from 3 meters. A spring in the middle. Overhead, a dome of luminous vines with what I can only call tassels hanging off them, each with a drop of light at the tip. And the gourd came off the wall and put itself against my face, and I was suddenly aware of every root in the place, all the way down to where they went into Ruins World itself. Then the spirit spoke, and what it said was, "Mama." My reaction was instant and undignified. "I'm a man," I said. "Call me father." "Okay," said the spirit. "Mama," I tried again. It got there eventually. It has never entirely stopped doing it on purpose. I named her Huan Meng, which means something like a dream, is a dream. I named the place Gourd Blessed Land. Wheat grows 3 times faster inside it. The area increases by 1 square meter every day forever, without me doing anything. And Ruins World gave me 20 merit points for building it, which I found deeply funny because that is the system, paying a man a bonus for going outside the system. There was one restriction, and it's a real one. Nothing at Tier 1 or above, including people, can live inside for long. The rules in there are unfinished, and unfinished rules will quietly amputate your path forward, and one loose thread I have never stopped pulling at. I tried to use detection inside the Blessed Land, out of habit, and it failed. Scouting function disabled. You have left the trial field. The trial field. Everything out there, the shelters, the chests, the monthly tests, the 2.5 billion people, all of it is a field. And a field is a place you put something to see how it grows. We are not as far from understanding this world as I thought. That night, Wu-Lei brought news from inside the Hua Alliance, and it turned my stomach. The Alliance had run tests on the flesh of demonic creatures, not lab tests. People, volunteers allegedly. And I have thoughts about the word volunteer in an organization that controls your food. Every single one of them came out with a demonization value, and the Alliance was sitting on it until the morning, not because they were verifying, because their buyers were still out on the trading channel purchasing food at a low price, and because a great many Alliance storerooms were full of demon meat that they had not yet decided to throw away. I tried to put it in the World channel. I had one message a day and I spent it on that. And it was drowned inside a minute by people posting selfies and one very determined man advertising a foot massage service. Some people are ugly right down to the bone. The third swarm arrived and it was the worst thing I have ever made. The box had gone glossy on its own by then, fully activated as a lure, and what it pulled in was demonic bees, and what the box turned them into was this: bloodthirsty wheat bee, leader grade, mandibles that crush stone and chew steel, anesthetic venom so the target does not feel it start, and then they go in through the skin and eat the organs. In demonization mode, they double in number and die in half an hour. 200 of them, no queen, which means no control at all without the controller bead in my hand. That is not a pet, that is ordnance. But the box was finally complete. 3 swarms, wasps for reconnaissance, Chinese bees for logistics and replacement, wheat bees for killing. Meanwhile, my golden name was ruining my life. Here's the mechanic nobody warned me about. I'd open a negotiation, and the seller would see gold, and the price would grow a 0. Not out of greed, out of paranoia. Their actual reasoning, and one man typed it out to me in full. If a golden name wants this item, then this item must be special, and I simply haven't worked out why yet. 5 days. 5 days I could not buy a single thing at market rate. I had to route purchases through Zhou Xuan, who enjoyed it far too much. Another chest run gave me sweet potato slips, prolific grade, which went straight into the Blessed Land, where Huan Meng was so pleased about it that the light in there changed color. A running wheel, which Little Frosty has now logged more hours in than I have logged in the training room, misuse of company resources. And a hot pot coupon, 10 people, 1 hour, unlimited. I sat holding that thing and had a genuine internal argument about whether to use it alone. It was very close. Then Chung Bo came back with a closing offer, and it was a good one, which is how you know it was a closing offer. 2 executioners are coming in the morning, he wrote. I've got 2 friends waiting in ambush. All you have to do is cut off their retreat. You don't even have to fight. And then he attached the payment. Enlightenment T. Tier 1, rare. Assists mental cultivation, restores mental energy, and carries a chance to trigger an epiphany. An epiphany. For a man with a dragon egg in his head that only opens through spirit or perception. There's no reason to refuse, I said. I said that out loud, in an empty room, and I meant it, and that sentence is the exact sound a hook makes. I agreed. And somewhere else, Chung Bo got up and went straight to a stone fortress that was not his to rent an hour of somebody's time. I spent the night before the ambush at the furnace, and it was the best night's work I ever did. First, the turtle shell, red grade, plus orange scales, plus the demonic egg. 88% success, 88% mutation. 4 8s. In my culture, that is not a probability, that is an invitation. Peaking turtle shell. Tier 1, perfect. Daily divination. And a passive. It cracks to warn you of danger. And a drawback, which the description gave in the flat tone of a small print clause. After each divination, the holder must answer one personal question honestly. Refusal brings misfortune. Additionally, each new holder may view the private records of previous holders. The private records of previous holders. I want you to sit with that phrase, because it is going to come back and it is going to be a problem. Second, the ring pommel sword off the bloodthirsty demon, plus 10 cold iron, plus 5 black iron wood. Rare grade. Third, and this is the one, the Tang Dao, my first weapon. Rank 0, average, chipped at the tip since the bore. 30 cold iron and 15 black iron wood took it to premium. Then 90 refined iron, 450 units of wood, and 5 space crystals went in on top of it. And what came out had a name of its own: Heaven's Slaying, Tier 1, Rare, sturdy so it doesn't chip, and a skill once a day, which the panel described only as a blade of spatial energy. I went out to the rock face behind my house to test it, because I am not the kind of man who reads a description and takes it on faith. An ordinary swing went into the granite like the granite was tofu. Then I used the skill. It left a slot in the mountain a meter long and about 20 centimeters wide. I put my arm in it up to the shoulder. There was no back to it. Fourth and fifth, from a formula I found by accident and immediately wrote down: ice crystal plus 3 charcoal gives you a frost crystal, which freezes everything within a meter when it breaks. Warm stone plus 3 charcoal gives you a burning crystal, which does the opposite, with enthusiasm. Repeatable, cheap, stackable. I made a lot of those. That formula is the reason I am alive, and the reason several thousand other things are not. The invitation came through at 9 the next morning, and at the same instant, from inside my space pocket, there was a sound like a plate breaking. I got the turtle shell out with both hands. There was a crack running across it, not a hairline. A real one, halfway to the far edge. Halfway. Which the shell explained, without being asked, in the flattest possible terms: a 50% chance that this decision kills you. I stood in my own workshop holding a piece of cracked bone and did the reconstruction, and it took about 90 seconds and every single piece fit. The deck chair blueprint. A useless item, offered by a desperate man, at a price that let me feel generous. That's the opener. Nobody suspects a man who sold them junk. Leaving the Alliance is impossible. He told me that himself, and then he told me he was leaving. Every member signs a contract with Ruin's World. Nobody walks out. Those were his facts, and his story contradicted them, and I never once put the two side by side. The daily reports. Boss this, boss that. 3 weeks of them. And I never asked myself why a man in mortal danger had the leisure to file a morning briefing. That wasn't loyalty. That was familiarity being installed. And then, the tea. A Tier 1 rare item that assists mental cultivation and can trigger an epiphany, offered to a man who had a Tier 3 visualization stuck in his head, by a man who had no way of knowing that. Except that he didn't need to know it. He just needed to make an offer so good that a reasonable man says yes. In the end, I'm just an ordinary person who refuses a low-risk, high-reward deal. That's the answer. That's the whole con. It doesn't work on the greedy, it works on the sensible. I did not block him. I want to explain why, because it's the least mature decision in this entire story. I left him in my contacts as a reminder, and I told myself that if we ever met in person, I would thank him properly for the lesson. In a camp I couldn't see, Chungbo was standing in a ring of 20 crossbows in front of Gan Huo. Gan Hao held up 2 fingers. 2, he said. I want to see 2 fish before noon tomorrow. Otherwise, he didn't finish the sentence. He just made a small sound in the back of his throat. And Chengbo went out shaking and thinking with real bitterness, "Damn you, Liu Fan, you've set me up." The wind was pushing ash like a sandstorm by then, and I asked the vine, in the way I ask it things, whether it could survive winter. It couldn't. -60 is not a temperature a plant negotiates with, so we moved house. I dug out the south lip of the hot spring, and I told it, the main stem goes in there, right in the water, and everything else stays warm off you. It understood, and then it pulled itself out of the ground. That is not a quiet process. There was tearing, and there was sap, and a couple of the deep roots did not want to come, and had to be left behind. And then, 1,000 black vines came across the ash after me, like a single enormous animal deciding to follow. It rooted itself at the edge of my hot spring, and put out new growth within the hour. And then, that same evening, the 2 of us worked out an act. There is 1 drop of spirit spring milk a week, and it forms at the center of the pool. And the center of the pool is exactly too far to reach. So I run, and I jump, and I kick off the post, and at the top of the arc, a vine comes up underneath my foot at precisely the right moment, and I get the drop. We got it down to 1 attempt in 3, then 1 in 2. A grown man and a carnivorous hedge doing gymnastics in the dark for a single drop of liquid. Nobody has ever seen us do this, and nobody ever will. Then Wu Lei came into the group channel at 11 at night and typed, "They've got Li Jun. Here's what happened to him, and it's the same shape, done better." Li Jun had an informant inside the Alliance. A small-time gangster named Su Jian, and Li Jun, who grew up on gangster films, thought Su Jian was the coolest man he had ever spoken to. Su Jian had been selling him to the Alliance from the first day. And here is the part I actually admire, in the way you admire a well-set snare. Gan Hao had been feeding Li Jun real information on purpose, for weeks, small, true, verifiable things. Because an enemy outside the walls unifies the people inside them. And because every angry man in that camp who thought about leaving went and found Li Jun first, and identified himself in the process. Lee Jun was not a threat. Lee Jun was a filter. And when the filter had caught everyone it was going to catch, they invited him to a decisive battle. He got out. Barely. He had a charm that gives 1 minute of invulnerability, and he spent that minute putting a fireball through Sujian, which I understand completely, and then he ran into the forest, where 2 hunting teams were now walking him down. I took out the turtle shell. I asked it precisely, "What happens to me if I go?" Low risk, enormous reward, 5 out of 6. And then it asked for its payment. Have you ever worn clothing intended for the opposite sex? I stood there in my workshop. I could have refused. Refusal brings misfortune. And I had just been told there was an enormous reward waiting, and I was not going to gamble the whole thing on my dignity. Yes, I said. Once. I was curious, and I felt it write that down. Note, first holder, Liu Fan, has an interest in women's clothing. An interest. It editorialized. I never said interest. You absolute piece of paparazzi. I tried to break it. 8 physique and both hands and heaven slaying on the table 2 meters away. And I could not do it, and we both knew I was not going to, because it had just saved my life. I put it in the pocket, in the second shelf, where I would not have to look at it. Before leaving, I went shopping and found the proof, sitting right there in the merit shop, where it had been the whole time. Teleport scroll, 5 merit points. Takes you to any survivor who consents. 12-hour duration, which means Chung Bo's teleportation portal, the mysterious single-use item that only he had, the whole reason I had to physically travel to him, was a lie he built out of the fact that nobody had bothered to read the shop menu. I made myself a new suit out of the cat print combat gear, 4 orange hides and turtle scale, and got a mountain boar combat suit, rare, as tough as a boar's hide, waterproof, with a hood. And I packed 2 bags. 200 wasps in one, 50 bloodthirsty wheat bees in the other. The teleport put me down in a burned forest at dusk, and for the first time since the world ended, I was standing in front of other human beings. Wu Lei is nearly 190, full beard, a helmet with horns on it, which he made himself, and a double-bladed axe, and the first thing he did on seeing me was not greet me. He turned around and cuffed Lee Jun across the back of the head. How old are you? Do you believe everything anyone tells you? Lee Jun is 19 with red hair, and, at that moment, cheeks that had gone hollow in about 4 days. He looked at me, and I looked at him. Wu Lei cuffed him again. Say thank you. Thanks, Brother Liu, said Lee Jun. Then I put a hand against the nearest trunk, fired a line of silk out of a Tier 1 glove, and went up 30 feet into the branches, and I want it noted that I had been waiting 3 weeks to do that in front of an audience. 12 of them coming through the trees below us. They moved well, which I hadn't expected. 7 shield men in a rough line, 4 shooters behind, and 1 man out in front with a spear and a fan of throwing darts strapped across his back, which is why I started calling him the Eagle in my own head within about 4 seconds. Wu Lei went out as bait because Wu Lei is the size of a door and enjoys being looked at. The moment their line committed to him, I dropped the wasps on the shooters. 200 insects into 4 archers at 11 meters. There is no aiming after that, there is no bow after that. And in the gap that made, Wu Lei went into whatever it is that happens to him and split a shield man down through his own shield. Zhang Fei reincarnated, said Li Jun, with genuine reverence. The eagle read the whole thing in about a second and a half and turned to run, which made him the smartest man in that forest. I put half the swarm on him. He got maybe 8 of them out of the air with a single fanned throw, mid-sprint, over his shoulder, and I remember thinking that under other circumstances I would have wanted to know that man. Then the paralytic caught him, and he went down in the ash. When we turned him over, his face had swelled to the point where his own mother would have needed the introduction. We took a prisoner, a man with a mustache, and he was not afraid of us, and he wanted to negotiate. He explained at some length what he thought his information was worth, and what he expected in return, and how unwise it would be for us to insist. I did not argue with him. I took 1 bloodthirsty wheat bee out of the second bag, and I dropped it on him, and I released the control bead. And then I turned around and looked at a tree. I am not going to describe what that sounded like, and I did not watch it. And when it was over, I picked the bee up and put it back in the bag with my hands not quite steady. That was the first human being I ever killed, and I did it in the worst way I have ever done anything. The other 2 were still staring at the ground. Nobody said anything for a while. And then a chest formed in the air in front of me, and it was crimson, a color I had never seen, and Wu Lei and Li Jun were looking straight through it, because neither of them could see it at all. The next prisoner talked without being asked. Roughly 500 people at the base, about 100 of those outside on the teams, and more than 300 in a prison. The sick, he called them. People who took the acid rain badly. 3 hunting teams. The slaves and the hunted are gray names, which means their shelters are already destroyed, and they have nowhere on this planet to go. The employees and the leadership are ordinary survivors with intact homes. and none of them could tell us how the place was actually structured because the contract in their chests would not let their mouths make the words. Then let's go and finish it, I said. Wu Lei said no. Our objective was Li Jun. We have Li Jun, we leave. Li Jun said we go. And I want to be honest about my own reasoning because I gave 2 arguments out loud and only one of them was the real one. Out loud I said, you cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. This is going to keep coming until it stops. Privately I thought, the divination promised an enormous reward, and I have not received it yet. The base was a U, and whoever laid it out knew what they were doing. 2 rings of fence, watchtowers on the outer one. And between the 2 rings, a maze of little shacks packed in tight, so that anything coming in has to walk a corridor. Inside the inner ring, a stone fortress, and on top of that fortress, Heavenly Eye, 500 meters of overhead vision. So, we couldn't approach unseen, and we couldn't shoot our way in, because the maze eats ranged fighting entirely, which is exactly why I sent the 2 melee fighters into the maze. Wu Lei and Li Jun went in together on the skeleton horse, straight down a corridor where no bow in that camp was worth anything. And I stayed out in the forest, alone, in the open, as bait for the team they had hidden and had not yet used. Inside, it went well for about 4 minutes. Li Jun's spear has a piercing skill that goes through a shield and the man behind it in one motion, which is a thing he had apparently never told anyone. Wu Lei came around the back of the tower line and went through the archers from behind. Then a man called Zheng Qiang came out of the fortress wearing gloves, and the gloves were amplifiers, and Gan Hao handed him a scroll. Lightning came off him in a sheet and put Wu Lei on the ground. Wu Lei, who was a retired soldier and therefore does not believe in dying with unopened supplies, got a bottle of water of life into himself on the way down. And Li Jun did the smartest thing anyone did all night. He took 2 of my burning crystals, and instead of throwing them, he poured his own fire-type energy into them first. The listed radius on a burning crystal is 3 meters. Those went off at 6. Everything in the middle of those 2 rings burned from the inside, and Zheng Chang's amplifier gloves amplified the fire coming the other way. And there was nothing left of his hands afterwards. Li Jun finished him with the spear and did not make a joke about it, which for him is the strongest possible statement. And then Gan Hao came out. I have to give him this. He walked into a fight he was losing, unarmed, and he broke 3 of Li Jun's ribs with his fists in under 10 seconds. 3 Emperor's cannon hammer, fist, which sounds like a joke until you meet it. Wu Lei got up off the ground and put the axe between them, and that is the only reason there is a Li Jun in the rest of this story. And then Gan Hao stopped fighting and started talking, and he was good at it. Brothers, he said, look around you. Look at what I've built. 500 people, fed, housed, defended, in a world that's killed 2.5 billion. You think I did that by being cruel? Somebody has to make the hard choices, so the weak survive the winter. And Wu Lei actually hesitated. I want to be fair to him. It was a good speech. Then a woman came out of the crowd of onlookers, a woman with her face swollen and her hair matted, and she screamed, "Don't listen to him! He's a psychopath! He's had people killed in here for sport!" Gan Hao put a knife into the air toward her, without looking, mid-sentence, without even changing his expression, and Li Jun's fireball took the knuckle duster off his hand and a piece of the hand with it. That was the end of the negotiation phase. Out in the forest, the hidden team came for me, and their leader was a young man with bad skin named Hu Bin, and his ability was a poison mist. He killed several dozen of my wasps with one breath, which was genuinely impressive, and which told me that the wasps were the wrong tool. So I opened the other bag. I sent 50 bloodthirsty wheat bees into a cloud of poison. Some of them died in it. The rest went into demonization mode, which doubles their number and gives them 30 minutes to live and removes any interest they might have had in surviving the encounter. I turned around before it started. "I'm sorry," I said, to no one in particular. "I overestimated you, and I can't recall them now either. Good luck to you." Then I walked back toward the base and did not look behind me once. Gan Hao heard about his second team before I got there. And Gan Hao, who had just lost his enforcers, his hand and his crowd, made the decision that tells you exactly who he was. He threw smoke, and one live grenade into it, to make sure nobody followed, and he ran to the prison. The woman with the swollen face got to me first, at the inner gate, and she was shouting before she was in range. The prison. The people in the prison are demonized. There are more than 300 of them. I was 400 meters away, and I was not fast enough. By the time I came around the corner of the fortress, the gates were standing open, and it was already pouring out. He let them out. He let 300 demonized human beings out into his own camp, into a maze full of his own people, to cover his exit. I caught him at the far fence. He'd already transformed. Bare transformation, 2 meters and change, black fur, and over the top of it, a golden bell shield, which is exactly the technique that makes a man think he cannot be hurt. I hit him 30 or 40 times in the first minute, and did not get through the hide once. I also did not let him touch me, which was the actual contest. At one point, a bone hand came up out of the churned ground and closed around my ankle, some trap of his I never got a proper look at, and it had me for about a second and a half. Gravity fluctuation, 1.3 seconds. It came apart. And while we were circling, I asked him the only thing I actually wanted to know. Why the prison? Those were your people. And he laughed at me. What subordinates? Those are my slaves. I can kill as much of that garbage as I like. They betrayed me, so I'm clearing the shelves for new stock. He said it the way a man says a thing he has said before, comfortably, out of a settled position. So I stopped trying to cut the fur and used the skill. Heaven slaying, once a day, a blade made out of the space between things. It opened him from the shoulder to the middle of the chest, and the golden bell did not slow it down at all. He fell over into the ash. I stood there for a second, catching my breath, and then I said, the only thing I had left in me. I only wanted to use you to work on my proficiency. And instead of being a decent sparring partner, you just talked and talked and talked. It was so annoying. Blade proficiency went from 2% to 22 in that fight. The leg technique went from 5 to 66. He was, whatever else he was, extremely good exercise. Then I turned around, and there were 300 of them in the camp. His shelter had gone dead the moment he did, which meant the storeroom was sealed, and there was no clever way in and no way to shelter anyone. 2 hours of work, minimum. So I worked. 2 hours of kiting demon corpses through a burned camp with the leg technique, putting bolts into heads. 200 bolts. I know it was 200 because I ran out. The wheat bees took a share and then died of their own demonization, on schedule, exactly as designed. And then, when the easy ones were done and there were still 100 of them wandering that maze, I built the biggest thing I have ever built. I pulled the timber out of every shack in the outer ring. I pulled the straw out of every bed. I heaped it in the open ground in the middle of the camp until it was the size of a basketball court. 4 burning crystals, one at each corner, with flashbangs tied to them on cords. And in the middle, in a small box, 1 orange-gray demonized soybean. 100 demon corpses came to that smell from every corner of the camp, and they climbed onto the pile to get it. And when the pile was full, I pulled the cords. I am not going to describe the next 4 minutes. I will tell you the one detail that has stayed with me, which is that they kept coming. Burning, they kept walking toward the fortress in a straight line, on legs that should not have worked, until the fire got far enough into the head that whatever was steering stopped steering. I sat down on a water barrel afterwards and put my head between my knees for a while, and neither of the other 2 said anything about it. The last one out of the fire was not a corpse anymore. It had eaten the bean. Demon corpse, fire type, tier 1. Charred all the way through, no eyes left, and it saw us anyway. And every time we threatened it, it threw a ring of flame in every direction at once with no wind-up whatsoever. The 3 of us finally did the thing we had not managed all night, which is fight as a unit. Li Jun went in front and kept its attention, because fire does not frighten him. Wu Lei came in on its back with the axe, and when it went to throw the ring, I put a frost crystal at its feet. The ice held for about 1 second. I could hear it cracking. 1 second was all 3 of us needed. 313 merit points, and a golden battle chest with 3 orbs in it, 1 red, 2 orange. I took the red one and pushed the other 2 across the ground toward them. Take them, I said, before either of them could start. I've already been greedy enough taking the red. Don't put me in an awkward position. At dawn, the system explained what I had actually won and gave me a choice. Kill a survivor, enter his shelter, and you may either seize it or destroy it. Seize it, and it becomes a satellite of your own. You can teleport to it from your altar for 2 merit points. Destroy it, and you get the materials, 3 random blueprints, and 30 minutes to strip the place. The Alliance's assets laid out in a list were better than I expected. An orchard, still in model form, never deployed, stone house molds, a sawmill, and a devil's prison, tier 1, premium. The description explained, in the same tone it uses for everything, that the emotions of prisoners under sustained duress crystallize, and that the crystals are a resource for certain cultivation techniques. I read that twice, and then I closed the panel. I have never built that. I want that written down somewhere. Then 2 women came and told me what this place actually was, and it was worse than the building suggested. The first one introduced herself as Jia Li. She was the only person in that camp who was clean. Blue chipao, hair done, and a pair of eyes that the old novels would have called peach blossom eyes, and that I would describe as the eyes of someone who has already read the room, priced everything in it, and is waiting politely for you to catch up. Her ability is called Contract of Fairness. It produces a physical contract, and the contract takes effect if and only if both parties genuinely believe the terms are equivalent. She was the reason nobody who ever left that camp could say a word about it. She had known Gan Hao on Earth. He'd been a client of the lawyer she trained under, and what he'd bought her with, on day 4 of the New World, was a hearthstone. which is a stone that endlessly produces child stones, and every child stone teleports the holder back to the parent. That is how one man gathered 500 people into a single location during a week when every other human being alive was sitting alone in a shack in a fog. Not charisma, logistics. The second woman was the one who had shouted at him in front of everyone, and she gave me the structure from the bottom. Xiang Fang, face still swollen, hair unwashed for I do not know how long. Status, slave, 4 classes, Gan Hao, then the hunters, then the employees, then the slaves. The slaves were labor, and they were also entertainment. And before the acid rain, the hunters had amused themselves in that camp in ways she started to describe, and I stopped her. Somebody killed themselves in there most days. There were 57 of them left when I arrived, 11 men and 46 women, and the employees, the middle tier, had one job, and the job had a name. They called it fishing. They kept their own shelters, out in the world, intact and small. They lived in shacks and owned nothing, because the difficulty of your monthly trial is calculated from your shelter rank and your wealth. And a man in a wooden hut with an empty storeroom gets a test he can sleep through, and every resource they should have been holding went to Gan Hao instead, which is why Gan Hao, who owned everything, got a trial scaled to owning everything and barely survived the acid rain and was still visibly patched together 3 days later. Fortune and disaster are braided together. If his losses hadn't been that bad, he wouldn't have leaned so hard on his employees to fish these last 2 days. He pushed for 2 more fish because he was hurt. He got me because he was hurt. Then I asked out loud, in front of all of them, whether a man called Cheng Bo was in the camp. Somebody pointed. A big man with builder's hands who I later learned was called Ma Ping, and who had been fished the same way I nearly was. I want to watch, Ma Ping said. I want to see him die. Cheng Bo came out of the crowd on his knees before anyone touched him, and he talked. He was extremely good at talking, right to the last. He wept, properly, with his whole face, and he made a genuinely reasonable business case for himself. I know this base, every store, every count, every name, make me your steward. Nobody turns down a loyal dog. I let him finish. That's enough, I said. Heaven slaying is very fast. He did not wait long. You didn't do anything wrong, I told what was left of him. You were just afraid to die. You can ask God to forgive you. I don't. And then, because it was true, I feel much better now. Jiali asked to speak to me alone, and she had an agenda, and she had prepared it. Seize it, she said. Don't destroy it. I asked why a woman with nothing wanted me to keep the walls up. Because the most valuable thing in this camp isn't the sawmill, she said. It's the people. And then she said the thing that made me actually look at her properly. You want a rank 4 shelter. Rank 4 requires a Lord token. Nobody knows what a Lord token is or where it comes from, but look at the word. Lord. If you're going to be a Lord, you'll need subjects. I told her I had already decided to seize it. She didn't like that. So, on her way past me, without turning around, she said, You don't know that a crimson chest takes 3 item slots out of the inventory of the man you killed, and then, over her shoulder, the hearthstone is in your hands right now. I stood there in a burned camp being educated by a stranger, and I understood that I had just hired somebody. I seized it, and I made an announcement. Anyone who wants to stay can stay. There is one condition, and it is a contract. Jiali handed me one before I had finished the sentence. She had already drafted it, and it was harsher than anything I would have asked for. No betrayal at any time, for any reason. No disclosure of anything concerning me to anyone. Obedience up to and including in circumstances that end badly for the signer. Her signature was already on it. 57 names went on that page in about 20 minutes. I put Ma Ping over the men and split the women into 2 groups under Xiang Fang and Jiali. 4 in the morning in a burned camp by a man who had never managed anything in his life except a workbench. Later, when they thought they were alone, Xiang Fang asked Jiali why she'd made the contract so brutal. And Jiali explained her whole strategy in 4 sentences. We lost the right to be survivors. Gray names don't get another shelter. The only chance either of us has is to become the trusted people of the man who killed Gan Hao by himself. A contract you'd never sign is the cheapest possible way to prove you mean it. The knight's actual haul was in the crimson chest, and the crimson chest was extraordinary. Out of the red orb came a machine. Magic crystal. Refining and decomposition device. Version 9.9. No rank listed. Perfect quality. And a description that read, in full, a masterwork of the Academy of Sciences of a certain kingdom, accidentally dropped into the trial field by a researcher. Accidentally dropped into the trial field by a researcher. It took blood from 3 of my fingers with 3 needles, and then it produced a capsule and told me to swallow it because the capsule contains a runic language and this is faster than teaching. For the slow learners, it said. It said that. Then it asked for a designation for its core intelligence, and I said number 8 because I did not want to spend the rest of my life snapping my fingers at a box. Its function is to break demonic creatures down into magic crystals. I asked what a magic crystal is. I asked what runic technology is. I asked what the trial field is. The system declined to answer all three, and there were 3 more crimson chests, 1 per person killed who had something worth taking. The first, 200 completely ordinary arrows. The second, somebody's underwear and a pair of stockings, which I threw into the fireplace with the tongs, and one of which caught on the grate and hung there, and which I have decided not to think about further. And the third was Gan Ho's, 10 Enlightenment Teas, a resource migration scroll, and the Hearthstone. It's a red stone, round, unimpressive, wondrous item, no rank, no quality. I put my own mark on it at about 5 in the morning, sitting on a barrel in a camp that used to belong to someone else. And in roughly 100 places around the world, in the pockets of people I will never meet, 100 child stones went dead at the same instant. There is a channel somewhere I will never see, where a group of very capable people had been sitting on those stones like tickets. Ganhao's name is gone from the gray list. The stones don't work. The Hearthstone is lost. From here, it's every man for himself, and the group broke up. One last thing, and I only found this out later, and I'm including it because it is the only genuinely funny thing that happened that night. The Eagles hunting team was still where we'd left them, tied up, in a forest, in the dark, and the red eyes are nocturnal. Boss, one of them apparently said, "The leader hasn't forgotten about us, has he?" Day 17. It started to snow, and it was -15, and it did not stop for 8 days. In my region, Gan Hao became a hero the moment he stopped existing. Not a hero, a landmark. Everybody wanted to know who took him down, and the theories got very creative, and about a third of them involved an alliance. I said nothing. Get rich quietly. That's not cowardice, that's the whole strategy. And then the World Channel put up a bounty. Not for the killer, for information about the killer. I immediately messaged Wu Lei and Li Jun and told them to keep their mouths shut. And Li Jun replied with 3 exclamation marks and a promise so enthusiastic that I stopped sleeping properly for 2 days. The Merit Shop had a new listing that week, and I bought every single one I was allowed. Shelter infrastructure, attribute extension, scroll. Adds up to 3 extra properties to a structure. 10 merit each, limit 5 per person. Then, I went to visit my new employees. Teleporting through your own altar costs 2 merit points and takes about a second. And I arrived in the middle of a reception I had not asked for. 6 of Gan Hao's women in the state Gan Hao had preferred them, arranged in a line, shrieking a greeting. Jia Li was standing behind them, with her hands folded, looking pleased. "Thought you'd like them," she said. I got her against the wall by the shoulders, faster than she expected. "I am not that man," I said. "I did not kill him, so I could inherit his habits. Do you understand me?" She said she did. "And if you ever arrange people for me again without asking, I will tear up your appointment and put you on a shovel with the rest. And you can find out what it's like to work for somebody who doesn't ask you anything at all." Then I let go and went to look at the storeroom. Behind me, Jiali straightened her collar and rubbed her shoulder where I'd held it, and smiled at the wall and said, "To nobody. I'd have let you." The storeroom inventory took an hour, and it explained the entire Blood Fiend Alliance in numbers. 500,000 wood, 20,000 stone, 10,000 iron, 5,000 copper, 700 glass, 500,000 units of timber. He'd been hoarding it because he could not convert it into anything, because at that volume, there is no counterparty on the trading channel. And 5,000 food, 500 people, 5,000 food, most of it dumplings made from grass and wild roots. And the way they had established which grasses were edible was by giving them to the slaves first. And here is the thing that made all of it inevitable, and that I did not know until that morning. When a survivor loses survivor status, the chests stop spawning. Not just for them, they can't even see them. A gray name can walk across a field with 4 chests in it and see a field. So, an organization built entirely on gray names has no income at all, except what it takes off other people. Gan Hao's whole business model wasn't cruelty for its own sake. Cruelty was the only revenue stream he had left, and he'd built the machine that guaranteed it. The actual inheritance, though, was in the models. An orchard, Tier 1, rare, 50 mu, plus 60% growth in yield. Seeds for apple, pear, banana, date, and peach. 1 seed of an enlightenment tea tree. 1. He'd been drinking the fruit of it and never planted it. 248 fear crystals, which the note described as an artifact of the prison, crystallized emotion, and which I looked at for a long moment before deciding that Gan Hao and every hunter in that camp had earned exactly what they got. 144 premium steaks, 8 technique books, a crate of demonized materials, and a bottle of seeds labeled mutant sweet elephant grass, premium, self-propagating, high sugar, high protein, high fiber, and a growth rate the description called extreme. I put that bottle in my inner pocket and I did not mention it to anyone for a week, and it is the single most valuable object I took out of that camp, including the hearthstone. Jiali had one more thing hidden, and she produced it like a card, a stonehouse crystal ball, reusable. Print stone houses, anywhere from 3 to 100 square meters, as many as you can pay for. And then she named her price for having hidden it from Ganhao for 6 weeks. Move us into the main fortress, me and Shang Feng. The camp is all women, she said. 11 men, most of them broken. There's no defense here worth the word. We'll take every piece of administration off your hands, and we have no panels and no status, and we are already yours by contract. So there is no version of this where we are a risk to you. Then she leaned in close to my ear and said, anything you ask for, I'll do it. Approved, I said. And then, before she could enjoy that, quick question. Can either of you plow? She stopped smiling, and I have rarely enjoyed anything more. Then I stood in front of 57 people in the snow and told them what they were now. Think of this as a company, I said. I'm the boss, you're employees. Everything you gather, everything you make, everything you carry earns points. 1 point is 1 wood. 1 iron is 5 points. The rates are posted and they do not change on my mood. Food and housing are on me for now. After that, you buy what you want with your own points and everything on the trading channel is available to you. Then I made 5 appointments. Shang Lin on the storeroom, the points ledger and purchasing. Ma Ping over a 10-man security detail and permanent training. Ding Yu, Gan Hua, and Ru Yue, 3 crews of 14 at the workbenches. And then I gave them all the cold shower, because a company that starts with flattery ends with mutiny. I did not pick the 5 of you because you're exceptional, I said. I picked you because after 2 days, these are the only 5 names I've managed to memorize. Don't get the impression that you're irreplaceable. Ma Ping laughed out loud. Nobody else did. Ma Ping and I got on immediately. Their first job was 300 bodies, and nobody wanted to touch them. Demon corpses. Everyone in that camp had watched them come out of the prison 2 nights before. They stood there in the snow and did not move. Ma Ping solved it with volume. Anyone who doesn't carry, he bellowed, is a traitor, and Jiali solved it about 4 seconds later with arithmetic. 5 points per body, whip and sugar, applied within a minute of each other by 2 people who had never discussed it. That camp was clear in 3 hours. Then I turned number 8 on. It unfolded from a box into a metal building, 5 meters by 4 by 3, and put out manipulators, and processed a demon corpse in a little under a minute. 2 magic crystals per body. An ordinary decomposition device gives you 1 or less. By the end of that day, we had 642 magic crystals, and the system finally condescended to tell me what 1 is. The universal energy source of Ruin's world. Not a currency. A power supply. Domestic life at the stone fortress changed overnight, and I was not prepared for any of it. Jia Li asked, on arrival, whether she could have the room adjoining mine. She was told no. She took it in stride, in the sense that she asked again the following day. Shang Feng moved in with a woman called Wen Li, who is over 50, who spent 30 years behind a plow, and who took one look at my kitchen and my blessed land and quietly became the most important person in the building. The vine took a drop of blood off each of them so it would know their faces, and did it gently, which surprised me. All 3 of them found the hot spring within the hour, and I lost the hot spring as a private facility permanently. They had a theory about what it was doing to their skin. They may have been right. Number 0 filed them under ours, which I could feel happen, and after that, he would open doors for them and not for me. And little Frosty built himself a nest, out of the stockings. The ones from the crimson chest, the pair that caught on the fireplace grate and that I had chosen not to think about. He had dragged them up 2 floors and constructed a home. I was on my knees on the landing negotiating with a mouse, offering escalating quantities of honey for the return of a stranger's underwear, when a voice behind me said, "Ahem, Liu Fan, what are you doing?" And then Jiali leaned down next to my ear and said, quietly, that she had a pair with sequins and lace, in black, and that she was willing to wear them, and that touching was not prohibited. Little Frosty's assessment of her transmitted directly into my head with the moral clarity of a 2-year-old. Master is lying to the mouse. Jiang Fang's face cleared up after 4 days in the hot spring, and underneath the swelling, there was a woman in her 20s who was, objectively, beautiful. And when I said something about it, she told me how she'd done it. She'd known she was being taken. She had time, before the teleport, to do one thing. So she ate shellfish, deliberately, knowing that she is severely allergic to it. And she arrived in that camp with her face already ruined, and then she kept it that way. For 6 weeks. She went back to the shells whenever the swelling started to go down. Eczema over her whole body, hives, a fever that ran for days at a time. Layers of cloth wrapped around herself under her clothes. If you'd come a couple of days later, she said, quite calmly, I think I'd have died of it. I did not have anything clever to say. You fought for your own fate, I told her. Congratulations. And she stood there in my living room and cried without making any noise at all. and Jia Li put both arms around her and looked at me over her shoulder with an expression I could not read. By profession, incidentally, she is an accountant. Inventory and stock control. She built the base a complete double-entry ledger in one evening, from memory, on paper, she made herself. I took all three of them into the Blessed Land the next day. When Li cried, Xiangfang asked immediately about Yield Pair Mu, and Jia Li stood in the middle of 1 square kilometer of black soil under a dome of glowing vines and thought, and I did not know this until much later. Liu Fan has his own world. This man is mine. Then I fed the plane the orchard. I put a Tier 1 rare resource building into a demiplane, and the demiplane digested its rules. The model soil came apart into sand. The whole space shook for half an hour. 1 square kilometer became 1.5, and Huan Meng told me, hanging off my shoulder like a scarf, that at 2 square kilometers, the plane will be able to draw energy directly out of the void realm, which means off the earth veins, which means off Ruin's world. The moment I'm not dependent, I'll have a real exit. I said that out loud inside a space that Ruin's world cannot see into, and that I have thought about it every single day since. We planted the fruit trees, we planted the enlightenment tea, and we planted 3 mu of sweet elephant grass. Then the women demanded the hot spring again, and asked whether I wanted my back scrubbed, and I said in your dreams, and while we were all being idiots in the steam, the first real snow came down on the roof. One useful thing came out of that day. Neither detection nor private messages work inside the Blessed Land, which means I had been out of contact for half a day, and Jiang Lin, unable to reach me, had made a purchasing decision on his own authority and bought scrolls with my crystals. He was braced for it when I got back. He'd worked out his whole defense. Well done, I said. In special circumstances, decide first and report after. Don't be afraid of getting it wrong. I have never seen a man look so much like he'd been handed something heavier than he expected. The crate of demonized materials produced one thing I want to tell you about. Half-rotten inputs, a formula I made up on the spot, premium quality out. Attribute, extremely foul. What is this? A tree made of excrement? It is a plant. It is a healthy, vigorous, premium-grade plant, and it smells so comprehensively that flies will not land on it. Maggots will not approach it. I have tested this. Survivor designation accepted, said the system. Shit-smelling tree. The Ruins World Plant Library has been updated. 10 merit points awarded. 10 merit points for naming it. The system paid me 10 merit points to file that name permanently into the botanical record of an entire world. Somewhere out there, in some archive, in some language I will never learn, there is now an official entry. That night I brewed enlightenment tea and went into the training room and finally sat down with the egg. Here is what a Tier 3 visualization method actually is, and it is not what I expected. It is not a picture. The picture is a container. What matters is the runes on the shell. Runes are the language the rules are written in. 19 of them on that egg, and understanding one is not memorizing a shape. It's the moment where a shape stops being a shape and becomes a sentence about how the world works. I got the first one that night. Missed. 4 hours vanished. It cost perception, which is a strange thing to spend, and I came out of it at 3 in the morning with my legs numb and my head absolutely clear. On the way to my bedroom, I passed Jia Li's door, which was standing slightly open, and I closed it for her, quietly, so the heat wouldn't get out. The next night it was open again, and I closed it again. The third night, I stuck a note on it. Please close your door properly. Zhang Feng told me afterwards that Jia Li did not speak for the rest of that day, and that she herself had to leave the room twice. Then it snowed for 8 days without stopping. Day 25, minus 39 degrees, over a meter of snow, and the entire species locked indoors, which means it isn't a survival game anymore. It's a stockpile audit. Whatever you have on day 25 is what you have. I turned into something unpleasant that week. Physique 10, which is capped. Spirit 9. Perception 9. Diamond breathing method at 93%. The dragon at 72. Legs at 73. And on the 6th day, with enlightenment tea in me and nothing to do but sit, I fell into a state where 4 runes came at once, in a few hours, like a lock giving way. Tier 1 was 1 step away. I could feel where the step was. I just could not find the moment to take it, because there was too much to do. And on the 8th day I made the discovery that changed my finances forever. I took 1 stalk of sweet elephant grass out of the Blessed Land and put it into the workbench with the marching ration blueprint from the bronze chest. And it worked. Edible. Sustained exclusively, it will eventually give you malnutrition and a bad immune system. But it is food. 10 mu of the grass yields 30,000 rations. 10 mu in a plane where things grow 3 times faster, in a world of 2 billion people, in a winter where the price of food goes up every single morning. What grows in Gourd Blessed Land is currency with leaves on it. I put in an order to the base for 10 workers and 10 tents the same hour. They would live inside the demiplane. It is warm in there. Nothing can reach them in there. They would spend the winter farming inside a private world, and the world outside would freeze, and I would sell at lunch. The rest of that week's synthesis produced one thing I still keep in a bottle. Desert grass. Premium. Attribute, undying. Regenerates from any fragment of root, and drains soil until the soil is sand. A plague for farmland. I nearly destroyed it on the spot. Then I thought about who else farms, and I corked it and put it on the shelf next to the shit-smelling tree. It's still there. I have never used it. I'm just aware that it exists, and so is everyone who might one day want my fields. Crystals were coming in at about 5 a day, 35 over the week, of which I gave Xianglin 30, and he came back with useful things. Frost crystals were selling better than burning crystals, incidentally, and the reason is beautifully practical. Burning crystals cook the loot. Frost crystals leave it in one piece. He bought me a luminescent stone, which glows all night and cannot be switched off, and which resulted in the women of my household sewing light-blocking bags for it within a day, and flame copper, which stores heat. 2 to 3 hours of warmth from a lump of metal in your pocket, and a building relocation scroll, which I did not need yet and bought anyway. Then I looked at the hot pot coupon on my shelf, and I sent one message to 5 people. 8 o'clock. My place. Everybody. All 5 said yes within 4 minutes. They came early and they all brought presents, which I did not anticipate and should have, because they are all Chinese, and this is what happens. And the first genuine shock of the evening was Zhou Xuan. Online, Zhou Xuan is a man who types one character, and it is usually a swear word. Zhou Xuan has spent 6 weeks being the loudest idiot in every channel I am in. In person, he stood in my doorway with a box in both hands and could barely say hello. He is shy, painfully, structurally shy. He has been shy his entire life, and the network gave him somewhere to not be. Turtle God, said Li Jun. Have you been replaced? Song Yi turned out to be exactly what his messages suggested. Well-dressed, well-mannered, wealthy in the way that survives an apocalypse for 2 weeks purely on posture. Kai Hua came in with her hair cut to the ear, and a bottle of wine, which in that winter was worth more than the bottle was worth in any previous century. She handed it to me, and looked at me, and then looked away and went slightly red, and I thought she was cold. Mei Zhu came last. She has the sort of face that makes pain quieter in a room. I understood, seeing her in person, why she had stayed in that hospital. And then a door opened at the top of my stairs, and Jia Li came down, fully turned out. Hair, qipao, the whole production. Liu Fan, she said, cutting across everything. Let me show these beautiful ladies around the stone fortress. There was a silence about half a second long. Brother Liu, said Kai Hua in a completely level voice. Who is this fox? This beauty? This is a scene from a novel, breathed Zhou Xuan, delighted, from the sofa. And Li Jun, who cannot hold anything at all, chose that exact moment to mention the Blood Fiend Alliance out loud. So I told them everything. All of it. The fishing operation, the prison, the contract, the base, the 57 people, the Hearthstone. And then Wu Lei did something I could not have done for myself. He stood up and said, we should all sign a non-disclosure agreement, right now, tonight, before anyone leaves this room. He made himself the bad guy on purpose, because if I had asked for it, it would have been a demand from the strongest man present, and everything after it would have been poisoned. Kei Hua backed him first, immediately, and she said why. Because it's for his safety. All 7 of us signed one of Jia Li's contracts, and then I gave each of them a child stone off the Hearthstone. Understand what this is, I said. If you use it, you lose your survivor status, permanently. No shelter, no chests, nothing. Only if there is no other option left. Only then. 5 people put a small red stone in their pocket that night, and I've thought about all 5 of them every day since. Then we ate. The coupon opened a doorway of light into a room with a round table in it, and the table had everything. Vegetables. Actual vegetables, in quantity. Meat. Seafood. Cold dishes. Broth going in 2 colors. 1 hour, unlimited. There was a clock on the wall. Nobody talks, I said. We eat for the whole hour, and nobody argued. And here is the thing I did not expect. What we destroyed was the vegetables, not the meat. 7 people who had eaten preserved protein for 6 weeks went through the greens like a fire through a field. At the last second, everything vanished at once. The table, the pots, the plates, mid-reach. 10 people, because I'd brought Jia Li and Xiang Fong and Wen Li, sat back on the floor of an empty room with their mouths still full, unable to speak, and laughed until it hurt. This, said Li Jun, is the happiest meal of my life. You're my big brother now. It's like all the pressure came off at once, said Song Yi, who had not stopped smiling for 40 minutes. Then we opened the wine and shouted at each other for 2 hours, and for one evening, it was not Ruin's world. It was 7 people at a party on Earth, and one of them kept trying to arm wrestle a suit of haunted armor. Kai Hua was the last to leave. She stood in the doorway with her coat on for a while, and then asked whether it would be all right if she called me brother. I said sure. I want to state, for the record, and with the full benefit of hindsight, that I am an idiot. If I had ever in my life dated anyone, I would have known what it means when a woman older than you asks permission to call you brother. I ruffled her hair. She said it wasn't the loneliness that got to her, it was the leaving. Then she hugged me, quickly, hard, and triggered the teleport before I could answer. Idiot, she said. I'm going. And Jia Li, meanwhile, had arranged herself behind the sofa, pretending to be far drunker than she was. I carried her upstairs. Form is emptiness, I told myself, the whole way up. I put her down on the bed. I turned around and walked out, and she went very still. And then I came back in, and pulled the quilt over her, and put the light-blocking bag over the luminescent stone, and left. I heard her say it through the door, worse than an animal. Then she wrapped herself up in the quilt and, according to Shang Feng, slept extremely well. The next morning, I came downstairs to find 3 women in my kitchen conducting a serious discussion about whether the boss might be impotent. I walked in on the word can't. Nobody said anything for 4 seconds. Then Wenli offered me a pancake. I spent that day putting extension scrolls on everything I owned. Storage, 2 extra shelves, preservation, and access control. Workbench, double efficiency, twice, back to back, which took my toilet paper production to 28,000 rolls a day, which made me per capita the largest manufacturer of anything on the planet. And then I found out that the basement counts as infrastructure. 3 properties, no teleportation in, no tunneling in, and concealment from divine sense. And then a hidden room. I put the altar in the hidden room, and I put number 0 in front of it. Let's see who wants to try coming through a wall. Jia Li kissed the corner of my mouth on the stairs that evening and called it a reward, and then pinched my waist hard enough to bruise and called it a punishment. And I still do not know what either was for. The base assembled to greet me at the altar the next morning, and I told them not to do that again. Then Xianglin gave me the sales figures, and I stopped caring about the greeting. 3,000 marching rations, gone overnight, at 30 units of wood instead of the 25 I'd set, because Xianglin had watched the market for 4 hours and raised the price himself. I had 9 mu of that grass left. 27,000 more rations. 810,000 wood. 1.5 times the entire treasury of the Blood Fiend Alliance, which took 500 people 6 weeks of misery to accumulate out of a field. It turns out the most valuable thing in that inheritance was a bottle of grass seed. Stop taking payment in wood, I told him. Stone, iron, glass, seeds, blueprints, nothing else. The armory line was struggling because the market was saturated and because nobody's gear wears out when nobody can go outside. I did not close it. I'm about to become extremely rich, I said. This loss is a drop in the ocean. And then, because I had been thinking about the workbench, anyone who produces an item of excellent quality by hand finishing gets 10 times the points. 3 people started staying late that week. The queen evolved that night. Horned Bee Queen, Tier 1, Hero Grade. Swarm Control, which now lets her recruit wild wasps she meets. A paralyzing sting that fires at range, 3 times a day. And Shared Vision. I can see what she sees, directly, from wherever she is. That is the end of the development path for anything that comes out of that box, and it is worth more than every weapon I own. 10 new workers came through Childstones into my basement that afternoon and pitched 5 tents inside a private world, and Huan Meng went around them in circles going more people, more planting, more people. And then I made a tree, and Ruin's World asked me for it, and I said no. I want to set this up properly because it's the most important thing that happened to me all month, and it did not involve a fight. I'd been pushing my cultivation hard, and the reason was fear, and the fear was arithmetic. Gan Hao was rich, and his trial nearly killed him. I am richer than Gan Hao ever was. Which means the monthly test coming for me on day 30 is going to be scaled to a man with a demiplane, a fortress, 100,000 bees, and 500,000 units of timber. So I was synthesizing everything I had, and out of a perfect grade demonized seed came this. Rank 1, perfect quality. A plant that eats demonic creatures and magic crystals and turns them into fruit. The fruit permanently raises physique, and you can eat it more than once, which nothing else in this world does. Side effect, everything tastes bitter for 7 days. Degenerates by the 3rd generation. I named it the Demon Fruit Tree. 10 merit points, library updated, thank you very much. And then the panel opened on its own. Submit the seed of the Demon Fruit Tree. Reward. 1 golden chest and 10,000 merit points. 10,000. I had 300 and change. I sat there and worked out why, and the why was not difficult once I stopped being flattered. That tree digests demonic creatures. It takes the thing this world is at war with and turns it into growth for the people fighting the war. That isn't a plant. That's a weapons program. Ruin's world, which reveals nothing, which answers no questions, which has never once explained itself to me, wanted it enough to offer me 30 times my net worth. No, I said, out loud, in an empty room, with my hand flat on the table. I'm not submitting it. The survivor has declined. Task cancelled. And then, immediately, the survivor has received a mandatory task. Submit a second-generation seed of the demon fruit tree. Reward: 1 silver chest and 1,000 merit points. This task cannot be declined. I started laughing, and I could not stop for a while. Because look at what just happened. It asked. I refused. And it could not simply take it. It had to come back with a smaller demand and label it mandatory, like a landlord who has discovered he cannot actually enter the flat. So Ruin's world has limits. Whatever is above me cannot decide life and death. With a word, it negotiates. It reduces its offer. It writes cannot be declined on a piece of paper because writing it is the only power it has in that direction. Which means it isn't a god. Which means there is a way out of here. And I only have to live long enough to find it. I have never told anyone that this is what I am doing. I am telling you. Day 27. The snow stopped. Clear sky, no wind, minus 55 degrees, and an announcement. 3 days of optional daily trials. Simulated monster sieges with real risk of death. Clear one and you get a supply crate. Pick a higher difficult and get a better crate. And a new item in the shop, snow removal scroll. Clear snow in a 500-meter radius, instantly. I bought several. Because my front door opens outward and I discovered that morning that it was under 1.5 meters of snow, and I had to go out of a second-floor window and land in a drift up to my chest. Minus 55 is not a temperature. It is an opponent. My legs went numb inside a minute, and I had to burn Vajrabadi, an active defensive technique, to walk 200 meters through my own property. The scroll doesn't melt the snow. It removes it, an inch at a time, from the top down, until the ground is there. And that gave me the real problem of that winter, which is that you can be warm or you can fight, but not both. 10 padded coats into the furnace, and what came out was a woman's floral padded jacket. Premium grade, with the description, "It is said that those who wear a floral padded jacket feel the cold less." I want to be extremely clear that it is warm and that I wore it. It is also, in combination with the stockings incident, the entire evidentiary basis on which the women of my household have constructed a theory about my private life that I have been unable to dislodge for 6 weeks. Second attempt, padded coat, wolf fur, hides, warm stones, flame copper. Suitable clothing enhancement stone. Rare. It embeds into a combat suit and holds your body at a comfortable temperature through 100 degrees in either direction. Warmer than a winter quilt, and I can still swing a sword in it. The World Channel's advice for the daily trials was unanimous and grim. Finish fast. Do not draw it out. The cold kills quietly while you're busy. Somebody posted a photograph of their own feet, black and swollen, with the caption, "I didn't feel it happen." Day 1, they sent me 99 demon corpses. The average survivor got 4 or 5. I got 99, and the reason is my inventory, and I had known that was coming for a week. Jia Li and Xiangfang went up the arrow tower, one driving the tower, one shooting, and I walked out to meet 100 bodies with physique burst and Vajrabadi up and cut the crowd in half in one run, straight through the middle. Then I turned around inside them and worked outward, and it took 5 minutes. And the 2 of them killed about 10 from the tower by themselves, and I heard Xiangfang shout something down at Jia Li partway through that I did not catch at the time. She told me later. What she'd shouted was, "However horrible they look, if you kill them, they still die." That is the entire psychology of this world in one sentence, discovered on a tower at minus 55 by an accountant. The actual problem came afterwards, and it was logistics. 99 bodies scattered across 400 meters of frozen ground, and every single one of them is 2 magic crystals, which is to say money, which is to say, I now had to go and pick up money for 2 hours in a blizzard. 183 crystals. The supply crate offered 4 categories: basic materials, medicine and food, winter clothing, weapons. I took medicine and food. Fever reducers, frostbite ointment, which I did not think about at the time, 100 caddies of aubergine, radish, spinach, bananas, grapes, flour, cornmeal. Down in the blessed land, Xiangfang told the farm workers about the fight, and she is a much better storyteller than I am, and by the end of it, those 10 people were looking at me the way you look at weather. One of them said, and I only heard about this secondhand, "It's because of the boss that I believe in the future again." And Jia Li, watching from the side, thought 2 words to herself: King's Road. Day 2. They sent 5 demonic cyclops, and day 2 is the one I still think about. Black apes, 1 eye each, 4 boss grade, and the leader, hero grade, with a heat ray. He was 2 heads taller than me, and his arms reached the ground, and he understood range. He stayed exactly 1 step outside the reach of my blade, every time, not by accident. He'd worked out the number, and he held it. Exactly what I did to Ganho, with the roles reversed, and I did not enjoy the symmetry. And while he held me out there, 3 of the others went around me and made for the house. On the tower, one of them came up the ladder in a single jump. Jiali took off her gloves. -54 degrees, and she took her gloves off because she could not feel the release properly through them, and she needed the accuracy. Then she calculated 3 directions the thing could jump, and put ice arrows into 2 of them, and one of the 2 was right. It came off the tower and did not get up. And then Zhang Feng looked over and started screaming because Jiali's hands had gone purple-black to the wrist, and her fingers had swollen into something that was not the shape of fingers. Jiali asked her, quite calmly, to put her gloves back on for her, because she could not do it herself. Then she went down the ladder and ran for the house, where she found that everything was already over because number 0 was standing in the hallway over 2 headless apes, exactly where I had put him, doing exactly the job I had given him. I completely forgot about him, she said. I finished the leader with a trick I'd been saving. Gravity fluctuation to break his footing, and then spider silk, and instead of climbing it, I pulled. Nobody expects to be reeled in. Physique burst, heaven slaying into the chest. I tore both his arms off, and the regeneration put them back on while I was still holding them, which was informative. So I put my foot on his head and drove it into the frozen ground at the precise moment the heat was gathering in that one eye, and used the skill. Off him dropped a demonized red eye, tier 1, red grade. Material a full tier above the monster that carried it, which is the system telling you something and refusing to say what. I came back into the house, and Jiali was sitting by the fire, with her hands out, and they were going black in front of me. I had 1 bottle of water of life left. I emptied the whole thing over them. Meijue told me afterwards, when I described the color, that if I had come back 20 minutes later, they would have had to come off. I started to apologize. She put her mouth over mine to stop me, and when she let go, she said the thing that has defined every conversation we have had since. "You are never wrong," she said. "If a mistake happened, then your subordinates were incompetent." She meant it. She has always meant it. She has decided that I am going to be a king, and that kings do not get to carry the blame, and I have never once managed to argue her out of it. The second kiss involved considerably more commitment, and we came apart having audibly knocked our teeth together. "Your technique is terrible," she said. "Yours isn't any better." The crate that day held 50 complete polar combat suits, 4 pieces each, double cold protection when worn as a set, plus several hundred ordinary winter garments. I sent 49 of the suits to the base. Both my techniques stuck at 99% that night, and the reason was the morning. You cannot finish a technique in a body that is quietly repairing itself. The last 1% isn't effort at all, it's condition. So I traded a set of polar gear for a bottle of plant growth solution for the vine, and Xiang Lin, who has become extremely good at this, squeezed 2 seeds out of the cellar on top. Sour red berry, grants night vision for an hour, propagates. The world channel that evening was the worst it had been since the red eyes. Severe frostbite is a death sentence now. There are no surgeons, there are no theaters, there is no anesthetic. People were posting their own hands and asking what to do, and the honest answer was nothing. Kai Hua messaged me privately at midnight. "Congratulations in advance," she wrote. "I hope you break through tomorrow and rule the world." Then I built the worst thing I have ever built, and I built it out of curiosity. I was going through my inventory looking for something to do with 248 fear crystals, which had been sitting in a box making me uncomfortable since the day I took that camp. And I noticed that they resonate with the demonized red eye, 10% per crystal, up to 7, 82% success, 77% mutation, 4 mental energy. The light came out red, fear demon eye, tier 1, red grade. It implants into the eye socket. Skill, fear fire. On eye contact, if the target fails a test of will, their soul catches fire. Side effect. The eye goes blind for a full day afterwards. I sat looking at that thing on my workbench for about 10 minutes. The crystals in it came out of a prison. They are literally other people's terror, compressed. Ganhao built a room specifically to produce them, and I was about to put it in my head. I put it in my head. My left eye is my dominant one, so it went in the right. The black particles went in and soaked through, and my eye watered for a solid hour. My left eye is still dark brown. My right one is black all the way through, iris and white together, and children in my territory do not like looking at it, and I have stopped being sorry about that. And then, at 4 in the morning, on day 29, I got the 19th rune. It came while I was not trying. I had given up for the night, and I was lying in the dark in the training room, with my eyes shut and the dark stopped being empty. It became warm and specific and enclosing, and I am not going to compare it to anything except the only thing it was like, which is being held by your mother. And in the middle of that, the last rune arrived. All 19 closed together into a single pattern, and the dragon egg in my sea of consciousness stopped being an image and became a thing with weight. And then, the synthesis furnace moved aside. It had been sitting in the center of my sea of consciousness since the day the awakening stone went off. It had eaten a god in that room, and it moved over deliberately and gave the center to the egg. I asked for origin support on all 3 attributes at once, which you are not supposed to do, and the sky over my stone fortress opened. Everyone on the base saw it. Everyone in the region who was awake saw it. An enormous silver eye, with no pupil, cold and machined. Not a god's eye, a lens. 3 drops of celestial liquid went into the crown of my head, and the eye was gone in about 1,000th of a second. And my roof was undamaged, and there was no sound at all. And somewhere very far away, something the size of a landscape opened its eyes and looked in my direction, because it had felt a bloodline start beating. I did not know that at the time. I have thought about it since, more or less constantly. The spirit that hatched was not a snake. It should have been a snake. Stage 1 is serpent. That's what the manual says. What came out had a human head and human arms and a serpent's body, and it looked at me with my own face for about a second before it settled, and my sea of consciousness contracted. I want to explain that properly because at first I thought I'd been robbed. It had been a boundless ocean. Now it was a dried lake in a small valley. But the ocean had never been mine. That was the furnace's scale, borrowed, sitting in my head like a cathedral in a shed. The lake is small, and the lake is mine. All of it, down to the bottom. 3 innate abilities instead of 2. Ja, a rune of mental defense that ghosts and mind attacks break against. Scale armor technique. And damage repair, which lets me restore myself by drawing the flesh and the soul out of enemies I have killed, provided they are related to serpents. I read that description 3 times. I kill things to live. Let's not be sentimental about the paperwork. Rank 1. Energy 19, and my height went up enough that my combat suit split at the shoulder seam, and I had to have Shangfang let it out. Skills, gravity fluctuation, Za, scale armor, damage repair, and self-healing. Techniques, saber chi, illusion and transformation, and selflessness, which lets me drop into the training trance once a day by choice instead of by luck. And divine sense, which now works outside my body. 40 meters of the world, in the dark, through walls without opening my eyes. I went down to the base the next morning, and Xianglin and Ma Ping both took a step back before they caught themselves. Neither of them asked. They could feel it, and they were not going to be the man who asked. Xianglin's purchasing had been excellent that week, so I told him to name his reward. He'd bought corn and rice seed, both propagating, 30 space crystals, 50 thunder crystals, gold and silver, which nobody wants, which is why they were cheap, and which I have since found 9 uses for, and a library model, and what he asked for was a cultivation technique. Every Chinese kid, he said apologetically, had a wuxia dream once. I let him pick from Ganhao's shelf, and he took an hour to choose, and he chose badly, and I let him, because he chose the one his grandfather used to talk about. The base got its own trial that day. Over 100 demonic beasts, and the security detail, who 6 days earlier had been slaves who flinched at raised voices, ran it properly. 2 ballistas, 7 bolts each, fired together. 20 creatures on the first volley, then 10 crossbows and rotating fire, reload behind, front rank shooting, exactly as drilled. Ma Ping did not give a single meter of ground, and I know why, and it wasn't courage. I was standing behind him. Then I walked out through his line and used heaven slaying once, across the front of the mass, and opened a corridor 10 meters wide. 60 people screamed at the same time, and it was not fear. I spent the afternoon testing the new equipment on things that deserved it. A lion wolf came off a rise at me, and I put 2 points of gravity on it mid-jump, and it hit the ground like a dropped bag, and I put my palm through the back of its neck. Then, a 4-eyed rhinoceros, armored front to back, the exact monster that heaven slaying would have taken 3 swings to open. I looked at it. Fear fire costs 4 energy. I had 19. Eye contact. And in those red eyes, for the first time since the acid rain, I watched something arrive that had not been there before, which was fear. Then the fire started on the inside. It went down 40 meters short of me, and it did not finish the charge. An instant kill on an armored boss, and the price is that my right eye went dark for the next 24 hours, and I walked home with no depth perception and bumped into my own gate. And a snake man that afternoon gave me my first damage repair. I put my hand on the body and the body shrank, all the way down, in about 4 seconds, into something dried and light, +1 energy. And the whip technique it had spent its life learning arrived in my head without any of its memories attached. It is the ultimate version of every energy-stealing technique in every book I read as a teenager, and it is so cartoonishly villainous that I find it almost endearing. Ma Ping flagged something odd that evening, which turned out to be the best find of the month. "There's a place in the forest," he said, 3 football fields, roughly. No snow on it at all. The animals were going there. I went out on snowshoes. And about halfway across it, divine sense picked up a small light under the snow that should not have been there. A dead black cat. Frozen. And inside the curl of her, still alive, a newborn kitten the size of my palm. I got it out and cleaned it off with toilet paper, which is the single most on-brand thing I have ever done, and wrapped it in hide and put it inside my coat. I'll take you, I told it, on the grounds that we are from the same neighborhood, whether you live is your own business. Then I buried the cat, because whatever else she was a decent mother. And then I dug down 2 meters with an orange-grade shovel and found what all those animals had been coming for. Flame crystal vein. Tier 1, rare. Boosts fire-type skills, heat-resistant, wear-resistant. I cannot leave this here, I said, to a kitten inside my coat. Then I used the resource migration scroll. There was no light, there was no sound, there was no effect of any kind. An entire mineral seam simply went from where it was to a point under the snow 1 kilometer from my shelter. Silently, in the time it takes to read a sentence. I stood in a bare field with a kitten and a shovel and thought, not for the first time, that the terrifying things in this world are the ones that arrive quietly. The turtle shell cracked again the next evening. I was standing in the base storeroom with my hand on the decomposition device, having just decided to leave it there overnight, because it was doing 26,000 crystals a day, and moving it was a nuisance. Crack. A third of the way across. Financial loss. Life not in danger. I did the reconstruction in about 15 seconds, and it turned my stomach. The machine is safe, so the loss isn't the machine being stolen. The loss is the building it's standing in, which means the base falls tomorrow. So I asked the system a direct question, and for once, it answered. On the day of the monthly test, does a satellite shelter get besieged as well? Every shelter possessing an altar undergoes the trial, said the system. The difficulty is identical. Identical. 60 people in a wooden compound, with 2 ballistas and 10 crossbows, facing exactly what is coming for me. I evacuated all of them that night. Every person, every crate, every model, through the child stones, into my basement. We abandon the base, lose the people and keep the ground, and you lose both. People are the harder thing to make. And on the way out, I rolled up the devil's prison with a relocation scroll, because a building at that grade is worth taking even if I never intend to switch it on. And as I watched a Tier 1 structure fold itself into a model the size of my hand, the thought arrived that I should have had 2 weeks earlier. Buildings turn into models. Models are objects. I can synthesize objects. 60 people came through into my basement that night, one at a time, holding a small red stone. And then 60 people walked out of a basement into 1.5 square kilometers of black soil under a dome of light, in shirt sleeves at -55 outside. The farm workers who'd been in there a week met them at the entrance like second years meeting freshmen, and the rumor went around by itself within an hour, and I never had to say a word. There is a small world. There are no disasters in it, and it gets bigger every day. The fear went out of that group in one evening, and it did not come back. Meanwhile, upstairs, little Frosty was having a crisis. Monster, he transmitted at me, from the top of a bookshelf. Monster, monster. The monster was a kitten the size of my palm that could not yet stand up properly. I named it Xiao Meow, which means little blackie, because I had one white one already, and I am not a creative man. Then I told the mouse that he was the elder now, and that the elder gives way to the younger. 3 women in my kitchen made a sound I have never heard before. If the other mice find out about this, transmitted little Frosty, from a great height, they will drive me out. He was bought off with 1 rare pet food. He is always bought off with 1 rare pet food. The dignity of that animal is entirely notional. The night before the test, I opened the day's crate and asked for weapons, and the crate delivered 20 goblin mines, premium, 15-meter kill radius, and each one is the size of a football. A powerful crossbow, premium grade. 20 crossbow scopes, also premium, described as capable of taking a sparrow at 500 meters. 20 scopes. That doubled my effective firepower more than any weapon in that box, because a scope turns a frightened person who has held a crossbow twice into a shooter, and 20 spike traps as models. Then I discovered something about my own talent that I should have tested weeks earlier. After Tier 1, the furnace no longer drains mental energy on its own. I pour it in, whatever I decide to spend. The cost per synthesis dropped by a factor of 5. So, I stayed up. The Snake Man's whip, plus the tentacles off the wolf boss, plus sinew, plus a spine, plus a bone tail with a spike on it. Gluttonous bone whip. Tier 1. Perfect. Extends up to 50 meters, as far as I want it to. When it catches something, it puts out tendrils and drinks. Side effect, printed in the same size type as everything else. If it is not fed flesh, it demonizes and eats its owner. I read that, and then I made it anyway. And if you have been paying attention, you already knew I was going to. Then the big one. Powerful crossbow. Thunder pine. cold iron, a space crystal, 9 thunder crystals, a scope, and gold because gold conducts. Lightning struck crossbow, tier 1, perfect. Chain lightning across 20 meters, a scope you aim with your mind out to a kilometer, and a magazine of 99 bolts that reloads itself. That is not a weapon. That is a piece of art that happens to kill things. Plus, 12 more frost crystals, which took me to 22 in stock. I went to bed at 4 and woke at 6 feeling strange, not ill, wired, every nerve slightly forward of where it should be. I put that down to the day. Day 30. Monthly test. The shop had 1 new item, limit 1 per person, 20 merit points, a shield scroll, covers your entire shelter, and holds against a full assault by a tier 1 rare creature for 10 minutes. I bought it and hope not to use it. The rules came up at dawn. 3 rounds are mandatory. After that, you continue by choice. Teleportation and invitations are disabled. The trading channel is closed. Merit is doubled. And after round 3, a global ranking of the top 10,000 opens. My defense, which I had drawn on paper 4 days earlier, went in overnight. At 100 meters, a double line of cheval de frise, spears set into crossed frames. At 50, the spike traps. At the wall, the vine. And between all 3, a maze of barricades, because a straight run at a wall is worth 4 times a walk through a maze. Xiang Lin built it. Ma Ping placed the security detail. Jia Li and Xiang Fong ran logistics and kept the workbenches going through the whole thing. And the vine took a drop of blood from every single person who was going to be outside, so it would know whose ankles not to take. Then I sat down for 1 hour and used selflessness, and finished the last thing on my list, which was learning to actually use Crimson Battle of the 8 Desolations. I ate the Hangan to pay for it. Physique 3 at tier 1, energy 23. And I said goodbye to my friends. If it gets bad, I told the group, use the stone immediately. Do not be brave about it. Being brave about it is how the stone ends up unused in a dead man's pocket. Meijue apologized to me, and I want you to appreciate what she apologized for. She apologized that if she went down, my wheat wouldn't finish ripening. Save your life, I told her, and then come here and work off the debt. Then I went out into the yard, and 60 people were standing in the snow, and Ma Ping shouted one thing, and they all repeated it. Victory is required. At 9 in the morning, the air 500 meters from my fence tore open. A spatial rift, 10 meters by 5, and through it, before anything came out, I could see the other side. There was a city on the other side, ruined, buried, half-standing, but a city, with what had clearly been streets. There was a civilization in there. I did not have time to think about it, and I have thought about it every day since. Round 1 sent 160 demon corpses at me, and not one of them reached the wall. The cheval de frise broke their run. The maze split them into files. The ballistas went through a file at a time, and 10 crossbows with premium scopes did the rest. No injuries, not one. Round 2 sent over 300, and among them, something new. Thug demon, boss grade, self-repairing, and strong enough that it walked through my second barricade rather than around it. That was the first time I fired the lightning-struck crossbow. I did not use chain lightning. I used a single bolt at 400 meters with a mind scope. Its head came apart the way a watermelon comes apart when you hit it with a hammer. And in the middle of round 2, Ma Ping's radio said 2 names. Ding Yu and Gan Hua have lost survivor status. And then the system, over the top of it, the core of your satellite shelter has been destroyed. 2 of the 3 crew leaders I had appointed, 2 of the 5 names I had bothered to memorize. They had not come through with the others because someone had to stay to the last minute to bring the ledgers, and they had volunteered, and Zhang Lin had let them, and so had I. I turned the panel off, and I kept shooting. Round 3 sent 700, and something that did not show up on anything. Crawling demon, speed beyond tracking, invisibility, and a tongue that works like a harpoon. 3 goblin mines opened a hole in the mass 40 meters wide and 15 deep. And while everyone was watching that, the invisible thing came over my second barricade. I found it with divine sense, not by seeing it, by what it had. Demon corpses have no light in them. Not one of the 700 things in front of me had a flame of life in it. And there was one small light moving fast across ground where there should not have been any light at all. I caught it in the air. And then, somewhere in the middle of round 3, I found out something about myself that changed how I fight forever. I put an arrow from my old hunting bow, my rank 0 starter bow, into a target at 18 meters while looking somewhere else entirely, because Divine Sense had the target locked. It hit. So I did it again, and again. Inside 20 meters, with Divine Sense on the target, I do not miss. Ever. It is not aim. It is knowing exactly where a thing is and exactly where the arrow will be. I went down off the wall and into the field with a bow and the leg technique, and I cut that round in half by myself, moving, drawing, and releasing without ever looking at what I was shooting. When I came back, the entire security detail was standing at the fence with their mouths open. Divine Sense can be used for shooting, said Ma Ping. To nobody. That's the mind's eye? That's a legend. It's a 20-meter legend, I told him. Don't get excited. Then the ranking opened. 88th, out of everyone. First place was a name I did not know. Julian Sterling. 5th was Lan Bo. Xiang Lin came and found me between rounds, and he could not look at me. He'd lost his status too. It went with the base, which meant no panel, which meant no ledger, no trading channel, no inventory readout, no purchasing. I'm not your logistics man anymore, he said. I can't do the job. I'd been sitting on a barricade eating a marching ration, and I did not get up. Look forward, I said. Walk forward. That's all I had. It was enough, or he decided it was, which is the same thing at 9 in the morning during a siege. The group channel, in the gaps, read like the corridor outside an exam hall. Zhou Xuan stopped after 3 rounds, sensibly, and immediately admitted that his test had been much harder than he expected, because he had spent the entire month buying expensive meat. Mei Shu stopped after 3 too, because she took a wound in the 3rd, and because she is the only person in that group who has ever correctly evaluated her own condition. Song Yi was still going. Wu Lei was still going. Li Jun had not typed in 2 hours, which for Li Jun means he is either dead or extremely happy. Round 4 brought 2 new categories of thing, and I hated both of them. The Fleshmound Demon is 3 meters by 3 meters of accumulated mass, and it eats the dead, and it grows, and anything you open on it closes while you are still watching. The Self-Destruct Demon detonates, including after you kill it, especially after you kill it. 1,500 in round 4, and about halfway through, the pile of bodies in front of my second barricade got higher than the barricade, which meant the next wave would simply walk over it. So I put 3 burning crystals into the base of it and stood back and let it go, and I used the harpoon tongue. The invisible thing from round 3 had one, and I had taken it. In round 4, I caught the tongue of a second one out of the air in a spider silk glove, broke the barbs off, wrapped the length of it round my fist, and used it on the crowd. 60 people on my wall screamed like a stadium. Round 5 was the one where they stopped being animals. They spread their front. They probed my flanks. They stopped feeding themselves into the maze and started going around the ends of it, and when I reinforced the left, they went right within about 40 seconds, which means somebody is telling them. I found it behind the flesh mounds, using them as cover, which is not something a thing without a plan does, and I went and got it. Alone, straight through the middle of the line, with the leg technique on and scale armor up, and about 11 seconds into that run, I finally used the thing I'd been carrying since the day I killed the bloodthirsty demon. Crimson Battle of the 8 Desolations. For every kill, a crimson blade, up to 8. They come off the ground behind you, and they hang in the air around your shoulders, and they steer with divine sense. I have never in my life felt anything as obscene and as satisfying as walking through a crowd, with 8 of those turning in the air around me, curving around corners into throats I could not see. The organizer was a Lord Demon, Tier 0, hero grade, monster control, a mental strike, and a charm effect. It was about a meter tall, and its head was half its body. It tried the mental strike, and the Ja rune in my sea of consciousness took it the way a wall takes a thrown egg. 8 blades arrived from 8 directions, and the entire horde in front of my fence howled at the same instant, every one of them, and then stopped moving with any coordination at all. 33rd. And that is when the World Channel found out I existed. I want to describe the shape of it, because it happened fast and it happened without me. Somebody noticed a name at 88 with no alliance tag. That's all. That's the whole spark. An unaffiliated survivor in the top 100 is a category error. The top 100 is alliances. It is analysts and supply chains and 40 people feeding one fighter. Then the name moved to 33, and the question stopped being curiosity and became an investigation. Lan Bo put his intelligence people on it that afternoon. Julian Sterling received a report the same evening which contained in essence one useful sentence. The Chinese are also looking, and the Chinese also cannot find anything. Neither of them could make the numbers work. Both of them ran the same calculation and got the same impossible answer, which is that one individual had accumulated more resources in 30 days than the entire Hua Alliance. The theories were spectacular. The illegitimate son of a billionaire, a state project, an overseas Chinese with an inheritance, a team of 40 people sharing one account. And in a private channel with 7 members, 6 people sat on the actual answer and said nothing. Wu Lei was the one who called it. Everybody shut up, he wrote. Opportunity always arrives holding hands with danger. Then, sometime around round 6, the World Channel got bored of asking who I was and started betting on where I'd finish. That was the moment it turned, not admiration. Participation. Liu Fan is a symbol for the rest of us, somebody wrote. The ordinary people. Put me down for 1,000. I was, at that exact moment, standing in a frozen field with a bow, sorting bodies into piles so that the decomposition machine could be walked out to them. After round 6, I was 11th. Round 7 is where the world got stranger, and I want to tell it properly. By then, both my forward defenses were gone. The cheval de frise was matchwood. The spike traps were full. All I had left was the fence and the vine, and then something happened on the far side of the rift. I could see it through the tier, the way you can see a street through a doorway. Something attacked the demon corpses over there. A second horde came at them out of the ruined city from a direction I couldn't see, and a mental wave came off it that was stronger than anything the Lord Demon had managed, and I felt it from 500 meters away through a hole in space. The demons broke and gave ground, and what came through the rift instead of demon corpses was rats. Rat men. Upright. A meter tall, dressed in scraps of things, human-shaped and entirely rodent. And the first thing they did on arriving in my world was turn on the demon corpses that were already here, killed them, and then ate them on the ground in front of my entire security detail. Half my recruits went to their knees. Fortunately, we'd all had marching rations for lunch, and marching rations do not come back up. I ran detection while I still had the composure. Demonic rat men, tier 0, common, attribute, famine. They will devour anything. Poisonous rot, ratman, hero grade. Corrosive mist, and a plague aura. Mountain ratman, hero grade. 2 meters, arms like hammers, copper hide. Bloodblade ratman, hero grade. A meter tall, thin, arms like mantis blades. And by the count on the ground, the most efficient killers of the 4. I put a bolt through a bloodblade ratman that was hunched over its meal, and the corpse of that bloodblade ratman was eaten by 3 ordinary rats before it finished falling. "Attack!" I said. Aimed fire. And my voice came out flatter than I meant it to, because I had just watched something eat its own officer. They ignored the arrows. That's the thing about famine. Death of a comrade is not a threat. It's catering. We put 400 bolts into that crowd while it ate, and it did not look up once. 4,000 of them came through before the rift closed. And then something screamed, and every rat man in the field dropped what it was holding and looked at my fence with the same expression at the same time. "Ma Ping," I said, "fall back inside. Now." Because they were fast, and because a security detail caught in the open by a charge is not a security detail, it's an appetizer. Little vine, prepare. The vine had been waiting all morning. Arm-thick lines went out under the fence and lay flat in the ash. Xiang Lin, get up in Heavenly Eye and find me the organizer. That was Jia Li's idea, from the previous round, and it was a good one, and I had granted him the permission an hour earlier and forgotten about it. And then I opened my collar and let the queen out, and she went up into the clear air above the fog line, where nothing could reach her. Go and find whatever is making that noise. They crossed 200 meters faster than I wanted. The barricades Jiang Lin had thrown up did almost nothing, because rats climb and rats dig, and a barricade is a suggestion to something with 4 working limbs. Then the vine took them, hundreds of them, by the legs, all at once. And the thorns went in, and the magic fire went in behind the thorns. Magic fire uses flesh as its fuel. It does not go out. And most monsters do not feel pain in their bodies. Souls are a different matter. Several hundred rat men caught a light simultaneously at the foot of my fence, and my entire security detail cheered, and I remember being glad they cheered, because until that moment, they had been very quiet. And then the rats adapted in about 90 seconds, which is faster than any animal should. The common ones started going around the vines. The hero-grade ones came forward specifically to tear them. They stopped attacking my wall and started attacking my gardener. So I threw 4 goblin mines 30 meters out into the densest part of the mass. And while everything was still coming down, I had the vine throw its whole length out 20 meters, curl the tips back in toward the fence, and close. It wrapped the entire vanguard like a parcel. Then I walked the platform, putting bolts through hero-grade rats caught inside the net, while the net tightened, and the thorns went in, and the drinking started. Half of them were dead by then. Under 2,000 left. "Boss is amazing," somebody shouted. "Boss, I love you," shouted somebody else, and I would very much like to know who. "The fight is not over," I said. "Hold the line." Then the organizer screamed again, and a section of the mass peeled off toward my eastern fence, where there were barricades and no people. Because it had worked out that the east side was thin. That thing, I said out loud, is going to be a problem. And Ma Ping turned to look at me with an expression I have seen on a lot of faces since, which is the expression of a man waiting for his boss to produce a miracle he has no evidence exists. The radio crackled. 50 meters left. 10 o'clock. I put the lightning-struck crossbow up, triggered the skill, and fired 3 bolts in a triangle into a crowd of rats, where Xiang Lin said a thing I could not see was standing. Chain lightning does not need you to be right about which one. The arcs jumped through 40 bodies in a quarter second, and when they stopped, there was a scorched space in the middle of that crowd, and about half of the eastern column stopped moving with purpose and lay down to eat. Then the screaming started again from the other side, and there was a second one. The queen found it. 2-headed rat person, tier 0, hero grade. Famine, cunning, control, and invisibility. An ordinary rat with 2 heads and the ability to not be there. No wonder I couldn't find it. I did not wait to be sure. 3 more chain bolts. Through her eyes, from 30 meters up, I watched a charred shape appear in the middle of a crowd that had been empty a second before, and I laughed out loud on my own wall. 7th round cleared. Proceed to the 8th, and now I have to tell you about the choice, because everything after it is my fault. 7th place on the board. Which was, I want to be honest, far beyond anything I had expected when this started. 7th out of 2.5 billion. That is a number you retire on. The sun was going down. My people had been awake for 14 hours. Ma Ping's detail were shooting with their forearms shaking. And I looked up at first place. Still the same Westerner. Still there. Still not stopping. And I found that I was not willing to accept it. Jia Li appeared next to me on the platform. I hadn't heard her come up. Decide it by yourself, she said, looking out at the field. Not by us. And then the vine spoke into my head, which it had never done before. It wanted corpses. It had absorbed so much in the last hour that it was standing right on the edge of Tier 1. And it could feel the edge, and it wanted more. Xiang Lin, I said, boss, get the whole logistics team out there and stack every dead rat in the field against the fence. He stood there for a second, trying to work out whether I meant to build a firewall, in which case they were in the wrong place. Go, I said. He went. Out in the world, the sensible people were stopping. Lan Bo sat on the steps of his own fortress with an unsmoked cigarette burning down between his fingers and read a casualty report. 13 dead, 82 wounded, 85 still able to fight. His staff officer's recommendation was one line. High risk, unclear return, advise withdrawal. He looked at 7th place on the board and thought, with real feeling, if only that man were mine. Then he agreed to abandon the trial and told them to put everything into treating the wounded. Julian Sterling's people told him the same thing in more expensive language. Supplies can be replaced, loyal subordinates cannot. There will be many more months. He said fine, and he gave up. And it was the first time in his life he had ever done that. And in a small chat group, 5 people sat and waited for a name to come online. And it did not come online. Song Yi did the maths out loud. If round 8 is 6,000, round 9 is 8. And the difficulty more than doubles between them. Li Jun said, Brother Liu is a real man, and I am ashamed of my inferiority. Kai Hua said nothing at all for 11 minutes, and then wrote, he'd better not. I came out of the fortress 5 minutes before the countdown, and the first thing I looked at was my fence. It was black, not lacquer black. There were flame patterns cut into the dark red of it now, moving slowly, and the air around it felt wrong in a way I recognized, because it felt like standing next to myself. Magic fire thorns. Tier 1. Demonic fire. Parasite. It puts a seed of fire in through the thorn, and once the seed takes, the mother vine controls the host. Life drain, upgraded. It had dropped a grade in quality to buy the rank, and lost mutation evolution entirely. And its old magic fire had degenerated into the parasite version. No time to test it. Test it in the field. Ma Ping, Zhang Fang, Jia Li, positions. Understood, said Ma Ping, and slapped himself across the face twice to wake up. Ready, said Zhang Fang. I looked at a rift 500 meters away in the last of the daylight and said, begin round 8. 6,000 came through, and this time they did not eat. They came out, they walked 100 meters, and they stopped and stood in ranks facing the rift, waiting for the rest of themselves. They had been briefed, which raised a question I have never had answered. Can they see this side from over there? Because I can see their side through the tear. Two-way glass is not an unreasonable guess. 3 two-headed rat persons this time, and the moment the last one was through, the mass split into 3 and came at my east, west, and center simultaneously. I opened on the mountain ratmen first and kept opening on them, because they are 2 meters tall in a crowd of 1-meter animals, and they are the ones who break walls. The tall nail gets hammered. You are a serious threat and extremely easy to find. Who else would I be shooting? The vine dropped its lines and took the front rank, and the front rank went down on their bellies and tried to bite through it. Tier 0 teeth on a Tier 1 vine. Several of them broke their own front teeth off. One of them broke its jaw, and while their mouths were full of vine, the thorns went in. 10 seconds later, the fire lines came up under the skin of the ones that had been bitten, and they got bigger, and then they turned around and killed the rat standing next to them. The whole vanguard flipped at once. Boss really did have a card left, said Ma Ping, with the satisfaction of a man whose faith has been publicly vindicated. I did not say anything, because I was watching the parasites shrivel. The fire eats the host, too. This is not an army, it's a fuse. Every soldier the vine makes is spending itself down to nothing while it fights. So I took direct control and changed the doctrine. Stop killing them, I told it. Cripple them and throw them back to me. And after that, the parasites stopped finishing their kills and started breaking legs and hurling the wounded at my fence, where the vine caught them and put a seed in and made them ours. A conveyor belt. 2 hours of it. That is more like it, I thought. Who's afraid of a long war? And then Xiang Lin's voice tight. Boss, the east side has the vines pinned, and Jia Li's immediately after. West side is at the fence. I threw Ma Ping a shield and a sword on my way past. Serpent skin, +1 physique. Cold iron ring pommel, make do. He caught them both and felt his own strength go up a step, and did not look pleased about it, and I understood why, because a man who has just been handed better equipment has just been told that things are about to get worse. Then I went east along the fence at a dead run. What I found there was the vine losing, not being overwhelmed, being managed. The hero-grade rats had worked out that the vine was the problem, and a group of them were holding it down while the common ones went at the boards, which meant the vine could not parasitize, which meant the conveyor belt had stopped. So I threw 7 frost crystals into the thickest part of them. At -50 degrees, the frost crystal effect does not stay inside its listed meter. It went out to 4 in 7 overlapping rings, and everything at the center of each ring became a statue, and everything at the edges got frostbite it would never walk off. Rats are not built for this cold. They'd been getting away with it on fur and short exposure. After that, they were not getting away with it. 7 ice fortifications in the middle of their formation, and the rear ranks had to go around. Then I emptied the hunting bow into the hero grades, arrow after arrow after arrow, one long, unbroken line of them. And I was not killing with any single shot, I was just making pincushions faster than they could close distance. The organizer screamed and the survivors pulled back, and I put chain lightning into the retreat because I am not a sporting man. Meanwhile, on the front wall, Jia Li saved 4 people's lives and got a nickname out of it. A poisonous rot rat man had got past the vine and was spraying green mist up at the platform, and Ma Ping's detail were breaking formation to get away from it, which is exactly what it wanted. And from the top of the arrow tower, Jia Li put an ice arrow into its back. Frost effect, half speed, and a rot demon that cannot move is just a target with poor conversation. 9 crossbows finished it in about a second and a half. "Thank you, boss lady," somebody shouted. Then the entire wall shouted it. "Concentrate," roared Ma Ping. "The enemy is right in front of you." And then, after a pause, "Thank the boss lady, after." The price of cigarettes in my territory went up considerably that week, and I never found out who was running that market. The west fence came apart at about 8 in the evening, 3-meter hole. Rats coming through it into my front yard. Ma Ping wanted to take the detail over. Jia Lai refused him, out loud, in front of everyone. And she was right. Pull the shooters off the front, and the blood blades come over the top in 30 seconds. "You have to trust him," she said. "He knows what he's doing." She had no evidence for this. She had decided it was true, and she has been deciding it is true ever since. But it was true, because I had put something in the front yard 3 hours earlier and told nobody. Number 0 went into that hole and filled it. A Tier 1 suit of empty armor with a double-bladed greatsword, standing in a 3-meter gap, and the rats came at him the way water comes at a dam, which is to say constantly and without result. "I forgot all about him," said Jia Li, with enormous relief. "I forgot about the boss's ridiculous collection," said Ma Ping, slapping his own forehead. "My faith is still not strong enough." By 10 o'clock, the 8th round was arithmetic. The queen found the last 2-headed rat person on the west side. I went over the fence with the crossbow while I was still in the air, and put a hole the size of a soup bowl through its chest. It died in the middle of its own panic, which is the way most of them went. The 3rd one I killed by accident. I have to be honest about that. I threw frost crystals into a crowd, and one of them happened to be standing in it, and I did not find out until the system told me the round was over. The parasite count passed 200, then 3, and then the thing snowballed, and there was nothing left to do but watch 6,000 rats be eaten by their own front rank. Half an hour later, the last one went down. Round 8 cleared. Proceed to the 9th. 2nd place, Liu Fan, 997 merit. "The kid at the top is stubborn," I said. "Still hasn't quit. Ma Ping, take them in and get them fed. Zhang Lin, every barricade we have left, put it out. Bodies to the vine. With that hedge on my side, I can still afford to fight. Can you?" Then I looked at the rift and said it out loud, on my own wall, to nobody. "I am going to take 1st place." The World Channel lost its mind, and it lost its mind in a way I only saw afterwards. Breaking. Liu Fan is 2nd. Liu Shen, you have made every Chinese person proud. I want to have this man's children. I'll pay for the teleport scroll myself. Whichever of you is running the book, I want my money now. Whoever opened the book has already run. He can't cover the odds. And meanwhile, quietly, several organizations and sects that had put standing bounties on the head of the unaffiliated man in the top 100 deleted those bounties without comment. A fat sheep can still be sold. This one is best avoided. It is very easy to go out to steal a chicken and end up delivering the rice. Lanbo read the board and said, mostly to himself, "Heroes really do come from nowhere," and then told his staff that he intended to contact me personally when the test ended, as one descendant of the Yellow Emperor to another, and his staff officer opened his mouth to object and could not think of a reason. and Julian Sterling sat in a very well-appointed room and could not get a single fact about me from any source on the planet and said, "Damn it," out loud, and then asked his butler whether he should restart. The think tank's advice was no. The ninth round may cost a large number of casualties. Fine, he said. I give up. And that was the first genuinely frustrating moment of his entire life, and he did not handle it as well as he thought he did. Before round 9, I did the only part of that night that I am actually proud of. I gave Ma Ping 16 goblin mines and told him the kill radius was 15 meters, so throw them a long way. I put him and Shang Feng on the east with the mines, because grenades are how 20 ordinary people handle hero-grade monsters. I took the front and the west myself, with number 0. Jiali had the tower, and on the way past the tower, I stopped. Last round, I said, "Be careful." She looked at me with an expression I could see even through the polar helmet and said, "You too." There was a moment there where either of us could have said something else, and neither of us did, because of the helmets. Damn helmets. Round 9 came out of a dark I could not see into. 8,000 plus, 4 two-headed rat persons, standing openly, in a line, not hiding at all. And behind them, hero grades and numbers, I stopped counting. You hear a rat before you see it. That night we heard 8,000 of them for a full minute before a single one became visible, and I watched 60 people's breathing change. They came at 3 sides at once, and it went well for about 4 minutes. And then somebody screamed on the east side, and it was not a battle noise. There's a monster in the sky. 1 man wounded, 1 man taken. Taken. Lifted off my own platform. I got there in 5 seconds and found Ma Ping's people shooting straight up into the dark at nothing. Divine Sense found 4 of them, and I put 4 arrows into 4 flames of life, and 4 bodies came down. Bat-winged rat man. Tier 0, hero grade. Flight, lightness, claws, and silence. They are silent. Not quiet, silent. And the rest of them were above my divine sense range, which is 40 meters, and there was no moon. And while I was standing there working out that I had no answer to this, there was an impact from the direction of the arrow tower. Jia Li had felt the cold on the back of her neck a half second before it arrived, and thrown herself flat, which is the only reason there is a rest of this paragraph. She activated the Starfire armor as she went down. Physique 0 to 10, instantly. Took a claw across the back and rolled out from under the second one. And then, instead of running, she went at it. She got both arms around a bat-winged rat man and took it to the floor of the tower and rolled with it. And while it was thrashing, she got a hand on a machete that was lying against the fence and started cutting. It got up. It got airborne, 1 flap. And she caught it by the wing and pulled it back down out of the air. I arrived somewhere in there and took it off her. And she was still holding the machete in both hands and did not want to give it up. "It's dead," I said. "It's dead. It's finished. Let go." She let go. "I'm fine," she said, into my shoulder. "Go west. The west is about to fall." And I did not go west, not for another 3 seconds, because I made her stand there while I checked her over first. Then I used the shield scroll. A dome of light came down over the whole property like an upturned glass bowl. 10 minutes. Arrows and grenades pass outward. The vines lines outside and stay under my control. Nothing gets in. Which sounds perfect and is why I had not wanted to burn it, because nothing gets out either, and a man standing inside a bowl cannot see well enough to shoot. So I jumped over my own fence and stood outside it, and I took out the gluttonous bone whip. Here was the problem in one sentence. 7 silent things above 40 meters in the dark, and my only reliable targeting method has a 40-meter ceiling. Here was the answer. The queen can see them, and the whip wants to find them. I found the first one by feel. She gave me a bearing from 30 meters up, and I put the whip out into the dark on that line, and something came down out of the sky like a sandbag and hit the rat crowd hard enough to clear a space. Compared to me, that animal was a 5-year-old arm wrestling an adult. That is not a boast. It is a spec comparison. Then the whip transmitted a request, and the request was flesh. "Fine," I told it. "A bat-winged rat man is worth 10 ordinary ones. Eat." The remaining 6 worked out that I was dangerous and went higher and started circling, and they were mocking me, and I know that because they were making a noise about it. So I stood in an open field waving a whip at nothing. Deliberately, wildly, wide, sloppy, obviously blind swings, 4 of them. While the whole time, the queen fed me a bird's eye view, and the whip itself drifted half a meter toward the nearest one on its own, because it is greedy and cannot help itself. That half meter was the calibration. They relaxed. One of them made the mocking noise again. I let the whip lengthen, slowly, out into the dark like a snake going up a wall, and then I put my whole body into it. The energy went down the shaft and into the tip, and the tip broke the sound barrier several times over. Something came apart directly above me, and the crack of it went through the other 6 like a hand across a table, and they all lurched sideways in the air at once, drunk, deafened. 10 seconds. 5 more sonic booms. 6 of them stopped existing, and the last one took a paralytic sting from the queen and fell out of the sky on its own. I stood there afterwards with my heart going and my arms shaking and shouted at the top of my voice, at my own wall, "The flying ones are dealt with." And 60 people cheered from behind a light shield, and I have never enjoyed anything more. Then the radio said, "Boss, 2 o'clock, 180 meters out." I stamped, jumped, and a vine came up under my boot at the top of the arc and threw me higher. I fired the chain lightning from the air. 20 meters of arcing across a crowd, and a 2-headed rat person that had not finished going invisible went down with the rest of them, and I landed on the fence and shouted double, which was when everything went wrong at once. Divine Sense picked up number 0 running for the backyard. And Xiang Lin, over the radio, in the voice of a man reading something he does not believe. "Boss, there are 7 holes in the backyard. They're coming up out of the ground. And Jia Li, immediately after, heavy assault on the front, the parasites are collapsing. And Ma Ping, on top of her. Same on the east, hero grades and numbers. We're losing the parasites here too. 3 sides, coordinated, in the same 8 seconds. And then, in front of me on the west, the surviving hero grade rats came out into the open, and did not charge, and did not group. They scattered and started making noise, deliberately, bouncing about in front of me, out of reach, shouting, and I started laughing, because I finally understood what I was looking at. They were a distraction. 6 survivors of a slaughter, sent out to hold my attention while the real work happened somewhere else. And they knew it, and they did it anyway. Ma Ping's voice came through. "Boss, I'm taking the backyard." "Do what you can," I said. And then I hung up on him, which I have not forgiven myself for. He took 3 grenades and went alone. What he found back there was number 0 holding a dozen hero-grade rats off the back door on his own. And behind them, poison spitters standing at range, spraying corrosive mist at a suit of armor. Single stupidest decision made by anything on either side that night. 7 holes, half a meter across. And beside them, 7 enormous rats, 2 meters long, lying flat and heaving, digging rats. Hero grade, digging, direction sense, endurance, and soil softening. The permafrost out there is like steel. Ordinary rats cannot get through it. Those 7 had chewed away under my wall for the entire round, and they were finished, and they were still breathing. Ma Ping charged. 12 ordinary rats came off the pile at him, and he went through them shouting, and they went for the parts of him a 1-meter-tall animal can reach. At one point, a claw came within a couple of centimeters of ending his family line. He mentioned that later, at length, in front of everyone, several times. He got a grenade off at the diggers, 1 died, 6 did not. Then a poison spitter and a fresh group came round and boxed him in, and he threw his second grenade into the ground itself. The permafrost cracked and the tunnel under it collapsed, and took a lot of things with it, and cracked 2 of the adjacent holes on the way. And then the green mist closed over him. He held his breath. He still went down on 1 knee. He got his hand into the bag for the last grenade, with the entirely reasonable intention of taking the room with him. And the head of the thing standing over him came apart. Then a line of arrows went through the crowd around him, one after another, and every single one of them found a skull. "Boss," said Ma Ping, out loud, to no one, in a voice full of joy. "It's the boss. I'm saved. I got the hero grades off number 0, and I told the vine to come through from the west, and it came through the house. It took the 6 exhausted diggers where they lay. Old Gan. How bad? Just a scratch, boss. He was gray. Sorry, I let you down." "You didn't let me down," I said. "I'd never have been reckless enough to try that." Which is a lie, and he knew it was a lie, and he laughed, and then he said, "Holy hell, that hurts," and then he fell straight over. I nearly stopped breathing. I thought I just watched a man die in front of me. It was the poison. I checked the panel, and it was only the poison. I would very much have hated to lose that particular idiot. Then I took the last grenade out of his bag and dropped it down the middle hole, and the tunnel under my house folded in on itself, and 2 of the remaining 3 went with it. 1 hole left. The pressure went off the backyard entirely. 3 women came out from the fortress with a stretcher, and I gave them a bottle of antidote and told them not to take his helmet off until they were indoors. And then I went back to work, and I want to tell you what I found on the west side, because it is the reason round 9 ended the way it did. 600 parasitic rat men, standing in silence outside my fence, burning quietly, waiting. While Ma Ping had been playing hero in the backyard, I had not been idle. I had killed everything on the west that could think, and then I had let the vine work uninterrupted for 20 minutes. 600. I put them into the flank of the main body like a knife into a side. They are a single-use weapon. Every one of them was going to burn out inside the hour whether they fought or not. So there was no reason on earth to hold them back. And they went in and did not stop and did not defend themselves once. Then the goblin mines opened 4 holes in what was left. And the vine went into every hole and came back with prisoners. And 500 new ones stood up. And for the first time all night the parasites outnumbered the enemy. What came after that was not a battle. Jiali came and stood next to me on the platform without saying anything. "It's over," she said, eventually. "Yes," I said, "it's over. Round 9 cleared. Proceed to the 10th." And on the leaderboard, my merit total went up, and passed Julian Sterling and stopped at the top, first. And in the World Channel, for one whole second, the scroll stopped moving. Then it came apart entirely. First place, it's actually first place. I'm rich. My God, how did he do that? I'd like to know too. 8,000 monsters is completely unreasonable. They must have been standing still. Why do you think we call him Liu Shen? Is Liu Fan really doing this alone? He has to be the head of some secret organization. The Beacon of Freedom claims responsibility for this achievement. The FFF Burning Society announces that Liu Shen is our president. Get lost, my husband is not the chairman of your terrible club. And, in the background, quietly, a great many people who had been carefully not thinking about a man with a golden name started thinking about him very hard. My old neighbors back on Blue Star, incidentally, made a considerable amount of money that week. There was a barber on the ground floor of my building who sold 4 separate interviews. I have read one of them. He described me as probably something in tech, quiet, always paid on time. That's the whole file. 24 years, and the definitive account of me is a man who cut my hair 4 times saying I paid on time. We did the after action in the prep room at 10 at night, and everybody was smiling. Ma Ping was awake and gray and grinning. Shang Fang read out the numbers. 1 dead, 1 badly hurt. 8 showing mild poisoning, everyone else simply finished. Take the antidotes and the last of the water of life down to the blessed land, I said. They fought. They get the best of what we have. Zhang Lin looked at the floor when I said that, and Ma Ping looked at the ceiling, because medicine at that moment cost more than anything else on the market, and everybody in that room knew what I had just spent. 9 names had put their hands up for the backyard when Ma Ping called for volunteers, incidentally. 9 out of a group who had been property 6 weeks earlier. Then I told them the test was over and go and sleep, and they started laughing and talking about how tired they were, and Ma Ping said something about carrying bricks, and then everyone stopped because my face had changed. "Wait here," I said, and walked out. I sat down on the leather sofa in the empty living room and took the turtle shell out. The crack ran 2/3 of the way across it. I have had 2 warnings from that thing in my life. The first was half. This was 2/3, and the description that came with it did not bother with nuance. An omen of calamity. As precarious as a stack of eggs. Imminent, and not merely financial. I made myself sit still and think, because panic is the most useless of all the emotions, and it arrives exactly when you can least afford it. The shell fires on decisions. That is the whole mechanic. It cracks when I decide something that will hurt me. And the decision I had just made, in the prep room, in my own head, without saying it out loud, was, that's enough. I'm not taking round 10. So stopping is what kills me, which is genuinely, structurally impossible, because I could not take round 10. The goblin mines were gone. The frost crystals were gone. My spiritual energy was on the floor. My people were unconscious in a demiplane. I had nothing left to fight with. Stopping kills me, and continuing kills me. And then I looked down at the object in my hands and remembered that it does 2 things. Daily divination. State clearly what you wish to know. How do I get the greatest possible benefit out of the 10th round? Note that I did not ask whether to take it. By then I had decided to believe the shell, and if you believe the shell, you do not waste a divination asking a question you have already answered. The shell buzzed, and something went out of it, and I followed it with divine sense as far as I could, which was not far. It went into the void realm, and it went somewhere past that, and past that there was a place my perception simply stopped. That is how divination works, apparently. It asks something else. I could not sense the something else, and I could not see the shape of the thing I was leaning on, and I found that fascinating enough that for 2 seconds I forgot I was going to die. At rank 0, I could not have felt the fluctuation at all. At tier 1, I can feel it leave. Keep going, and eventually I will see where it goes. Then the answer came back. It begins in 5 minutes. An extremely auspicious sign, a brush with death, and a very great reward. I made a noise, an extremely auspicious sign. You did not rate the destruction of the Blood Fiend Alliance that highly, and I walked out of that with a demiplane, a fortress, and a workforce. Every particle of tiredness went out of me at once. And then the shell asked for its fee. You are an unmarried man of 24 with no history of romantic attachment. Why have you never pursued a woman? There, in an empty living room, holding a hostile piece of bone 5 minutes before the largest fight of my life, I seriously considered taking the misfortune instead. I was busy, I said. I had games, I had shows, I had friends I played them with. It never came up. I felt it right. Cross-referencing with prior records. Subject has a documented interest in women's clothing and no documented interest in women. Working hypothesis logged. Working hypothesis, it has a case file. It is building a case file on me out of 2 data points, and it has used the word hypothesis, which implies future revisions. I gripped it hard enough that it made a sound, and it kept making the sound. And it was extremely clear to both of us that I was not going to break the only object that had ever saved my life. Deep breath. No killing intent. Deep breath. No killing intent. I put it in the pocket where I would not have to look at it and went back to the prep room. 8 faces looked up. We're starting another round. The silence was total. Jia Li opened her mouth to argue, and I put my hand up before she got a syllable out. There's no time to explain. This one isn't dangerous. Nobody needs to be woken up. The few of us here will do. They believe me. That is the part I still think about. 9 people with nothing left, at 10 at night. On the word of a man who had just told them a fight against 8,000 rats was not dangerous. We went up onto the platform. I checked my watch. 10:16. Boss, said Xiang Lin, staring into the dark. What do we need to do? Nothing, I said. If it goes well, we watch. Then I let the queen out and sent her at the rift and closed my eyes. The 10th round did not send a wave. It sent a parade. A dozen ordinary rats came through and walked out to 200 meters and turned around to face the rift. Then 1,000. Then 2,000. 3, 5, 9. They kept coming and they kept forming up, and not one of them looked at my fence. Then the 2-headed rat persons came out, several of them, and did not hide. They stood in the open beside the tear like officers on a reviewing stand. Then hero grades in a mass. Hundreds. Thousands. I stopped counting the leaders at 40. And then something came through that made every rat in that field go silent. 3 meters tall and obese, and each step it took landed, and the fat moved across it in waves. Around it, a dozen smaller ones in a ring, all facing outward. Guard ratmen. Hero grade. Self-healing, enormous strength, a shield, and something called substitute displacement. Demonized Rat King, Tier 1, Boss Grade, Swarm Control, Bloodlust, Corpse Explosion, Tier 1. I opened my eyes on the platform and stared into the dark at nothing, and beside me, Jia Li asked quietly whether it was going badly. I shook my head and closed my eyes again, because I had no way to say the true answer out loud. No weapons, no energy, no army. A Tier 1 boss out there with 10,000 soldiers. And something was supposed to save me in the next 4 minutes, and I could not find it. The Rat King made a sound in the bottom of its chest, and 10,000 rats screamed at once. The sound crossed 500 meters and hit my wall. I felt the boards move. Down in the fortress, a glass someone had left on a table walked across the wood and fell off. Wen Li, who had never in her life stood on a platform in front of a charge, went white and took hold of the rail with both hands. Then it raised one paw and pointed at my house, and the whole field turned around. Where is the variable, I thought. Where is it? Where is it? And I sent the queen through the rift. Through it. To the other side. Into the ruined city. Into the world where these things live, because I had run out of places on this side to look. And on the far side of the tear, in the snow, there was a furrow. 2 meters wide, pressed flat, running away south. And it went further than the queen could follow. It was not dug. It was written. It went in long curves, side to side, the way one specific thing in the world moves. That's a snake, I said out loud, on my own wall, to 8 people who had no idea what I was talking about. And I followed the furrow to the end of it and found something lying in the snow, with its white scales indistinguishable from the ground it was lying on, 20 meters of it, easily and thicker through the body than I am tall. Mutant sky-devouring python, Tier 1, hero grade, ice control, charge, devour, and evolve. And at the bottom of the entry, in the same font as everything else, the system had written a note. Don't bother reading this. You can't beat it. Thank you, genuinely, very supportive. But I did not need to beat it. I needed to understand what it was doing there. And the answer was in one line of the description, and the line was about bloodline. 3 drops of celestial liquid had come down on my roof 2 nights before, and something enormous a very long way away had opened its eyes. That was not the only thing that felt it. The python's own bloodline had gone dormant years ago, damaged, and the moment mine woke up, it woke up too. And it had come across a broken world to find the thing that had rung the bell. It was not here for the Rat King, it was here for me. So, this is a real-world version of, if I can't have you, I'll kill you, I said, to a wall, at 10:20 at night. If you could turn into a person like the white snake, I might at least consider it. Is the killing strictly necessary? Nobody answered, and then the Rat King's army crossed the 100-meter line, and Xiang Lin said, in a voice I had never heard him use, "Boss, this is not what you told us." And I did not answer him either, because on the other side of a hole in space, the snake had started moving. The Rat King's charge was 10 meters from my vine when the entire army stopped, turned, and ran back the way it had come. Some of them went down under the ones behind them. 10,000 animals reversing at once does not go smoothly. "They escaped," said Xianglin in a whisper, staring. "They escaped." Then he started shaking, which is what surviving does to you about 4 seconds after you find out you have. I knew it. I knew the boss had something left. Ma Ping, standing there with a broken face and a bag of nothing, looked at me the way people look at weather. And I could feel him revising his estimate of me upward again, and I wanted to tell him to stop. Jia Li did not say anything, because Jia Li had never once entertained the possibility, and I could feel her leaning very slightly against my arm. And I kept my eyes shut, because I was watching the best thing I have ever seen in my life. The snake had come across the intervening distance without appearing to travel, not teleportation, a charge, at a speed that has no business belonging to something that size. And when it stopped, it was behind the Rat King, with its mouth open 4 meters wide. It closed. The bulge went down the throat and into the body, and the body distended slightly and then flattened out again, and the whole thing took about a second and a half. And then something screamed with enormous fury off to the left. And the snake looked, and the Rat King was standing over there, entirely intact, and looking extremely pleased about it. Substitute displacement. The guard swaps places with the king. Whatever had just been digested was one of the escort, which means you cannot touch the Rat King until the escort is gone, and the escort regenerates. And I sat on a wall in the dark and started taking notes. The Rat King ran. It abandoned its concubines, which it had brought with it, about 100 of them, and left them standing in the snow and went. The snake caught it in about 4 seconds and ate another guard. Then it stood up. 20 meters of animal, upright, and the ground under it went white, and the frost went out across the field faster than anything should move, and 100 of the Rat King's household became statuary between one breath and the next. The Rat King screamed at it, and I could not tell whether that was grief or embarrassment. It ran again. The snake ate another guard. Then the snake worked out what was happening, which took it 3 tries and one of me, watching from 500 meters and 1 dimension away, going, "It's the medium-sized ones, you idiot. It's the medium-sized ones." It hissed, and 50 ice spikes formed in the air and went out like artillery. The Rat King displaced one last time, into a spot it had chosen carefully, with a guard standing in front of it. That guard's fur stood up and became a shield the size of a door. The spikes hit the shield until there was nothing left of either of them, and the Rat King ran for its own army without looking back, and the last of the 12 froze standing up. Then 10,000 rats came at a 20-meter snake, and the snake looked at them the way you look at ants on a picnic blanket, frost, hundreds of them at a time. And the Rat King raised a paw and did the thing it had been holding, bloodlust. The mental wave came off it hard enough that I felt it on my own platform, and every ordinary rat in that field swelled up, and their fur stood on end, and they went at that snake with no interest in surviving the attempt. Up over the frozen ones, up over the dead ones, climbing the corpses of their own kind to get one claw onto the scales. And the wall of dead grew and became a rampart 10 meters high around a snake that was steadily running out of patience. If they had come at my fence like that in the last round, I said out loud, we would be having a very different evening. Then the snake stood up to its full height and opened its mouth and exhaled. A cone of white 80 meters long. 3,000 rats stopped being rats and became a landscape feature, all at once, mid-stride, with their faces still doing what their faces had been doing. The Rat King, from a safe distance, went very quiet. The snake coiled back down, breathing hard, because that had cost it something. And it had had enough. I watched it decide. It looked west, toward the rift, toward my house, toward the thing it had actually come for, and it started to move. It was going to leave. It was going to leave and come through and arrive in my backyard. And the Rat King, who did not want to lose the meal, sent 1,000 hero grades at it in a suicide charge. That was the mistake, not the snakes, the kings. Mountain ratmen swelled up and hit it. Blood blades went up its back and worked at the seams. Rot ratmen stood off and sprayed until they were empty. And the snake, which had been ready to walk away, decided otherwise. Ice spikes straight down out of the air. And then it rolled. 100 tons of animal with scales like plate, rolling across its own attackers back and forth, like road machinery. And when that finished, there were 3,000 rats left standing out of 10. And the Rat King was as far away as it could get, and its eyes were doing arithmetic. It ordered what was left to hold the snake in place, and then it swept its mental energy across the field, and this time, not over the living. Over the dead. Corpse explosion. 10,000 bodies went up simultaneously. The ones killed that night, and the ones killed an hour before, and the frozen ones and the crushed ones. Every single corpse in a field 500 meters across at the same instant. The ground moved under my fence. The mountain behind my house let go somewhere up in the dark, and I heard an avalanche start. Wen Li sat down. 2 of the others grabbed the rail, and the shockwave rolled out and caught the queen from behind and threw her tumbling, and my view went black. I opened my eyes on a platform with an expression on my face that I am told was memorable. Imagine watching a program for 2 hours and having the power go out 4 minutes before the end, And it's live. There is no second showing. Boss, said Ma Ping cautiously. What is that over there? How do I put this? I said. Have you ever seen Godzilla fight the self-defense force? Ma Ping nodded so hard his helmet moved. It's like that. There's a python out there fighting the rats. 8 people looked at each other, and I could see all of them trying to work out why. Godzilla at least has motive. I did not explain. I closed my eyes and brought the queen back in. And what I found when she got there was a wreck. The snake had lost most of its scales. Its underside was open in several places. Its blood was coming out and freezing on the way down and making red glass on the ground. One fang was gone. I never found out where. It was lying flat, and it looked like it was about to go and see its great-grandmother. The Rat King had moved out before the explosion, obviously. Everything else had not. Of 10,000, fewer than 1,000 remained, and half of those were hero grades, because the ordinary ones do not survive that. And the Rat King did not close. That is the thing. It had a Tier 1 hero on the floor in front of it, and it would not walk over and finish it because it had worked out that the snake was faking, which the snake was. It had enough left for one more, and it was lying there with its eyes half shut, waiting to be approached. And the Rat King was not going to be approached, and the two of them stayed in that arrangement for 4 full minutes. So, the snake gave up and exhaled its last breath of ice and froze almost everything that was still standing. And the Rat King detonated the fresh corpses under it. The snake's back came apart. From a distance, it looked cut in half. Between the exhale and the explosion, there were perhaps 2 seconds, and in those 2 seconds, the entire evening reversed. The Rat King came out from behind its wall and started walking slow circles around a dying snake at a distance of 40 meters, and it was enjoying itself, and it had its back to the west. I had crossed 400 meters while it was busy. Several bolts hit it before it knew there was anyone else in the field. It bared its teeth at me and made a noise that was meant to be terrifying, and I understood, from the way it did that the Rat King was a caster and had never once in its life needed to be dangerous up close. Who exactly are you trying to frighten? I stood on clear ground, well away from any corpse, because I had been watching for the last 20 minutes and I knew exactly what it could do to the ground you were standing on. And then I simply shot it. It set off every body within 30 meters of me, and I did not move, because there was nothing within 30 meters of me. It tried to close and could not. It tried to run, and I was faster. I put bolts into it until it went down, and then I put 4 more into the head, because these things play dead as a species trait, and I am not a brave man, I am a thorough one. Survivor has completed the 10th round of trials. The monthly test is concluded. As the survivor cleared the monthly test on the first attempt, an additional reward has been issued. 1 scroll of revelation. 10 rounds. That's all there was. There was never an 11th, and the snake was still alive. It had been watching me since I arrived. It had watched me kill the thing that killed it. And I could feel, across 40 meters, the exact quality of its attention, which was hope. Come closer, it was thinking. Come a little closer. I am very easy to kill right now. I collected the Rat King first, in front of it, slowly. A skull, a spine, and a skill stone. Rat swarm control. A skill stone. I was delighted for about a second and a half. Bloodlust would have been fine. Corpse explosion would have been extraordinary. Out of 3 options, the world gave me the ability to give orders to rats. Then I stood in front of 20 meters of dying python and asked it, conversationally, whether it had been waiting for me to walk over. It did not answer. It could not. It is not the kind of thing that talks. Since you can't talk, I said, there's no point keeping you. I took out a fear crystal. Look at me, sinner. I said that out loud, and I said it that way on purpose, because it makes the whole thing sound considerably more distinguished than a man with a rock. It looked, and it saw a black sun. 3 seconds later, it came out of it with its head swinging and ice energy going unstable all around it, like a kettle about to go. It broke out. A Tier 1 hero broke out of fear fire under its own will, half dead, in about 3 seconds. I got another crystal out. You. Look at your Grandpa Lin. It looked again because it wanted to kill me with its eyes, and the black sun was closer this time. It broke out of that one too. And by the third one, when it turned its head toward me, there was something in those vertical pupils I had never expected to see in an animal that size, which was that it knew, and it looked anyway. That one took. I stood there afterwards wiping sweat that was not there off my forehead. That, I said, was a genuinely strong will. And out of the body came a golden chest. I put the chest away without opening it and walked up to the body. At 1.90 meters, I came up to about the middle of it. Standing next to something with a 2-meter diameter does things to your sense of your own importance. Then I put my palm flat on the scales and said the words, damage repair. A wave went out of my hand and covered 20 meters of animal, and then something came back the other way, and it came back hard enough that I nearly lost hold of it. I have never felt anything like that, and I have not felt it since. I got both hands on it and dragged it inward, down into the sea of consciousness, and after that, I stopped being present in the field in any meaningful sense. While I was busy, the world radio station exploded. Look at the merit list. What's happening? What's happening? Wife, come and look at the immortals. You don't have a wife, what are you shouting about? The ranking hasn't changed. Liu Shen is still first. It's not the ranking, it's the number. His merit just went up by 20,000. 20,000? Is that a bug? You think this is a video game? There are bugs. There's no puzzle here. Liu Shen cleared the 10th round. Read that back to yourself. Do you believe it? Honestly, no. That was the shape of it, over and over, for about an hour. Their reason knew that Ruin's world does not make arithmetic errors, and there was exactly one explanation, and their feelings would not accept it, because the gap between people should not and cannot be that large. Lan Bo looked at the board for a long time and did not say anything to anyone. Then he opened the panel, found my name, and sent a contact request. Julian Sterling took it worse. He had been able to manage the 9th round in his own head. He'd had a story ready. I have foresight, I don't chase short-term glory, and whoever this Liu Fan is, he must have destroyed himself to buy first place, and he'll be nothing next month. When the 10th round came through, every one of those sentences turned around and became a different kind of sentence. He is much stronger than I am. He won fairly. The difference is enormous. He sat with that for a while, and then he quietly opened the panel and sent a contact request too. They were not the only ones. A great many people who had spent 30 days being extremely important set that aside that night and added a stranger. None of them got a reply because the stranger was standing in a field with his hand on a dead snake and was not going to be available for some time. In the small chat group, the atmosphere had gone past excitement into something else. Zhou Xuan announced that he had opened the bottle he had been saving, which turned out to be a genuinely good baijiu, which he had never mentioned to anybody. Wu Lei expressed his feelings about that at length. Li Jun declared me his idol for life and said that Chen Haonan could step aside and that everybody with the surname Chen is a tough guy and that he would change his own name if he weren't afraid of his father. Kai Hua asked twice whether I would start an 11th round, and Mei Xue, who had not typed for 2 hours, wrote one line and then stopped again. It feels like watching a sun come up. 4 of them came out to find me eventually, because I had been gone 40 minutes and I had no radio. Jiali made Shang Lin bring torches, and they walked out across a field where 10,000 bodies had gone off at once, and the ground out there was not ground anymore. Ding Yu and Shang Fong and Wen Li got about 200 meters and had to turn back. Jia Li, Ma Ping, Shang Lin, and Shang Fong kept going, and they found me standing beside a dead python the size of a train, eyes closed, not responding. "My God," said Shang Lin, "is that a snake or a dragon? The boss killed this," said Ma Ping, to himself, twice. The second time, it was not a question. Jia Li did not look at the snake at all. She came straight over and checked me for wounds without touching me, and then leaned in close enough to hear that I was breathing evenly, and only then let her shoulders down. "We can't move him," she said. "He can't defend himself right now. We stand here." So the 4 of them made a square around me in the dark, on ground that was still warm, and waited. I opened my eyes some unmeasurable amount of time later, and the first thing I saw was a pair of very worried peach blossom eyes about 30 centimeters from my face. "You're awake. Is anything wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," I said, and I meant it in a way I could not explain to any of them. "I'm in excellent condition." The snake had gone down to about a meter through the body, shriveled. The white scales had gone gray the way a thing goes when it has been in a desert a long time. I collected it. 99 devouring serpent scales, red grade. 499 units of meat, red grade. 2 vertical pupils, red. 1 fang, red. Everything about that animal came out 1 full tier above what killed it, which is the system telling you something and, as ever, declining to say what. Then I looked at 4 exhausted people standing in a field of ash at midnight, holding torches for me. "Let's go home." We got back a little before 12, and everybody went to bed. Shang Fang and Wen Li went down to the Blessed Land. Ma Ping went to lie down, and stayed lying down for 2 days. Shang Lin asked me 3 times whether the test was really over, and I told him 3 times that it was, and the 3rd time he finally believed me, and his whole face changed. And then the living room was empty, and there was a fire in the wall, and I was standing in front of it. And then footsteps behind me, and something soft against my back, and 2 arms coming around me and holding on. Neither of us said anything for a while. The wood popped in the fireplace. "Actually," said Jia Li into my shoulder blade, "you're quite good at pleasing women." I turned around, genuinely confused, and started to say that she clearly had not read the file that a certain turtle shell was keeping on me. "Gentle," she said, counting them off. "Naive, rich, strong, and willing to stand between people and the thing that's coming for them." Then she paused and added, "and in excellent physical condition," and laughed at her own joke for considerably longer than the joke deserved. "Aren't you tired?" I said. "Go to bed when you finished laughing." She rolled her eyes at me and, when she could not win the argument, went for the low road instead. "Yes, all right, I'm going." "Good night, Virgin." She put a little extra weight on the last word, and I put an arm around her waist and kissed her, hard. and she stopped laughing. And then I found out that my hands had opinions of their own. And she found out that she was not as steady on her feet as she had assumed, and she ended up leaning against me entirely because her legs had stopped participating. And then she went still and said, in a voice I could barely hear, "Wait, I haven't washed. In days." And I said, "Is it all right after you've washed?" And she went scarlet and hit me in the chest and shoved off me and left. I stood there grinning at an empty staircase and thinking that I really was going to have to work out the plumbing in this house. Then I went up to the study because there was still work, and I opened the small chat group to tell my friends I was alive. Kai Hua was watching the member count. She got there first. "Brother, are you all right?" That message went into that group like a grenade into a puddle. Holy hell, wrote Zhou Xuan, who had clearly got into the Baiju. "Brother Liu, is it you? Is it really you? I missed you so much. Li Jun, my idol. Can I have an autograph? Song Yi, congratulations on the championship. Also, could I have one too? Mei Xue, congratulations on passing the imperial examination. You're the top scholar. Wu Lei, you've made every Chinese person proud. You absolute lunatic." "I'm fine," I typed, not a scratch. I honestly have no idea how the first place thing happened. Autographs are no problem, as many as you want. How are all of you? Everyone in one piece? "Brother Liu," wrote Zhou Xuan, "that is an extremely Versailles thing to say. My young heart is wounded." "I think Brother Liu is right," wrote Li Jun, loyally. "For the strong, it's the battle that matters. He doesn't care about empty titles." I looked at that for a second. No, I thought, Brother cares. Brother cares a great deal. I want to tell you where I actually was at the end of that night, because the number does not cover it. 31 days earlier, I was standing in a shack with holes in the roof, 4 points of physique, below the human average at the basic task of having a body, eating a ration bar and a draft. That night I was standing in a stone fortress on top of a hidden altar, over a world I made myself, with 60 people asleep inside it, and my name at the top of a list that 2.5 billion people were refreshing, and I did not get to enjoy it, and here is why. Because down in the corner of my panel, there were 2 contact requests sitting unread. One from Lan Bo, who runs the largest alliance in the Eastern Hemisphere, and who had spent 400 merit points and 3 days trying to find out who I was. And one from Julian Sterling, who had been first in the world since the day the world ended, and who, until about an hour previously, had never lost anything. They had both found me. Neither of them had said a word yet. I had spent a month being nobody on purpose, playing the pig to eat the tiger, buying garbage at market and selling paper at a markup, and letting the whole species assume I was 5 men and a supply chain. That was finished. The 2 most powerful people alive now knew my name and were waiting, patiently, for me to answer. And when I went to put my equipment away, I took the turtle shell out and turned it over in the firelight. 2 cracks across it. One from the day it stopped me walking into an ambush. One from the day it stopped me sitting out the 10th round. There is room on that shelf for 1 more. I put it back in the pocket, on the second shelf, where I keep the things I do not want to look at. Then I turned off the light and went to bed, because whatever was coming